गुड मॉर्निंग लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन। अरे बहन चो, हर्ष भारद्वाज इसकी माँ का भोसड़ा। एक सेकेंड। ये तो एक तो बच्चे लेट आ गए हैं। ओके, इट्स फाइन। देखो तुम्हारे सामने सत्य है। मैं अभी भी बच्चों को अलाउ कर रहा हूँ। ठीक है, 5:02 हो गए। अभी अगर कोई आया तो मैं अलाउ नहीं करूंगा। डन। ठीक है। गुड मॉर्निंग गाइस। हाउ इज एवरीबॉडी डूइंग? सुबह सुबह ठंड में। इधर भी बहुत ठंड पड़ी है वैसे तो, है ना। सर, पोर्शन कवर करने का एक ही तरीका है। कंबल से कवर कर दो, है ना। हो जाएगा कवर। गुड मॉर्निंग। गुड मॉर्निंग। हाँ, 5 a.m. in the morning. I hope you guys can see me. I hope everything visible. Okay, I don't think you guys can see me yet. I know, I know. अभी दिखाता हूँ मैं तुम्हें मेरी सदा सेक्सी शक्ल। Give me a minute or so. Before we get started, I want you to take your pen and paper and make a note of everything we're going to be doing in today's class. Done? So that आपको पता हो कि भाई हम कहाँ से कहाँ तक जा रहे हैं। क्योंकि क्लास का एक स्ट्रक्चर है जो हम फॉलो करना चाहते हैं। तो टेक अ नोट फर्स्ट। ठीक है? तैयार है हम? पेन पेपर तैयार है तुम्हारे? जी, वेरी गुड, शाबाश। First, though, obviously, okay, we will ask you, do you want to start with logical or legal? We can do with either. What do you want to start with? अरे चैट बॉक्स में डालो यार, दिखे हमें जरा। सारे कहते पे लीगल, थोड़ा थोड़ा लॉजिकल भी है थे। ओके जी, आई स्टार्ट करेंगे फिर लीगल दिन। ओके, फाइन। So yesterday night I was thinking whether I could teach you theory as well, and I thought maybe I just should because you guys probably won't sit and do it again. And if somebody has to teach you, it has anyway has to be me. So I just figured I'd do it also. So today we will also be doing complete legal theory for contracts, torts, and criminal law. We'll start off with that, the fundamentals of all three of these core laws: कॉन्ट्रैक्ट लॉ, टॉर्ट लॉ एंड क्रिमिनल लॉ, आईपीसी जो भी है। ठीक है। देन वील डू फंडामेंटल्स फॉर योर लीगल। ठीक है। द डिस्टिंक्शन, द पार्ट्स ऑफ योर पैसेज एंड एवरीथिंग। देन वील टॉक अबाउट अप्रोचिंग पैसेजेस, and please put in bracket CLAT passages. So then we've got approaching CLAT passages, then approaching CLAT questions, and then approaching options. So there are three different parts to your legal section: passage, questions, and option. हर चीज का we're talking about how to approach them, how to approach them, how to approach them, right? For approaching options, at least, we're going to discuss it in two different segments. Segment one will be where we talk about cause and effect. Segment two is where we'll talk about comparative analysis, right? Everybody's noting this down. Yeah, good. And then finally, after all of this, we've got PYQ analysis. Okay. So what I think I would like to do is I will actually start with all of these theory topics and then go to your practical topics. PYQ analysis I will do logical and legal together. Works? All right. So this is legal, right? Then coming to logical. Logical is a little more straightforward. ठीक है, मेरी आवाज आ रही है ना सबको? Right. Logical is a little more straightforward. We will start off with fundamentals. ठीक है? Then we've got assumption and inferences. Then we've got approaching passages. Then we've got predicting questions in your CLAT exam. Then I've got elimination techniques. Elimination techniques, you split it into two parts. You have basic elimination techniques and then advanced elimination techniques. ठीक है? Just 1 second. ये कौन है इधर गधा? सर एक बारी मीटिंग ओपन कर दो। मीटिंग अपने आप लीव हो गई बच्चों की, प्लीज। कोई बच्चा है नहीं इधर मीटिंग रिक्वेस्ट पे बच्चे। और आप कोई नेता नहीं हो, आप अपनी पढ़ाई करने बैठो। समझ आई? बच्चों के लिए आवाज उठाती हुई युविका को मिला पुरस्कार। कृष्णा सर की जबान से गाली सुबह सुबह 5 बजे। बढ़िया। ओके, वेर वाज आई? Predicting questions. Then we move on to eliminating techniques. We split them into basic and advanced. Then you've got an assumption and inferences PYQs. So basically, if you take a look at all of your PYQs, you can divide it into five broad segments. First is assumption and inferences. Then you've got strengthening and weakening. Then you've got agree and disagree. ठीक है? Then you have author based questions. And then you have conundrum and paradox questions. ठीक है जी? So these five things we will discuss today, point to point, point to point. Okay. And after this, एक आखिरी टॉपिक दैट वी विल बी कवरिंग इज इकोनॉमिक पैसेजेस। क्योंकि तुम में से बहुत बच्चों की गांड फटती है इस टॉपिक पे, तो मैंने कहा ठीक है आज इसको एड्रेस कर देना चाहिए। राइट। तो आज आपके गांड के बड़े कीड़े को भी एड्रेस करेंगे। वी विल टॉक अबाउट इकोनॉमिक पैसेजेस एज वेल। क्लियर। एंड आफ्टर वी आर डन विद ऑल ऑफ दिस देन वी विल कम टू पीवाईक्यू एनालिसिस। ओके जी। ओके जी। नाउ pen paper should be ready. I will now start off with the presentation. Before we start off, I would like to tell you how we plan on starting today's class. Just 1 second. Just 1 second, kids. सॉरी। या क्या ना एक दो बच्चे हैं जो मेरे साथ पढ़ने मेरे घर आए हुए हैं। डू यू रियलाइज द डेडिकेशन? Yeah, so they've flown down from, one has come from UAE and one has come from Dubai. So they're like living and they come to my house whenever there's a class and then they sit and attend. It's crazy dedication these kids have. Leo, go. Okay. So first is how we're going to conduct today's class, right? I'm going to do it in intervals of 25 minutes because we are sitting for a very long time. 8 घंटे बैठे हैं हम almost. Pretty much truth be told हम आज 8 घंटे बैठेंगे. So what we'll do is we'll set an alarm for 25 minutes. I will try finishing one topic in 25 minutes. ठीक है? And once we're done, विशा ध्यान सब्जेक्ट पे दो। मेरी शक्ल देख के कुछ नहीं हो गया। ठीक है? सारे सारे शुभा शुभा दल्लो वाले काम करते हुए सर शक्ल दिखाओ। दिखा देंगे यार, शांति रखो तुम थोड़ी। कूल। सो 25 minutes and then we'll take a 5 minute break. 25 minutes and then we'll take a 5 minute break. Done? Cool. Now some ground rules for the entire class. ठीक है? मैं चैट बॉक्स बंद नहीं करना चाहता। ओके। In general, I don't like doing that. So when I am teaching you, I expect no one to enter shit in the chat box. If you do, I will remove you. ओके। सो सेल्फ कंट्रोल तुम पे होना चाहिए, पहली बात तो ये। दूसरी चीज, आज चैट बॉक्स में सिर्फ डाउट्स होंगे या टॉपिक से रिलेटेड बातें होंगी। ठीक है। अब जैसे ये बच्चा है इधर कह रहा है एक बार मीटिंग खोल दो आप। मीटिंग खुली है धल्ले, और कितना खोलूं मीटिंग में। ठीक है। सो वी विल कीप इट वेरी टॉपिक ओरिएंटेड। आर वी ऑल क्लियर? पक्का? ओके। नाउ आई वांट यू टू गिव मी 2 minutes. I'm going to get my coffee and then we're going to start. Fine? Okay. चालू करें। चालू करें। या अब इसके बाद कोई अंदर नहीं आएगा, इसके बाद कोई बाहर नहीं जाएगा। अब सीधा चालू करेंगे। आई होप यू guys can see me as well. Just 1 second. You should be able to see me. Yes, can you guys see me? Got it, got it. Good morning. चालू करें। ठीक है। या ऑलराइट। फर्स्ट थिंग्स फर्स्ट, लेट्स स्टार्ट विद ओके 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 ओके। गुड मॉर्निंग, गुड मॉर्निंग, गुड। इधर भी बहुत ठंड है तो मैं, we will start with contract law. That's the first topic we're going to cover. It is now 15, 25 minutes का timer. We'll finish contract law other at least in 25 minutes. ठीक है? Where is our timer? Right. 25 minutes. पहली बार बैठे तो let's say 30 minutes for the first sitting. Okay. First thing I want you to write down for contract law on your notes is there is two ways to understand contract law. एक तरीका वो है जो आपको आज तक सिखाया गया है, एक तरीका वो है जिसमें हम आज पढ़ेंगे। वो तरीका क्या है सर जिसमें आपको सिखाया गया है? प्लीज टेक अ नोट, देन विल कम टू व्हाट वी आर गोइंग टू डू। फर्स्ट आई वांट यू टू राइट डाउन द थ्री फंडामेंटल्स ऑफ अ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट। यू गॉट ऑफर, देन यू गॉट कंसिडरेशन, ठीक है? When you combine both of these and then you also add acceptance to it, you get a contract. This is the general understanding, ठीक है? Now the whole thing is तुम्हारे नोट्स में लिखा है what type of offers do you have? ठीक है? There's a total of four types of offer. एक, दो, तीन, चार, ठीक है? तो you have invitation to offer, then you've got cross offer, काउंटर ऑफर, ठीक है, एंड देन यू गॉट इनविटेशन क्रॉस, एंड देन यू गॉट जनरल ऑफर। मैं रफ नोट्स ही बना रहा हूँ, ये तुम्हारे कोई मेन नोट्स नहीं है, बस लिख लो एक बार, ठीक है। एक्सेप्ट बस ये ठीक है, ये है तुम्हारा बेसिकली व्हाट इज टॉट टू यू बाय योर इंस्टीट्यूट, डन। दैट ये सिखा देंगे, फिर डेफिनेशन सिखा देंगे। हम थोड़ा अलग तरीके से पढ़ेंगे, हम पढ़ेंगे हु, व्हाट और हाउ के हिसाब से। कितनों ने ये एक बार किया है मेरे साथ, हाथ उठाओ, तो वी कैन ब्रीज थ्रू इट। नॉट अ लॉट ऑफ पीपल, नॉट अ लॉट ऑफ पीपल। Okay, cool. Done. So we're going to do it in a completely different way. What we're going to do is we're going to do it in the sense of who, what, and how. Please note down. First we'll do this, then we'll also cover what is taught to you by the other institutes. ठीक है? तो पहले ये and then we'll do that as well. मुझे मेरी स्क्रीन पे और बच्चे देखने हैं। कैसे दिखते हैं और बच्चे? हम्म, हाँ अब दिख रहे हैं और बच्चे, वेरी गुड, ठीक। सो हु, व्हाट एंड हाउ, प्लीज मेक अ नोट, ठीक है। पहले लिखो हु, फिर लिखो व्हाट, फिर लिखो हाउ। डन। Alright. So, sir, who, what, and how का क्या है मुद्दा? Who can enter into a contract? What is or what makes a contract? And how do you consider a contract validly made? Are we clear with the who, what, and hows? Pakka? Chetna, you are very late. I'm letting you in just because I know you. Very wrong. Am I being partial? Yes. But I had to let everybody in with you. Very bad, huh? Very bad. Cool. Are we clear till here? Everybody? Yes? Okay. Now, who can enter into a contract? Let's take a look at the chat box. There are 4 bullet points I've given you. But, पता है क्या है? Who समझने से आसान है, who not. So let's talk about who can't. ठीक है? Because there are unlimited number of people that can enter into a contract. But there are only 4 categories of people that can't enter into a contract. Let's talk about those 4. Let's chat box. Let's go. Looking at the chat box now. We've got minors, very good, and unsound mind, very good, and intoxicated, very good, and insolvent, very good. परफेक्ट। अरे क्या क्लास है यार वेंचर। फाइन, लिखो। फर्स्ट ऑब्वियसली यू गॉटन माइनर्स। मैंने माइनर्स की तरह लिखा भी छोटा छोटा माइनर्स को। देन यू हैव गॉट इंटॉक्सिकेटेड। देन यू हैव गॉट अनसाउंड माइंड और मेंटल, ठीक है। एंड देन यू हैव गॉट इट डिस्क्वालिफाइड बाय लॉ। डिस्क्वालिफाइड बाय लॉ में वही आते हैं जो जेल, जो कैदी हैं और हु आर इंसॉल्वेंट, दैट कैटेगरी। डन। These are the 4 categories of people that can not enter into a contract. Done. Ab, what you need to understand is, let me tell you, in CLAT 2022 or 2021, out of 8 passages, 4 passages were contract law, right? And there are certain things that CLAT expects to test, certain things that CLAT doesn't expect to test. ठीक है? In these 4 things we just spoke about, there are only 4 things that CLAT can test you. ठीक है? सिर्फ आना, हसीना, श्याम and Dev, you can lower your hands. There are only 4 things that you actually can be tested on also. ठीक है? Sir, what are the 4 things? Number one, cases where minors can enter into a contract. We call it the necessities exception. Please make a note. I think we should change the color, no? बहुत बोरिंग हो गया है तो we call it the necessities exception. ठीक है? First things first. And cases where a minor can be held liable for the contracts he enters into. So these are 2 things that can be asked for minors. Done. Then you have gotten an intoxicated. You have to remember intoxication is an excuse to not form a contract only if the intoxication was against will or against knowledge. So the word you use is involuntary. Very good. ठीक है. So intoxication must be involuntary. Please make a note. Now इस पे भी स्टार मार्क करो, मैं कुछ समझाने आऊंगा इधर, रुको थोड़ी देर. Done. In unsound mind, the one thing you need to understand is the man, it doesn't matter if he's unsound throughout the day. At the moment of entering contract, if he was sound mind, then the contract is valid. So what matters is not whether he's mental in general. What matters is if at the moment he entered into a contract, he was fine or not. Clear? Right? So for unsound mind, there's one thing you need to remember: moment of entering. मोमेंट ऑफ सीसी लिखा क्लैट कम्युनिटी, मोमेंट ऑफ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट क्रिएशन है ये. ठीक है. क्लियर टिल हियर. देन कमिंग टू डिस्क्वालीफाइड वाला, ये तो बहुत सीधा बेटा. तुम्हें पैसेज में दिया होगा, या तो वो है जो बैंक करप्ट है, या हमारे कैदी हैं, वो सो ऑन एंड सो फोर्थ. दिस विल बी गिवन टू इन द पैसेज. यहाँ से सवाल नहीं आया आज तक. आर यू क्लियर टिल हियर? डन. नाउ बात करते हैं सर. आई विल गेट टू नेसेसिटी एंड लायबिलिटी इन जस्ट 1 सेकेंड. ठीक है. I will get to this in just 1 second. First, I want to ask you, what is the commonality in these four options? इन चार options में common क्या है? I'm looking at the chat box. Yes, let's go. In minors, in intoxicated, in unsound mind, in disqualified by law, what is uh, what is uh, what is the common thing here? The common thing here is that as a society, we don't think these four categories of people are able to make a decision as to whether something is right or wrong. Right? आप कोई दारू पी चुका है. Right? The ability of him making a sound decision, we are like he doesn't have it. Number one. A minor, why do you think minors can't vote? Because we think minors can't make the right decision. You understand the whole idea behind this? Yeah. Why do we not let minors, to vote? Make sense? Ab- this is a whole different thing that I think 80% of the country anyways doesn't know, doesn't use their brain, right? Maybe one packet of alcohol and small biryani and they'll be like, वाह, जय बीजेपी. और अभी तो भाई ब्राजीलियन लोग भी आ रहे हैं हमारे इलेक्टोरल सिस्टम में, बड़ा मजा आ रहा है मेरे को तो, क्या ड्रामे. बट द पॉइंट इज कि ठीक है. डन. पॉइंट इज, so minors and intoxicated, unsound mind and disqualified by law. These are four categories, that's fine. But what is important is for us to understand that the core is whether the person entering into a contract is entering where he's able to use his own brain, where he's able to decide whether what is right for him and what is wrong for him. This is very, very important, right? Are we clear with this? That to enter into a contract, the core principle is whether you're able to decide for yourself what is good for me, what is bad for me. ठीक है? Are we clear till here? Done. Now coming to the minors case. First thing, minors can enter into a contract for necessities. So what are necessities? Roti, kapda, makan. Fundamental baseline. Now some people will argue, sir, Wi-Fi is also a necessity, that is for you. Not a child in Africa that is dying because of midlife crisis. अफ्रीका में मिड लाइफ क्राइसिस कब होता है? जब बच्चा 5 साल का हो जाता है. ठीक है. सो द होल आइडिया इज roti kapda makan. So if a child enters into a contract for roti kapda makan, he can validly enter into a contract. Question is, can he be held liable? You tell me. Two things. Case one, where a child enters into a contract with a major backing him. In that case, the major will be held liable. Please make a note. Right? Case two. Case two, where there are guardians. The one where I say major backing him include guardians there, right? Case two, where the child doesn't have any of this. In that case, liability can be charged on the estate of the minor. on the property of the minor. That is, if he has such estate. If no, then he can't be liable in any way. Are you clear? राइट नाउ ऑन दिस एस्टेट थिंग प्लीज कीप अ स्टार मार्क. तुम्हें पढ़ाया नहीं गया है, तुम्हारी किसी भी किताब के क्लैट के मैंने सिलेबस में देखा नहीं है, बट मेरे को नालसार में पढ़ा है तो मेरे को पता है. राइट. सो माइनर्स कैन बी हेल्ड लायबल टू अ सर्टेन एक्सटेंट ऑन देयर एस्टेट एज वेल. राइट. बट दैट्स ओके. सो व्हाट यू नीड टू रिमेंबर फॉर योर क्लैट एग्जाम एटलीस्ट, बिकॉज मुझे नहीं लगता प्रिंसिपल में देंगे, इज दैट माइनर्स कैन बी हेल्ड लायबल. जस्ट इन केस दिस कम्स यू ऑलरेडी नो. आर वी क्लियर? वन स्टेप ahead of everything. Got it? Sir, can education be considered a necessity? Now that education is a fundamental right and that everybody should have it, I mean, I don't think you can say necessity because it's the state duty to give education. So, makes sense. Like, for example, right to life. Can you enter into a contract with somebody for right to life? It doesn't really make sense, does it? Right? Cool. Are we clear till here? Anybody, any questions? Now we know who can enter into a contract. ठीक है. Now coming to what makes a contract. What do you think? What makes a contract? जल्दी. Now, there are a lot of words to this, okay? But I think, and this is how I look at contracts, because this is the best way to do it for your CLAT perspective as well, is that the core of a contract is always the consideration, right? Because a consideration must be made by both the parties. They must make the consideration for the same thing. It must be made in the same sense, and it must be made free of will. So, whenever I want to check in my exam hall also whether there is a contract or not, I will see directly the consideration. Whether, please note down, the consideration has been made by valid parties, number one. Number two, whether there is valid consideration. And number three, if consideration was made by willful. एक second. Number three, if the consideration was made out of their own will. ठीक है? That's it. So the thing is now, when you see contracts in your exam hall, when you see a question where they ask you, decide whether there is a liability here or decide whether a contract was formed, a lot of students don't have this clarity. Consideration की अलग अलग नाम होते हैं, right? अब for criminal law, I think consideration is one form of consent. ठीक है? You get what I'm saying? So consideration forms the core. Without consideration, you don't have a contract. You can have everything else, but if no consideration, no contract. And for you to check, the litmus test of a contract is consideration. Ab sir, what is the definition of consideration? Note down, this is probably the most important line for contract law across your subject, across your syllabus. Come, doing an act or abstaining from doing an act on the behest of the other party. Doing an act or abstaining from an act. मतलब तुम या तो कुछ कर रहे हो या ऐसा कुछ नहीं कर रहे हो जो तुम करने वाले थे. ठीक है. डूइंग एन एक्ट और abstention from an act on the behest of another party is called consideration. Doing an act or abstaining from doing an act on the behest of another party is called consideration. Let me give you an example, right? Now, for example, we've got our, let's say, a construction case where I promise आशिया इन क्लास दैट आशिया, हम एक मंदिर बनाएंगे. नहीं, हमेशा देश में मंदिर क्यों, हम एक मस्जिद बनाएंगे फॉर एग्जांपल. ठीक है. सो आई टेल आशिया कि हम एक मस्जिद बनाएंगे और इस मस्जिद को बनाने के लिए आई विल गिव यू 5,000 crores. Ashia spends 2000 crores, right? She gets the designers, she gets the material to make the masjid, she does all of that, and then she actually is like ready to go. Then I tell Asha that, Dekho bhai, I have, I haven't given you any money. I am running a little tight on money now. I don't think I can give you 5,000 crores. Make sense? Can Asha go to court? Yes, no. Very good. Now let's say one more example where I tell Asha I'm going to give her 5,000 rupees, but Asha has done nothing to show her acceptance, right? She hasn't gone back, bought any bags, or let us say to a certain extent, she has accepted also that, okay, sir, we will do this deal, right? Done. In this case, if I say no, can she go to the court? Very good. Very good. What is required on Asha's end is consideration. She must do something or abstain from doing something. Always remember, both the parties have to follow this rule, the rule of consideration. If I tell you I'm going to sell you a horse, what is the consideration for me? The horse. What is the consideration for you? The money. Make sense? So I am selling my horse, which is something I would not have done. And you are giving me money because I am giving you the horse. That is how consideration works. Are we clear till here? Right? Now, for consideration, you have to remember there are two things. Number one, consideration must have some value in the eyes of law. तो अगर मैं आपको कहूं कि मैं तुम्हें जन्नत में एक सीट दूंगा तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट बोलेगा छप मादरचोद, ठीक है, ऐसे नहीं चलता इधर, ऐसे नहीं चलता यार. So consideration must be real. It must have some value in the eyes of law. Sir, what do you mean by value in the eyes of law? Some value. It should not be imaginary. It should be real. It should be ascertainable. ठीक है? So if you tell somebody that अगर तेरा घर जल जाएगा मैं तुझे पैसे दूंगा, that also has value in the eyes of law, right? But if you tell somebody मौत के बाद भगवान तुम्हें देख लेगा, I will ensure that, that is bullshit. You understand what I'm saying? So consideration must be real. Number one. Number two, the obvious point. Consideration must be lawful. ठीक है. ये नहीं हो सकता कि सर मैं आपके लिए इस लड़की को मार डालूंगा, मुझे इतने पैसे दो. आप मार डालते हो, फिर वो कहता है मैं पैसे नहीं दूंगा, फिर तुम कोर्ट जाओगे कि डियर लॉर्ड, मैंने मर्डर इस इन पैसों के लिए किया, मुझे पैसे नहीं मिले. ठीक है. सुप्रीम कोर्ट फिर डंडा घुसाड़ेगा तुम्हारी गांड के अंदर. यू गेट इट? सो यू नीड टू हैव लॉफुल कंसिडरेशन एज वेल. So you must have real consideration, consideration that is real, has some value in the eyes of law, and then you also need to have lawful consideration. Are we clear? So sir, what में क्या लिखेंगे हम? What में you will write consideration? It must be both real and lawful. Clear till here, everybody? Any doubts? अब आते हैं हाउ पे. अब देखो मेरी जान, हाउ इज नथिंग बट एन एक्सटेंशन ऑफ व्हाट वी हैव ऑलरेडी डन. ओके. नाउ, based on what we have learned, you need to be able to decide what is good or bad for you, right? And you must be able to do it with your own will. That is what, that is what makes you a valid fellow. There are only four cases, four ही है ना? Yeah. There are only four cases that are primarily discussed where we talk about how you enter into a contract in your legal textbooks. But I will take it one step further. We will talk about what the principle is here. ठीक है? First. Done? The principle is simple. Two things. You have gotten consensus ad idem and then you have free will. Just write these two words down. You have consensus ad idem and then you have free will. Consensus ad idem means agreeing to the same thing in the same sense. अगर मैं कह रहा हूँ I will sell you a horse but I am thinking about my black horse and you are paying but you are thinking about the white horse, then there is no meeting of minds, right? अगर तुम्हारी बंदी तुम्हें कह रही है शादी कर लेते हैं, right? शादी कर लेते हैं, और तुम उसको कह रहे हो कि हाँ ठीक है कर लेते हैं, बट तू मेरे घर वालों के साथ रहेगी, और उस लड़की का मन में है कि वो अपने अलग से रहना चाहती है, देर इज नो मीटिंग ऑफ माइंड, यू अंडरस्टैंड? So these things you should actually chalk out before a marriage. Anyways, point is there must be a meeting of minds to the extent that the core of the contract is taken care of. Now there are things that this is not really taught to you in general, but I want to teach you is that there are certain things that are essential to a contract. There are certain things that are not essential to a contract. Okay? So let's say, for example, me and Suhani get enter into a contract for the shipping of cotton from Africa to India. अरे यार कितना racist example था ये. Sorry. For the shipping of gold from Africa to India. That's also racist. Okay, guys, you get the idea, right? अब मेरे में energy नहीं है यार. ठीक है. So the point is, gold has to come from Africa to India. Done. Initially, it was supposed to come from a ship called Hare Rama. Now it comes in a ship called Hare Krishna. Done. Can I go tell court that I thought it will come from Hare Rama ship? So please sue this girl? No, because the core of the contract was the gold coming to me. Correct. Let's say I wanted to go on a cruise trip. Done. And I wanted to purchase the Hare Rama cruise. Now, if they send me the Hare Krishna cruise, can I go to court and be like, sir, you have sent me a different cruise altogether? हाँ, कोर्ट का भी लाइक सर क्रूज का ही तो फर्क है, नो भाई क्रूज ही तो चाहिए मेरे को, ठीक है? इसलिए राधा बोला सीता पकड़ा दिया, व्हाट इज गोइंग ऑन हियर? गॉट इट? सो यू हैव थिंग्स दैट आर essential to a contract. So at least with respect to the essentials, there must be a complete meeting of minds. Complete, right? In the same sense. If I have said it in this sense, you have also understood it in this sense. The core of the contract can never go wrong. So, in the gold example, the quality of gold, the quantity of gold, the price of gold, the shipping deadline of gold, these are core things. Any problem here, void contract. Clear? फिर आता है free will. Free will, remember, this is something I need to educate you kids on. Free will means either a yes or a no. There are no if and but clauses to it. ठीक है? If you have said yes, you have agreed to what is being said. If you have said no, you have disagreed with what is being said. That's it. Okay? Now coming to the yes part. When you have said yes under undue influence, coercion, misrepresentation, or fraud, right? Then that is you either making a misinformed judgment, or you are being, or someone's, defrauded you, or you're not doing it out of your own free will. Free will simply means you have agreed to something because you wanted to agree to it. Done. Just note these four things down. You've got undue influence, you've got coercion, you've got fraud, and then you've got a misrepresentation. These are the four core cases, right? But in your exam hall, when you approach this, I want you to focus on this part: consensus, addendum, and free will. Are we clear till here? Any doubts whatsoever? Yeah.
Sir, when you talk about lawful object, um, there was a question saying that two people entered into a contract, they went to court, and somebody paid the other person to not prosecute them.
That is allowed.
That is allowed.
Paying someone to not prosecute you is not unlawful.
That is settlement out of court.
That's more like a waiver of rights. You can do that. Because you're
Okay.
doing that also with your full owner. You can do that. That's not a problem.
Okay.
But after you do that, if you still go to court, right, that is still allowed. Do you understand? A waiver of rights is like an abstention from exercising your rights. ठीक है? In US they have NDAs, non-disclosure agreements. Yeah. So once you sign an NDA, you can't really go to court. If you go to court, they still consider it. So it's like a gray area there, gray litigation. But in NDA, they award you money, right? And they award you so much money that you will actually have to return back the money, right? So when people sign NDAs, they'll give you maybe $5 million. Okay? Now that you have so much money, if you go to court and you say something, the fellow that got you to sign the NDA will be like, fine, you violated the agreement, give me back my 5 million. So that is how they bind you to it. Yeah, that's how it happens. Clear? Cool. Done. Are we clear with who, what, and how? Now, undue influence, coercion, fraud, misrepresentation, simple shit. Coercion, I don't even want to explain. It's like putting somebody under threat, ठीक है? And then getting them to sign a contract. फ्रॉड का तो तुम्हें पता है. फ्रॉड मिसरिप्रेजेंटेशन में एक छोटी सी चीजें समझाएंगे. अनड्यू इन्फ्लुएंस में एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज वो समझाना है. पहली बात तो ये कि तू टिकटॉक टिकटॉक चलती है. In undue influence, right, you have gotten one particular nuance to it. I always take this example because it's the best example possible. Let us say, for example, you are a farmer. Okay? You're a farmer and you need money. You need money. What you do is you go to a money lender. Money lender को अपन मोटा बनाएंगे ऐसे. Right? You go to a money lender. Now, the money lender knows that nobody else will give you a loan, number one. Number two, there is no way you will actually, be able to get another loan anywhere for a low interest. The money lender charges you 50% interest. Okay. Let us say, for example, you are Ramu. Okay? This is Ramu and this is Somu. So now Ramu has taken a loan from Somu for 50% interest rate annually. ठीक है. Ramu obviously now can't repay the loan. So Ramu goes to the Supreme Court or goes to the court of law. And Ramu says, excuse me, I was under undue influence when I took a loan from Somu. So please, I don't want to pay back Somu. Can Ramu do this? Can Ramu do this? This is why this is important. Yes, Ramu can do this. Upon failure to pay back the money, Ramu can actually waive the responsibility to pay the money. आई नो तुम सबका गांड का चिथड़ा फट गया है. बट अगर ये सवाल तुम्हारे क्लैट एग्जाम में आएगा, याद रखना कृष्णा सर ने गांड बचाई तुम्हारी. क्या है सिस्टम, सुनो ठीक है. द पॉइंट इज, सिंस रामू वॉज सो हेल्पलेस. क्या परफेक्ट सर्कल बनाया नहीं, क्या बात है. सिंस रामू वॉज सो हेल्पलेस, right, that he could not have gotten a loan at 12-13%, somebody caused him 50%. And this Ramu only agreed to out of necessity. And that has a bearing on his interest. So that is the undue influence here. Are we clear? Done. So the big money lender had undue influence on Ramu. Done. Are we clear till here? Okay. Sir, what are the other forms of undue influence? Let's say a father is very unwell. Okay? Father is very unwell. The son is now in control of the father. That is undue influence. So anywhere where there is power imbalance, that's the word you want to remember, right? 25 minutes, okay, right? Anywhere where there is a power imbalance. Clear? In 25 minutes sharp, we completed this. I am proud of you. Got it? Now, coming to this initial bullshit that we did here, ठीक है? अब क्या करते हैं, थोड़ा ना इसको सुंदर बनाते हैं. Okay? This right here is what we talk about as a part of your consideration. ठीक है? Right here. Okay? And this right here, acceptance, is exactly what we talk about when it comes to acceptance. So this is what you need to know with respect to other institutes also, right? Do I need to do invitation, cross, counter, and general? Do I, Appa, black coffee. Do I need to do invitation, cross, counter and general. I think we're good, right? Is there any one child also that wants you to do it? I'll do it. थैंक्स यार, तुम लोग कितने क्लैरिटी के साथ आते हो, राइट? द ओनली थिंग आई वांट यू टू रिमेंबर फॉर इनविटेशन, क्रॉस, काउंटर एंड जनरल इज नंबर वन, you want to be able to do the difference between general offer and invitation to offer. That's it, right? That's it. That is the only important thing. ठीक है, I will explain that to you. Yes, yes, कर रहा हूँ, मत मरो. Between general and invitation to offer, done. मैंने invitation की जगह invitation लिखा है. सुबह सुबह भान मुझे क्या क्या स्पेलिंग्स हो रही. ठीक है. अब सर इन दोनों के बीच में फर्क क्या है, याद रखना. इसको मैं तुम्हें ऐसे समझाता हूँ, राइट? लेट से मुझे एक बंदी को प्रपोज करना है, राइट? 5 फुट 2, मारवाड़ी अग्रवाल लड़की. आई एम लाइक फकिंग लेट्स गो. वो इंस्टाग्राम रील नहीं आती, टेक माई मनी, आई एम लाइक लेट्स गो. सो मैं क्या करता है, मैं एक बहुत बड़ा बुके लेता है विद 22 एकदम लाल गुलाबी रोजेस, राइट? आई गो एंड आई एम लाइक, मोहतरमा हमारा दिल आ गया है तुम पे, क्या तुम हमारे साथ जिंदगी बिताना चाहोगी, राइट? She thinks about it. She thinks maybe I might have black kids, but he's a very nice man. He's good at his heart. He'll take care of me. And then she's like, done karte hain. What are the 3 steps that happened here? Number one, I made an offer, right? I made an offer. And I was like, let's do it. And then she was like, okay, let me consider your offer. ठीक है? Okay. And then she accepted the offer. Are we clear with the storyline? So this is a normal offer acceptance and offer consideration acceptance. Now, जनरल ऑफर. अब लेट्स से मैं एक निहायती घटिया इंसान हूँ, ठीक है? मेरे को कोई नहीं मिला शादी करने के लिए. तो मैंने क्या किया, मैंने न्यूज़पेपर में छाप दिया कि वैंचोद जो भी मेरे से शादी करना चाहता है, ठीक है, जो भी मेरे से शादी करना चाहता है, ओके, अगर तुम तिरुपति जाके दर्शन करके आओगे मैं शादी कर लूंगा तुमसे. यू गॉट इट? आई हैव एडेड वन कंडीशन ऑल्सो. अगर तुम तिरुपति जाके मेरे लिए दर्शन करके आओगे तो मैं शादी कर लूंगा. कोई कह रहा है मैं करूंगा भैया, नहीं बेटा रहने दे. ठीक गे. ओके, हैव यू गॉटन दिस टिल हियर, राइट? गॉट इट? In this case, I have told everybody, whoever does this, I will marry you. Now, this is a general offer. ठीक है? Whoever goes to Tirupati, I will have to marry him. Done. So it's, let's say, for example, if Yashvi goes to Tirupati tomorrow, she goes, she finishes darshan, she comes and she's like, "Sir, darshan over." I can't say no, I won't marry you. Supreme Court will be like, "Ah, naughty or that can't happen." Now coming to invitation to offer, right? If I say, "Whoever wants to marry me, please come forth." In this case, what happens is I don't give you an offer. I am the one giving acceptance, right? I invite you to make an offer. The power of acceptance is still with me. That is the case with invitation. Now, what you want to remember is in invitation to offer, the only thing that is different from everything else is the power of acceptance, right? If the power of acceptance lies with them, general offer. Power of acceptance lies with you, invitation to offer. सर एग्जाम्पल तो देते हैं बिल्कुल. एक तो वो कुत्ता खोने वाला एग्जाम्पल है, क्लासिक स्टैंडर्ड, हर जगह वैन जो वो छाप रखा है. तुम्हारा कुत्ता घूम गया, तुमने पोस्टर छाप दिया कि जो भी ले आएगा मैं 50,000 दूंगा. किसी ने बिना पढ़े कुत्ता तुम्हें दे दिया, ठीक है, और देने के बाद उसको दिखता है कि भाई 50,000 है. इन दिस केस इज देयर अ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट? नो, बिकॉज ही हैड नॉट रेड द पोस्टर बिफोर. गॉट इट? या, बट दिस इज अ वेरी गुड आइडिया ऑफ अ जनरल ऑफर. तुमने पोस्टर छापा है, अगर कोई पढ़ के वो चीजें खत्म करेगा, दैट इज कॉल्ड एक्सेप्टिंग. डन. लेट्स से फॉर एग्जांपल तनिष्का सिंह का कुत्ता गुम जाता है. अगर कुत्ता हो आपको तो ना घूमे, मैं बस कह रहा हूँ. फॉर एग्जांपल कुत्ता गुम जाता है. डन. मैं पोस्टर पढ़ता हूँ कि कुत्ता घूमे और मैं यू नो कुत्ता ढूंढने निकलता हूँ. दैट इज एक्सेप्टेंस. वाई? बिकॉज आई एम डूइंग समथिंग based on that one offer, right? That is my consideration. Once you have given consideration, acceptance. Done. Done. Let's say, for example, now Tanishka is like, um, she runs a store, and you are allowed to go into that store, right? There are items on display with the pricing on it. Once you go select something, does Tanishka need to select you? She can be like, no, मैं नहीं बेचूंगी. Can this happen? Very important case. Let's say someone goes to a medical store and their father is in an emergency. There are certain medicines that they need to buy, right? There are certain medicines that they need to buy. If they go buy, take those medicines and put it on the billing counter, can the fellow at the counter say, I will not sell it to you? Yes. Because there is no compelling to agree to a contract. Maybe he just doesn't like you. Maybe your dog pees in front of his door every day in the morning. Nobody fucking cares. Point is, you can't compel him to make that sale to you. Why? Because the power of acceptance is still with his hand. Right? So the only thing you want to remember with invitation to offer and general offer is, in general offer, like any other offer, the offer of acceptance is सामने वाले पर्सन की. Invitation to offer में offer of power of acceptance is with the fellow that makes the invitation, right? तो क्या होता है ना, ये बस एक छोटा सा ग्राफ है, ये देख लोगे तो तुम्हें समझ आ जाएगा. जनरल ऑफर का चार्ट कैसे बनता है? पहले तो जनरल ऑफर, फिर जनता में कोई पढ़ता है, फिर एक्सेप्ट होता है, वहां पे कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कंक्लूड हो जाता है. ठीक है. इनविटेशन टू ऑफर में क्या होता है? पहले देयर इज एन इनविटेशन टू ऑफर, पहले देयर इज एन इनविटेशन टू ऑफर, then that invitation to offer gets accepted, then there is an offer that is made to you based on that, and that offer you then later on accept, फिर जाके तुम्हारा कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कंक्लूड होता है. देख रहे हो चार्ट में डिफरेंस? समझ आएगा सबको? डन? यस, नो? अब मैंने कहा था मैं तुम्हें ब्रेक दूंगा, आई नो, बट सिर्फ स्पेशल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट बाकी है, खत्म करके ब्रेक लें, राइट? गुड मॉर्निंग माँ. जस्ट 1 सेकेंड गाइस, मम्मा, 1 सेकेंड. राइट. स्पेशल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स, वी हैव 6 थिंग्स दैट वी वांट टू कवर. ठीक है. स्पेशल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स, वी हैव 6 थिंग्स दैट वी वांट टू कवर. ओके, मेक अ नोट. सबसे पहले यू हैव, सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट वैसे वेजरिंग और कंटिजेंट ही है तुम्हारे एग्जाम पर्सपेक्टिव से, वेजरिंग, कंटिजेंट और पार्टनरशिप, बट सब पढ़ाऊंगा मैं. ठीक है, जस्ट मेक अ नोट. लिख लो, एक तो बेलमेंट, फिर यू गॉट इंडेमनिटी, देन यू गॉट इन पार्टनरशिप, देन यू हैव एजेंसी, देन ऑब्वियसली यू गॉट कंटिजेंट एंड वेजरिंग. अरे इसको किधर चिपकाएंगे? ऑपोजिट टू ईच अदर. मजा, अरे रे 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 रे. थैंक्स पा.
ரொம்ப சூடா இருக்கு.
बात.
லவ் யூ பங்காளம்.
लव यू फर्दर. गुड मॉर्निंग.
குட் மார்னிங். சரி ஜஸ்ட் நைட் போயிட்டு வந்துட்டியா?
இல்லப்பா, போலப்பா.
போலியா?
Clear till here, guys? Supportive family, man. Very supportive family. Cool. So, थिंग इज ना, ये बहुत आसान है, इसमें ज्यादा कुछ दिमाग फोड़ने के लिए है नहीं. बच्चे कंफ्यूज इसलिए होते हैं क्योंकि वो यही नहीं समझ पाते कि ये स्पेशल क्यों है. व्हाई डू यू थिंक इसको स्पेशल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट बनाया है? हम सबकी लाइफ में काफी ज्यादा एक्सेस हैं. तुमने अपने बड़े भैया, पापा मम्मा को बताया हो नहीं हो, मेरे को ऑलरेडी पता है. ऐसा तो है नहीं कि तुम ज्यादा सीधे साधे हो, ठीक है. बट एक वो स्पेशल एक्स होता है सबकी लाइफ में, राइट? सिमिलरली अगर कॉन्ट्रैक्ट सब में एक ही है, तो भाई साहब स्पेशल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट क्यों है? क्या है मुद्दा स्पेशल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट से, बताओ। व्हाट इज द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ स्पेशल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स? व्हाट डू यू थिंक? कॉन्ट्रैक्ट लॉ में स्पेशल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स है क्यों? अब देखो, घर में हर दिन खाना बनता है, अलग अलग खाना बनता है, बट बिरयानी बिरयानी होती है ना? अंडरस्टैंड? बिरयानी के लिए अलग से सभा बैठती है। अब गॉसिप सेशन हर दोस्त के साथ अलग होता है, बट उस एक मित्र के साथ बहुत गंभीर होता है। सो इन आवर लाइफ्स वी हैव दी स्पेशल स्पेशल फेलोज दैट वी हैव डिफरेंट डिफरेंट फीलिंग्स फॉर, दैट आर वेरी स्पेशल टू अस। ठीक है? बिना फोन के हगना एक तरफ, फोन के साथ हगना एक तरफ। तो ये स्पेशल चीजें हैं यार। ठीक है? Why we have special contracts is by practice, these contracts have made certain special rules for themselves in practice that people have been practicing. Now that had to be codified, so we have special contracts. Sir, for example, for bailment, ठीक है? What is bailment? The point of bailment, where you either give goods or your property to somebody for some purpose. The idea is they should not do anything out of this purpose. That's it. Make sense? Are we clear till here? Where you deliver your goods to somebody, or you give access to your goods to somebody, or your property to somebody for some specific purpose. That's called bailment. Done. Now, the second they do anything out of this purpose, they have violated what? Bailment. Clear है अपन इधर तक? कोई doubt? Any doubt? Also, why did this special rule come? Because, let's say, for example, let's say Suhani has horses. Suhani gives me her horses and she's like, Krishna sir, please take care of these horses. Krishna sir is doing Magadira stunts on the horses, taking it for races, ठीक है? Doing random shit with the horses. Suhani comes back and she's like, chap mother chod, मैं तेरे को घोड़ा संभालने को दी, तू घोड़े का ही मार चोद दिया mother chod. And then she's like, I'll take you to court, and then we go to court. So that's the whole idea of bailment. You, my gold is kept with the bank, gives me a little bit of return. It is only supposed to stay in that locker according to our agreement. If it gets out of that locker, I can sue them. Make sense to you? So bailment is specific purpose. Okay. Now, sir, what is indemnity? Best thing about indemnity. Okay. For example, LIC, लाइफ इंश्योरेंस। अगर तू मर जाएगा तो मैं तेरे को इतना पैसा देगा। डन। वेर यू आर इंश्योरिंग somebody for a loss that they may occur on a future basis, right? One more thing you need to understand here is how contracts of credit work. Let us say, अब जैसे मैं हूँ, right? अब you have Krishna sir. Krishna sir goes to Mahindra showroom to buy Thar, for example. Okay. To do this, I need to take a loan for 20 lakhs. I only have 5 lakhs. बाकी का 15 मैं कहाँ से लाएगा? बैंक से लाएगा। बैंक से लाएगा। So 15 lakhs I get from the bank. Done. Now the banker is like, sir, आपके पास ऑलरेडी एक बाइक है, आपके पास ऑलरेडी एक होम लोन है, अभी आप कार लोन मांग रहे हो, मेरे माथे पे क्या चूतिया लिखा है? दैट्स व्हाट द बैंकर इज टेलिंग कृष्णा सर। ठीक है? सो व्हाट कृष्णा सर सेज नाउ, भाई साहब तुम्हारे पास ये सब है, मेरे पास क्या है? मेरे पास माँ है। ठीक है? तो आई टेल द बैंकर कि भाई मेरी माँ है, मेरी माँ का क्रेडिट स्कोर 800 से ज्यादा है। ठीक है? अगर मैं 15 लाख नहीं दे पाया तो मेरी मम्मी जी की गारंटी है, ठीक है, कि मम्मी जी ये 15 लाख दे देगी आपको। ठीक है? सो नाउ द बैंक गिव्स मी द 15 lakhs because the 15 lakhs is now assured by my mom. Make sense? Make sense? So in this case you have to remember the roles, because अगर ये तुम्हारे पेपर में है तो मैं रोल्स में ही गलती होगी तुम्हारी। Who is the lender? Very good. Who is the creditor? Who is the creditor? क्रेडिटर और लेंडर में फर्क क्या है बताना मेरे को। चूतियो। गूगली डालता है मैं ऐसा दिमाग एक्टिव रखने का। नोटी। So you've got the bank, and then you've got Krishna sir, and then you've got my mom, who is basically the surety. Yeah. Now, this whole idea of surety is, in one sense, it's an indemnity, indemnifying contract itself, right? Same thing. अगर तुम्हारा घर जल जाए होम इंश्योरेंस मैं तुम्हें पैसे दूंगी. So if a future event happens or doesn't happen, based on that, I will give you so and so. Are we clear with indemnity? कोई डाउट इधर तक कोई शक? अपा क्लियर है ਇੱਥੇ तक? डन. पार्टनरशिप में एक ही चीज समझनी है आपको और कुछ नहीं समझना. अगर तीन पार्टनर है और तीनों ने एक साथ कोई कंपनी स्टार्ट की है, अगर इनमें से एक भी चूतिया बकचोदी करता है तो तीनों को साथ में धरेंगे हम. दैट्स द होल मैटर ऑफ पार्टनरशिप, वेयर वन विल बी हेल्ड लायबल वाइकेरियसली फॉर द अदर. आर यू क्लियर? आई वांट यू रिमेंबर द टर्मिनोलॉजी. वेयर वन विल बी हेल्ड लायबल फॉर द एक्ट्स ऑफ द अदर. डन. इंडेमनिटी और गारंटी में डिफरेंस बेटा, बोथ आर ओवरलैपिंग. बहुत ओवरलैप होती हैं दोनों. ठीक है. ये फर्क जान के तुमने कुछ नहीं सीखना. आर वी क्लियर टिल हियर? अब एजेंसी है. Agency I will teach you when we do criminal law or tort law, where I'll teach you vicarious liability. Make a note. अब आते हैं इंपॉर्टेंट टॉपिक पे, कंटिजेंट एंड वेजरिंग. कोई है इधर जो एक्सप्लेन करना चाहेगा? मैं देखना चाहता हूँ अगर कोई काबिल बच्चा है उसको आज ही मैं इंटरमीडिएट बनाऊं नूब से. Somebody here that has studied that would like to attempt. चलो यार, come on यार, हाथ उठाओ यार, let's go यार. Alright, बिरयानी.
यार wagering is mostly betting जैसे रमी सर्कल and ये सब and contingent is mostly based on future events the likely the there was some word कि the likeliness of the event is dependent on the future कुछ तो भी था फ्यूचर पे डिपेंडेंट है कि वो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट बनेगा या नहीं बनेगा जैसे वो
वो
सुनिधि
तो फिर
चौहान
बच्चे
की
वेजरिंग में
कॉन्सर्ट
भी
का
है ना.
एग्जाम्पल क्या
वो तो फिर वेजरिंग में भी है. फ्यूचर
वेजरिंग तो
इवेंट में.
वेजरिंग तो बेटिंग वाला रहता है ना मोस्टली
नहीं, वो तो चलो ठीक है बट इन जनरल मैं डेफिनेट बैटिंग वाला तो यूर गिविंग मी एन एग्जांपल फॉर वेजरिंग, द डिफरेंस बिटवीन वेजरिंग एंड कंटिजेंट.
I don't know that.
हाँ. अरे तो बुलाया किसके लिए तेरे को?
अरे
जयदेव
तो
सिंह,
मैंने
राजपुरोहित, प्रियानी बंसोद. मैं तुम्हें एक्स्ट्रा नूब बनाने वाला हूँ आज शाम तक, समझ आई? वेरी बैड. और -999.
हेलो।
यस बच्चा, गो फॉर इट.
कंटिंजेंट बेसिकली मींस डिपेंडेंट होना किसी पे और मतलब वेजरिंग मतलब स्टेक करना किसी
ये
चीज पे।
और -1,10,000. ब्लडी शिवगामी देवी मास्टर, चुप. वेर इज हासनी कुंडा या. Good try, guys. I'm encouraging you. Keep trying. Right? You have to make up for your aura now.
Contingent is based on a condition. Contingent contract is based on a condition. If or not, it is fulfilled. Whereas
If not, क्या?
wagering,
If not, क्या?
if or not the condition is fulfilled, then the contract is valid. Suppose the contract is on a condition that is not happen, then contract is void. And wagering is based on a future uncertain event. Uh, that is where consideration is not genuine.
Okay, let me just. Okay, I'll take this. Okay. First, I've sent you a photo in your legal material on your server. Take a look after I'm done explaining this. First, I want you to listen to my explanation. Done? Contingent and wagering both are dependent on a future contingent event. ठीक है? The happening or not happening of a future event. हासिनी ने अभी कहा contingent is based on a contingent condition and wagering is not. Both of them are based on similar conditions. That is the happening or not happening of a future event. Clear till here? Clear till here? The idea is when it comes to the consideration. For a contingent contract, there is some consideration that is not just the event or money dependent on it. Right? So for example, अगर आपका घर जल जाएगा मैं तुम्हें पैसे दूंगा, that is a contingent contract. It's based on a future event, right? But the interest here is not winning or losing. The interest here is ensuring you for the loss of your house, right? आज इंडिया वर्ल्ड कप जीतेगी या नहीं जीतेगी, what interest do we have here except for winning or losing? None. So the core is what is the consideration of contingent and wagering, right? So you see how I told you consideration is the core for everything, for the litmus test of whether there is a contract or not. Same approach we will adopt here as well. I have sent you a picture anyways, take a look at it. Done. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we have successfully finished contract law in how many minutes? In 50 minutes. But that's a good start for the day. Are we all up and going? Are we all happy? Are we all clear? मजा आ रहा है सबको कि सर आज एक दिन में खत्म करने वाले हैं सब कुछ, यार मजा आ रहा है. Alright, it's 6:10 now. As I promised you, a promise is a promise. 10 minutes break. See you guys at 6:20. ठीक है? चलो, love you all. मिलते हैं शीघ्र 6:20 पे. स्टार्ट करेंगे हम टॉट लॉ. डन. Guys, I think you should celebrate waking up at like 5 a.m. in the morning. It's such a celebration, man. Think about it, yaar. You are writing a paper against, let's say, 20,000 serious applications. Have you ever done the application math? Have you ever done it with somebody? No? अरे अरे ये तो करने का चीज है ब्रो. अरे कैसा नहीं करे तो वैसा आज तक. क्या ही कुछ ही अभी करेंगे, रुको. ओके. हाय. नो, आई विल स्टॉप ब्रॉडकास्टिंग. Cool. Um, you have how many people that are giving CLAT with you? Have you done this math? How many people are giving CLAT? 75,000. Okay. Out of the 75,000, how many people do you think have the same resources, the same amount of money, and the same amount of time, plus the same amount of privilege to study from English medium schools as you? What percentage is this? 20,000. Out of this 20,000, how many of their access actually materializes? By that I mean, how many of them are actually able to spend a lakh or 2 lakhs, get good coaching, get good material, spend on a laptop, spend on internet, spend on PDF, spend on mocks. What is that percentage? 1/5, 20%, which is basically what is 20% of 20,000? 4,000. Sure. This is the amount of students you're competing with. 4,000. Right? Now, out of this 4,000, you need to be in the top 200. कोई करके बताएगा मेरे को? 5%. Cool. So your competition is basically getting the first 5%. That's it. Now, ideally, if you look at it from the point of 75,000, it comes down to somewhere 0.0003. I don't believe this, right? Because not everybody has access to somebody like me, and not everybody has access to a laptop and like. So I think you should celebrate, yeah, being in the top fucking 20% already. Right now, do you realize you're the only 220? You're, oh, भाई, 262. तुम्हें पता है जब क्लैट कम्युनिटी स्टार्ट हुआ था ना, दो बच्चे होते थे शाम की क्लास में. दो. सुबह 4 बजे 260 बच्चे बैठे हैं. यार क्या बात है यार. कूल. सो वी स्टिल हैव 2 minutes फॉर द ब्रेक. डोंट वेरी रिलैक्स. पूरा ब्रेक लो, पूरा ब्रेक लो. So what the point I'm trying to tell you is that तुम्हें खुश होना चाहिए भाई, तुम्हें खुश होना चाहिए. In the entire country, there are only 263 students right now that have deadly access. एक सेकंड डाउट रह गया बच्चे का. रेहान रजा, यस. अस्सलाम वालेकुम बच्चे, प्लीज व्हाट्सअप.
Alaikum salam, sir. Thank you so much for saying that. However, could you please explain to me the difference between cross and counter wala once again? I mean, you
क्रॉस एंड
did not
काउंटर.
explain. Yes, in offer and in offer.
क्रॉस एंड काउंटर ऑफर, अरे यार बहुत सिंपल है
Yes.
यार. तो क्या है ना, क्रॉस होता है कि लेट्स से फॉर एग्जांपल आई टेल यू मुझे तेरे हेडफोन्स खरीदने हैं फॉर 10,000 रुपीज. यू से नहीं 9,000 रुपीज, देन आई से नो 9,500 रुपीज. डन. Every time we do this to and fro, we are actually creating different offers for each other, right? So if I give you an offer, you make me another offer, that's called a counter offer. Done. Cross offer होता है two people at the same time make the same offer to each other. This is theoretically possible, realistically impossible, but that's the point. Two people make the same offer to each other. That's called cross offer. Done. और कुछ? हाँ 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 हाँ, इसलिए पूछा ना बेबी, आराम आराम से. हाँ बताओ.
Yes, sir. One more doubt that I had is कि sir जो sections हैं हर एक offer के and जो which makes the offer void or not, वो सब sections याद करने जरूरी हैं कि नहीं है? The
ना
numbers
ना ना ना
particularly.
ना, देखो जो आपको आज पढ़ाया ना मैंने, एक तो है कंसेंसस एडिडम फ्री विल, दूसरा है कंसिडरेशन रियल एंड लॉफुल, तीसरा है द एबिलिटी टू यूज योर ब्रेन साउंड माइंड. यही चार चीजें हैं जो एक कॉन्ट्रैक्ट को करती है नहीं करती है, राइट? दिस इज इट. ऑल दो सेक्शंस आर बेस्ड ऑन दिस ओनली. सो इफ यू कैन रिमेंबर जस्ट दिस मच, कोर एम्फेसिस ऑन कंसिडरेशन, दैट्स इट. देयर इज नथिंग एल्स यू नीड टू डू.
All right, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
वेलकम जैन. Okay, we have two more doubts. I will only take one. Aha, no. Yes, Harshita, what's
Hello,
up?
sir.
Ji.
So my doubt is, can you use someone's life as like commodity or consideration? जैसे दिखाते हैं ना कि आप 50 लाख दे दो मेरी बेटी ले लो उसके बदले
आपका
में,
क्या दे
ऐसा
दो?
किसी की, वो जैसे बहुत मूवीज में होता है कि आप 50 लाख ले लो और मेरी बेटी ले लो उस बदले में, समथिंग लाइक दैट. जैसे मूवीज में होता था, किसी की लाइफ यूज कर सकते हो कंसिडरेशन में. ये मेरे दिमाग में चलता था क्योंकि 3 दिन से, इसलिए.
यार क्या टट्टी दिमाग है. पता है, आई जस्ट वांटेड टू टेल यू दैट इस चीज का ना एक शब्द है, राइट, अंग्रेजी में उसको ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग कहते हैं.
हाँ, ये
जहां
अलाउड नहीं
तुम
होता ना.
लोगों को पैसों के लिए बेचते हो. लाइक मतलब इसका एक शुद्ध नाम है डिक्शनरी में, ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग. ये कौन सा दल्ला डाउडा है जो ये क्या हो गया तुम्हें?
सर मीम्स में चलते थे,
भाई
मेरे
देख
दिमाग
लो
में
भाई,
आया था, सो
लड़कियां देश
सॉरी.
की कहाँ जा रही है. हाँ सर, लड़कों को काट के टम्बलर में डालना अलाउड है क्या सर? क्या चल रहा है भाई? भाई साहब ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग वॉइड है भाई, इट्स ऑब्वियसली इलीगल. इसमें क्या है? देखा, ये मीटिंग रिकॉर्ड हो रही है और ये लाइव जाएगी कभी ना कभी. हर्षिता, याद रखियो, तेरा नाम फेमस होगा अभी. जय हर्षिता भाई. सर, अगर 50 लाख लेके कोई बेटी बेच देता है, आई इंकरेज डाउट हर्षिता, गुड डाउट. देख कितना मजा आया सबको. गुड डाउट. बट बच्चे इसको ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग बोलते हैं और ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग इज अ क्राइम. ठीक है. गॉट इट हर्षिता? ओके, आगे बढ़ा जाए. आर यू रेडी टू मूव ऑन? ओके, वी विल टेक वन मोर. अर अरिक्ता, एम आई डूइंग इट राइट? अरिक्ता सिंह, या सिंह जी. जी बताइए. जी जी बताइए बताइए.
हाँ, माय क्वेश्चन वाज जनरल ऑफर्स में, फॉर इंस्टेंस इफ कोई एडवर्टीजमेंट डाला है मैंने, आई एम सेलिंग माय कार, राइट, एंड दिस पर्सन who has approached me for it, and there's another person who's already taken a loan but has not communicated their
General
acceptance to me.
offer cannot be approaching a car. If you put out a car for sale, then it's an
Hmm.
invitation to offer. You have to accept to sell.
Okay.
Right? So you can't be like anybody that goes and gets me money. I know that's also an offer to buy. So a general offer is also of specific natures, right? So if you ask someone to do something specific, then they can give consideration. Otherwise, if you're putting up a car for advertisement, that's an invitation to offer and not a general offer.
Okay.
Got it?
Thank you.
Cool. आरंभ करते हैं टॉट लॉ के साथ, इसके बाद भी तुम्हें 10 मिनट का ब्रेक दिया जाएगा, डोंट वरी, बट ये वाली भी मैं एक शॉट पे खत्म करना चाहूंगा। तैयार? तैयार? सावधान, तैयार? यस। मेरे को सारे बच्चों के हाथ दिखने चाहिए एक बार। तैयार है हम स्टार्ट करने के लिए? ओ जयदेव बेटा, ये वाला हाथ नहीं मड़या। क्या बच्चे यार, जयदेव कर रहा है। लेजेंड यार। चालू करें, चालू करें, चालू करें। डन। टॉट लॉ मेरा फेवरेट है। क्यों? क्योंकि सबसे ज्यादा बकचोदी इधर ही होती है। मजा आता है टॉट लॉ पढ़ के यार, मतलब क्या ही है टॉट लॉ। राइट? क्या ही है टॉट लॉ। कैसे कैसे एग्जाम्पल होते हैं, एक बाप अपने बच्चे को लेकर नदी में फेंक देता है, वाह क्या बात है। राइट? क्या ही एग्जाम्पल है। ठीक है। सबसे पहले किसी भी चीज का ना मकसद समझना जरूरी है। राइट? अब अगर कोई रेड फोर्ट के सामने गाड़ी रोक रहा है, उसका मकसद जानना जरूरी है। राइट? सिमिलरली, अगर हम कोई लॉ पढ़ रहे हैं, उसका मकसद जानना जरूरी है। कॉन्ट्रैक्ट लॉ का मकसद क्या था? To ensure that if somebody has followed or made a consideration, he should not be wronged by the other party. Correct? Right? So the point is there should not be unlawful breach of contract. That is the purpose of contract law. Yes or no? Yeah. Correct. So let us say me and Dev Bhaskar enter into a contract. ठीक है? देव भास्कर का मैं चूतिया काट देता हूँ। What can Dev Bhaskar go? He can go to court and be like, excuse me, this fellow breached the contract. I should get this much money for the damages. Please give me. Or Dev can be like, force him to follow the contract. Yes, no. Clear है इधर तक अपन? Yeah. What is the purpose of tort law? What is the purpose of tort law? जल्दी जल्दी लिखो, I'm looking at the chat box. मेरी नजर चैट बॉक्स पे है। Purpose of tort law in one word is to compensate. लिख लो। ठीक है? इट्स टू कॉम्पनसेट। ऑलराइट? और कॉम्पनसेट का ही एक बहुत फैंसी नाम है मेरी जान। अवॉर्ड डैमेजेस और गिव डैमेजेस। अवॉर्ड हटा देते हैं, तुम क्यों घुसो अवॉर्ड अवॉर्ड में। डैमेजेस। ठीक है जी। मतलब अगर तुम किसी का कुछ भी लॉस इंकर करवाते हो, तो फिर तुम उसके हिसाब से पैसे दोगे। राइट? अब सवाल आता है, सर कितने पैसे? देखो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में लिखा होता है कि इस कॉन्ट्रैक्ट की ऑलमोस्ट वैल्यू इतनी है, तुम कैलकुलेट कर सकते हो। राइट? The thing about tort law is it's unliquidated. Right? Just 1 second, guys. Just 1 second. Huh? सुबह सुबह मेरी टीम ऐसे टेक्स्ट भेजती है ना। या सो देर आर अनलिक्विडेटेड डैमेजेस। सर व्हाट डू यू मीन बाय अनलिक्विडेटेड डैमेजेस? मतलब तुम्हें पता नहीं होता कितना डैमेजेस देना है। द अमाउंट ऑफ कॉम्पनसेशन टू बी गिवन इज नॉट असर्टेन बिफोर हैंड। राइट? So that's called unliquidated damages. Are we clear with the basics? Are we clear with the basics? Hmm? Yes, no. Yes, no. These are the basics of tort law. This was an introduction. Now coming to the core of our lecture today. अब जैसे हमने कॉन्ट्रैक्ट लॉ में सारी बकचोदी करने से लिए प्रिंसिपल्स सीखे थे, क्योंकि मैं प्रिंसिपल्स पढ़ाना प्रेफर करूंगा, क्योंकि तुम्हारे पेपर में वही अप्लाई होते हैं। टॉर्ट लॉ के टोटल 4 प्रिंसिपल है। ठीक है? टोटल 4 प्रिंसिपल है। वी आर गोइंग टू मेक अ नोट ऑफ ऑल ऑफ दीज 4 नाउ। प्लीज मेक 2 arrows विद लॉट ऑफ लव। एरो 1, एरो 2। क्या एरो बने हैं? डन। एरो 1, आई वांट यू टू राइट remoteness of damage. And number two, I want you to write reasonable and prudent standards. लिख लिया सबने? मैं भी साथ साथ लिख रहा हूं ताकि तुम लिख पाओ। लिखा है सबने? हंसिका, इधर से मारूंगा ना हाथ, वहां थप्पड़ पड़ेगा। लिखो। सुबह सुबह बकचोदी। 15 दिन में क्लैट है तुम्हारा। याद दिलाना पड़ता है। देन ऑन द राइट साइड आई वांट यू टू राइट इंजूरिया सिने डैमनम एंड डैमनम सिने इंजूरिया। क्लियर है अपन इधर तक? कोई भी दिक्कत, कोई भी डाउट, एनीथिंग व्हाटसोएवर? पक्का? नाउ लेट मी एक्सप्लेन टू द साइकिल ऑफ टॉर्ट लॉ, राइट? द साइकिल ऑफ टॉर्ट लॉ इज, नंबर वन, देयर इज लीगल डैमेज। लीगल इंजरी लिखो। देन देयर इज डैमेजेस। ये जो बीच में ब्रिज है, ठीक है, इधर आती है तुम्हारी पॉइंट्स 1 एंड पॉइंट 2। मैं समझाता हूँ, तुम्हें समझने में मेरे को पता है, ध्यान दो। पहली चीज, द स्टार्ट ऑफ टॉर्ट लॉ हैपेंस विद लीगल इंजरी। लीगल इंजरी समझने के लिए है, वी हैव इंजुरिया सिने डैमनम, डैमनम सिने इंजुरिया। सर व्हाट क्वालिफाइज एज अ लीगल इंजरी? यू हैव टू रिमेंबर, राइट? वी आर नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट रियल डैमेज, वी टॉक अबाउट लीगल डैमेज। अगर सरकार को रोड बनाना है और रोड बनाने के चक्कर में सरकार धूल मिट्टी उड़ा रही है, तुम्हें नुकसान हुआ है, 100% हुआ है, तुम्हारी क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ कम हुई है, बट इज दिस अ लीगल डैमेज? नो। अगर तुम एक रेसिडेंशियल कॉम्प्लेक्स पे हो और किसी ने अपने घर के अंदर माइनिंग स्टार्ट कर दी है, इलीगल माइनिंग, और उसकी वजह से धूल उठ रहा है, क्या इज दैट डैमेज? तुम्हें यहां पे भी तुम्हारी क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ हुई है, वेरी गुड, खराब हुई है, डन। इज दिस अ लीगल डैमेज एज वेल? यस, because he is not by law allowed to do this. So, torts only exist for लीगल इंजरीज। मेरा बहुत फेमस एक एग्जांपल है वोट वाला। तुम वोट देने गए, किसी ने तुम्हें वोट देने से रोक दिया, ठीक है? तुम्हारे रोकने पे क्या हुआ? तुम वोट नहीं दे पाए, बट जिसको तुम वोट देना चाहते थे वो भारी मात्रा से हार गया। क्या तुम अभी कोर्ट जाके कह सकते हो इलेक्शन फिर से हो? जी, तुम कह सकते हो कि इलेक्शन जो हुआ गलत हुआ। क्यों? क्योंकि तुम्हारा एक वोट डलना जरूरी था, तुम्हारा लीगल राइट था। लौड़ा फर्क नहीं पड़ता अगर डैमेजेस तुम्हें मतलब मिले हैं नहीं हुए। फर्क तुम्हें सिर्फ इतने से पड़ रहा है, मेरा लीगल राइट था, मेरे लीगल राइट को अलाउ नहीं किया गया। क्लियर है अपन इधर तक? क्लियर है अपन इधर तक सारे बच्चे? First thing is there is only allowed for legal damages and not normal damages. Very good. Now coming to damages, right? Damages कैसे होते हैं? अनलिक्विडेटेड होते हैं। डन। अब इन दोनों के बीच में मेरी जान आता है ये 1 and 2, रिमोटनेस ऑफ डैमेज एंड रीजनेबल एंड प्रूडेंट स्टैंडर्ड्स। मैं तुम्हें कीवर्ड देने वाला हूं, लिख लो, बड़ा मजा आएगा, ठीक है? राइट? रिमोटनेस ऑफ डैमेज के लिए लिखो बट फॉर टेस्ट, ठीक है? इधर लिखो तुम बट फॉर टेस्ट। रीजनेबल एंड प्रूडेंट के लिए लिखो प्रॉक्सिमिटी टेस्ट। सॉरी, माय बैड, बट फॉर और प्रॉक्सिमिटी इधर ही आएगा। रीजनेबल एंड प्रूडेंट मेरी जान सिर्फ कॉमन सेंस है इधर, ठीक है? तुम्हें समझना बस इतना है, मैं आता हूं इस पे, ठीक है? बहुत हाल ही में क्या हुआ इंडिया में, अभी अभी हुआ 2-3 दिन पहले, एक बंदा बंजी जंपिंग के लिए गया, ठीक है? बंजी जंपिंग के लिए गया, तो थोड़ा थोड़ा मोटा था वो, थोड़ा नहीं काफी मोटा था, तो चलो वैसे, ठीक है? तो अपन अंबानी का अपना बेटा था वो, समझ लो तुम, उतना था, हट्टा कट्टा, ठीक है? वांतारा बॉय। तो ये बंदा गया एंड देन ही वाज लाइक बंजी जंपिंग करेंगे। बंजी जंपिंग करने से पहले क्या करवाते हैं लोग? कोई स्मार्ट बच्चा चाहिए मेरे को इसका जवाब देने। क्या होता है बंजी जंपिंग से पहले? हम्म तुम एक कागजात पे साइन करते हो, राइट? सबसे पहले मैंने इस कागजात का नाम सुना था ZNMD में, जिंदगी ना मिलेगी दोबारा, जहाँ ऋतिक रोशन बताता है कि अगर हमारी जान जाएगी तो ये जिम्मेदार नहीं होंगे। याद है तुम्हें वो? या राइट। तो हमारे वांतारा बेबी ने भी साइन किया था इस डॉक्यूमेंट पे, राइट? तो जनाब जाते हैं, ऐसे ऐसे जाएंगे, वो जाते हैं, वो खड़े होते हैं, कहते हैं कि चलो बंजी जंपिंग करेंगे ये वो, और कूद जाते हैं। डन। अब जनाजे की वेलोसिटी इतनी थी कि तार फट गई, ठीक है, और बंदा गिरा, ढप, कूद ही गया वो। अब सवाल उठता है, इज देयर एनी वे वी कैन सू देम? इज देयर एनी वे वी कैन सू देम? लॉयर की तरह सोचो। वो नहीं कटप्पा नहीं कहता बाहुबली पार्ट 2 में, अपने बाप की तरह सोचो। मैं तुम्हें कह रहा हूं लॉयर की तरह सोचो। पैंट चोद, क्या क्या सवाल पूछ सकते हो तुम? चलो यार, तुम फ्यूचर लॉयर्स हो, पता होना चाहिए। सबसे पहली चीज, अगर रोप की मेंटेनेंस की गई थी। दूसरी चीज, अगर वेट चेक किया गया था भेजने से पहले। तीसरी चीज, अगर ये कंक्लूसिवली उन्होंने चेक किया अगर ये वेट सपोर्टेड है या नहीं। चौथी चीज, अगर प्रॉक्सिमिट में एम्बुलेंस थी या ना, राइट? पांचवी चीज, अगर ऐसा कुछ होता है तो उनके मेडिकल प्रोसीजर्स क्या थे, अगर उन्होंने रीजनेबल केयर लिया है, राइट? If you're able to identify any of these things, what are you? You are a good lawyer, right? Why, sir, is this important for tort law? There are two things you need to remember. First is remoteness of damage. From the wrong that has happened, how far is the damage? Okay? In this case, let's say they did not maintain the rope. Because of that, that fellow died. So, but for, हाँ sir, बड़े smart हो रहे हो, naughty naughty, हाँ भाई. So, but for the rope being maintained, he would not have died. Right? Let us say बाजू बाजू ambulance नहीं थी. So, but for the ambulance being there, this damage has happened. So, the first thing you need to check is from the wrong that has happened, how far is the damage? Please write this down. From the wrong that has happened, how far is the damage? Are you clear till here? देव भास्कर, निकाल दूंगा बच्चे, ध्यान दो क्लास पे, चैट बॉक्स पे नहीं। चैट बॉक्स में बिना मतलब की सिर्फ रनवे घुसते हैं, और आप बहुत अच्छे बच्चे हो, मत किया करो, ठीक है? फर्स्ट थिंग इज फ्रॉम द रॉन्ग, हाउ फार इज द डैमेज? लेट्स से फॉर एग्जांपल मैं ओवर स्पीडिंग कर रहा हूँ, जो गलत है ऑब्वियसली। मेरी ओवर स्पीडिंग की वजह से मैं, लेट्स से, जयदेव के अंदर घुस जाता हूँ, जयदेव फट जाता है। तुमने देखी है पहले पहले 2 मिनट द बॉयज की प्राइम वीडियो पे, राइट? वो लड़की फट जाती है, जयदेव ऐसे फट जाता है। जयदेव को फटते देख के हंसिका गिर जाती है, हंसिका को गिरते देख प्रियानी गिर जाती है, प्रियानी जब गिरती है उसके पेट में बच्चा होता है, बच्चा मर जाता है। अपने बच्चे की मौत की न्यूज सुन के प्रियानी के हस्बैंड को हार्ट अटैक आता है, वो वहां पे स्वर्गलीय हो जाते हैं, ठीक है? कैन प्रियानीज हस्बैंड सू मी फॉर गोइंग थ्रू जयदेव? नो। क्यों? क्योंकि जो रॉन्ग हुआ था उससे बहुत दूर है डैमेज। आर वी क्लियर? तो पहली चीज हम देखते हैं कि भाई जो गलती हुई है उससे डैमेज कितना दूर है। डन। दूसरी चीज, when we say reasonable and prudent standards, common sense, इधर तक आई एम श्योर यू अंडरस्टैंड, राइट? राइट? So there are two things you need to check when you basically want to check whether a tort has taken place. First is causation. What event caused it? Second is your proximity or your but for. Whether you check if there's proximity or not. Are we clear till here? Any doubts till here? Whatsoever? इधर तक क्लियर है तो आगे बढ़ेंगे। आगे बढ़ने से पहले मैं तुम्हें एक बहुत गांड फाड़ सवाल पूछना चाहूंगा, और इस सवाल के बाद टॉट लो हमारा आधा खत्म हो जाएगा, ठीक है? मेरे पास एक जंगली कुत्ता है, उस कुत्ते का नाम है एस एस राजमौली। नहीं यार, मेरे को एस एस राजमौली बहुत पसंद, अच्छा नाम सोचते रुको। वाई डिड आई से एस एस राजमौली? बिकॉज मैं उसकी मूवी की ट्रेलर 10 बार देख चुका हूँ। मेरे पास एक बहुत क्रेजी कुत्ता है, उसका नाम है संदीप रेड्डी वांगा। वो है भी क्रेजी है, ठीक है। उसका नाम है संदीप रेड्डी वांगा। ठीक है, मेरे कुत्ते का नाम क्या है? क्या है मेरे कुत्ते का नाम? बोलो बोलो। संदीप रेड्डी वांगा। पागल कुत्ता मेरा। ठीक है। तो संदीप रेड्डी वाघा को मैं बांध के रखता हूँ पोल पे। ठीक है। अब मेरा संदीप रेड्डी वाघा पागल कुत्ता है, तो मैंने गेट के बाहर लिखा है बी वेयर ऑफ डॉग्स, माइन इज अ एनिमल। राइट। बी वेयर ऑफ डॉग्स। लेवल समझ रहे हो तुम? जोक के लेयर है भाई, जोक पे रिफाइंड जोक्स है। बी वेयर ऑफ डॉग्स, माइन इज एन एनिमल। ठीक है। अब ऐसे ही हमारी क्लास में जो रणबीर है, वो जाता है और एकदम गेट पे जहां पे मैंने लिखा है, गेट पे वो हड्डियां ले, हड्डी, केएफसी की हड्डी, प्रॉपर हड्डी। ठीक है। हड्डी लेके संदीप रेड्डी वाघा को टीज करने लगता है। क्या करने लगता है? टीज करने लगता है। अब संदीप गुस्सा आता है। अब संदीप छूटने की कोशिश कर रहा है, डैन डैन छूटने की कोशिश कर रहा है। रणवीर को देख के बड़ा मजा आता है। क्या आता है रणवीर को देख के? बड़ा मजा आता है। कहता है वाह, तड़पता हुआ संदीप रेड्डी वांगा, आज तक किसी ने देखा है। अब रणवीर जोश में एक कदम अंदर ले लेता है मेरे कंपाउंड के। क्या ले लेता है? एक कदम अंदर ले लेता है मेरे कंपाउंड के। अब मुद्दा यह है, उस दिन बारिश पड़ी थी जोर से सुबह। ठीक है। जो डंडा मैंने गाड़ा था संदीप के लिए, वो मिट्टी हो गई थी हलचल। और संदीप इतना क्रेजी एनिमल हो रखा था, उसने डंडे की तृप्ति ढिमरी कर दी, डंडा ही चोद दिया। ठीक है। अब बिकॉज मिट्टी इतनी हलचल थी, राइट, संदीप छूट गया। अब रणबीर भी प्रेमिसेस के अंदर है, और रणबीर नहीं, सॉरी, और रणबीर ने ही संदीप को उकसाया था। अब संदीप जाके रणबीर की गांड काट देता है। अब मुझे बताओ, टॉट्स को थे ट्रेसपास और नेग्लिजेंस, दैट इज द क्वेश्चन। Me tying Sandeep up was obviously wrong because he escaped, right? But Ranveer also entered my premises. That's also wrong. You tell me. And Ranveer hasn't entered my premises completely. He's just one step inside. Trespass or negligence? Trespass or negligence? Act of God. Act of director. Nice. Trespass or negligence? Think. I'm saying both. Okay. What is the causation here? Is the cause of the dog biting my stick being placed or the chain being placed wrong, or is it Ranbir doing harkatein? It is Ranbir doing harkatein. Correct. So that is the cause, right? Based on the cause, what is the result? Since Ranbir is the cause, and since Ranbir is the one that trespassed, ठीक है, there is no violation of legal injury because it's my premises. Are we clear till here? But let us say, for example, now Ranbir is not inside and he's still outside, and my dog still bites him, then who's liable? Now also the cause is Ranbir. Very good. Now I am liable. Are we clear till here? मजा आया सबको सुन के एग्जाम्पल? आर वी क्लियर टिल हियर? या अब मैं तुम सबको सीधा वन शॉट में खत्म करना चाहता हूँ, ठीक है? प्लीज मेरे साथ लिखिए, अभी 2 मिनट लिखने का काम है हमारा। मैं जो जो लिख रहा हूँ आप वो लिखिए, ठीक है? तुम्हें कोई बैकग्राउंड नॉइस आ रही है? जल्दी जल्दी लिखो। नेग्लिजेंस, डेफेमेशन, ट्रेसपास, बैटरी, ठीक है, असॉल्ट, फॉल्स इम्प्रिजनमेंट और न्यूसेंस। लिख लिया? इसके बाजू में लिखेंगे डिफेंसेस। VNFI, which is nothing but voluntary non-fit injuria. Plaintiff the wrongdoer, act of God, private defense, state authority, necessity, mistake और inevitable। लिख लिया? अब आखिरी लिखिए राइट साइड पे। लाइबिलिटी, तीन तरीके की लाइबिलिटी पढ़ेंगे, जिसमें मैंने पहले भी कहा था। सबसे पहले वाइकेरियस लाइबिलिटी, फिर स्ट्रिक्ट लाइबिलिटी, फिर एब्सोल्यूट लाइबिलिटी। एब्सोल्यूट सुन के कितने बच्चे खुश हो गए मेरे को पता है। एब्सोल्यूट लाइबिलिटी लिख लो और उसका एक बार स्क्रीनशॉट ले लो। दिस इज नथिंग बट अ स्नैपशॉट ऑफ एवरीथिंग। हाँ बेटा, स्पेलिंग में भी वही आती है हमें, डोंट वरी। दिस इज बेसिकली everything that we need to do for our tort law। न्यूसेंस बच्चे, न्यूसेंस। क्लियर क्लियर? देख लिया सबने? डन। किसी ने कहा मैजिक मोमेंट्स बेटर है। ऐसे बच्चे एग्जिस्ट क्यों करते हैं? क्यों करते हैं ऐसे बच्चे एग्जिस्ट? मैजिक मोमेंट्स, शर्म रखो भाई। और तुम्हारे भाई का टेस्ट भी थोड़ा मतलब मैच्योर सा ही है, मतलब ग्लेन लेविट के नीचे तो हमें पसंद ही नहीं आती कुछ भी। आर वी क्लियर टिल हियर? अरे सर प्लीज अलाउ वन गर्ल हुआ है। नहीं क्या है यार ये लड़के, एक तो लड़कियों के पीछे जो पागल हो रखे हैं ना देश में। पढ़ाई हो रही है, इधर बच्चा कह रहा है प्लीज अलाउ वन गर्ल। बेशरम, निहायती घटिया इंसान, छी यार। 15 दिन में क्लैट है, माँ बाप ने भेजा है कि बच्चा पढ़ाई करेगा, बच्चा इधर क्या कर रहा है? प्लीज अलाउ वन गर्ल टू एंटर। ओ शिट यार, आई फील सो बैड फॉर द मॉम एंड डैड यार। बेटा मेहनत करा नहीं, बेटा आपका रंडवा हो चुका है। बेटे को कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा सही गलत क्या है। बेटा लड़कियों के पीछे पागल हो गया, हैवान हो गया बेटा आपका। सुबह सुबह 4 बजे उठ के नेतागिरी कर रहा है, सर प्लीज अलाउ वन गर्ल। ओ यार, ऐसे मत कर यार प्लीज यार। कितनी कितनी वो है, आशाएं हैं तुम्हारी मम्मी और पापा को तुम्हारे पीछे यार, प्लीज ऐसा मत किया करो। आजकल के बेचारे माँ बाप। मेरे को तो यार डर लगता है बच्चे करने से भी। क्या हो गया जनरेशन को। हाँ यार एकदम ऐसे चेप काम मत किया करो यार प्लीज यार। सर प्लीज एक लड़की बेटा ऐसी एक लड़की बहुत आती है। याद रखना लौंडो 36 आएंगी 36 जाएंगी तुम्हारी वाली तुम्हारी मम्मी लाएंगी। आर वी क्लियर। वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट हाँ। रिमेंबर। डन। शैल वी स्टार्ट। शैल वी स्टार्ट। हम्म। शैल वी स्टार्ट। क्या है वो। गैंग। गैंग है या ट्विन है क्या बोलते हो तुम लोग जेंजीस। गैंग ही बोलते हो ना गैंग ट्विन या लेट्स स्टार्ट गैंग। गैंग। लेट्स स्टार्ट गैंग। चलो जी। चलो भाई। पहली बात। मेरा मुद्दा आज ये नहीं है कि मैं तुम्हें तुम तो आगे सब सिखाओ नहीं बिल्कुल नहीं। आज हम क्या करेंगे आज हम करेंगे एसेंशियल्स। राइट। क्या करेंगे एसेंशियल्स। ताकि अगर तुम्हें पेपर में ये दिख जाए तुम्हें सिर्फ ये तीन चीजें चेक करनी है। और अगर ये तीनों चीजें हो रही हैं अगर ये तीनों एसेंशियल्स फुलफिल हो रहे हैं तब वो फॉलोइंग टॉट भी हो रहा है। क्लियर। डू यू फॉलो मी गैंग। क्लियर। आर यू ऑन द सेम पेज। आर वी ऑल ऑन द सेम पेज यस नो। सारे हाथ दिखने चाहिए। क्या हो गया बच्चों की ये क्या हो गया इनको। 6:50 हो गया वही ना 25 मिनट्स हो गए तुम सब घड़ी देख रहे हो तुम सब ऐसे चूते हो गए हो। डन। 5 मिनट का ब्रेक चलो डन। डन 5 मिनट्स ब्रेक। ठीक है। 5 मिनट्स 6:50 नाउ 6:55 विल स्टार्ट। 5 मिनट्स ओनली। ओके। सर लेट्स कंटिन्यू नो ब्रेक यार। थोड़े बच्चे हैं जो एकदम मर चुके हैं। विल वेट फॉर 5 मिनट्स। 5 मिनट कॉफी पकड़ के आओ पुशअप मारो मुंह धो के आओ। एक मैं हूं और एक तू and I wanna be with you। तेरे पीछे पीछे मैं मेरे आगे आगे तू। हमला फिर से अचानक यार बेटा हमला अचानक ही होता है। जो हमला अचानक ना हुआ कैसा हमला। है ना। गुड मॉर्निंग गुड मॉर्निंग। फॉर एवरीबडी दैट हैज डाउट्स आई विल टेक डाउट्स एट द एंड ऑफ द क्लास फाइन। बिकॉज वी आर ऑन अ वेरी टाइट शेड्यूल। अभी देखो 8 घंटे की क्लास है 8 घंटे की 8 घंटे का बेटा होता है स्कूल ठीक है। हमारी 8 घंटे की आज क्लास है तो डाउट एंडिंग में लेंगे। तैयार है सारे। रेडी टू गो। जाग चुके हैं सारे कैमरे ऑन हो जाने चाहिए। एकदम अभी की अभी। बहुत जल्दी आई कैन स्टिल सी कैमराज दैट आर ऑफ। अब मेरे को गुस्सा होकर निकालना चालू करना पड़ेगा। जल्दी 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 जल्दी। अर्नव ध्रुवी इशिता जल्दी जागो। वो अभी 6:55 हुआ नहीं है क्या। अच्छा अभी अभी हुआ है। डन। आर वी रेडी टू गो। Okay, now I want you to start quickly writing down because this is what we're going to stick to. Done. We're going to write down what is important and we're just going to get it done with. ठीक है जी? Okay. First thing, for negligence, I want you to write there are three things fundamentally. Number one, you've got duty of care. You're not a doc. If you owe a duty of care or not, this is essentially the most important thing when you talk about negligence. Second is breach of duty of care, and third is damages. The most important thing is only duty of care. द स्टैंडर्ड एग्जाम्पल फॉर दिस गोज लेट अस से तुम किसी बच्चे को देखते हो जो डूब रहा है। एक सेकेंड ये आंख है ना लाइट मेरी आंख पे मारी है ऐसे चलेगा क्लास। इतना बड़ा अंधेरा हो जाता है। चलो कोई बात नहीं। डन। तुम देखते हो कि कोई बच्चा नदी में डूब रहा है और तुम रैंडम कोई इंसान हो तुम कोई पासर बाई हो। डू यू हैव अ लाइबिलिटी टू सेव दैट चाइल्ड। नो। पर अगर तुम लाइफ गार्ड हो तो देन यस। तो इसी को बोलते हैं नेग्लिजेंस वेदर यू हैव अ ड्यूटी और अब तुम रोड पे गाड़ी चला रहे हो तुम गाड़ी तेज चला रहे हो नेग्लिजेंस है या नहीं है। नेग्लिजेंस है। बिकॉज यू हैव दैट ड्यूटी टू बी केयरफुल। डन। आर यू क्लियर विद नेग्लिजेंस इसमें और कुछ है नहीं वैसे। टू टाइप्स ऑफ नेग्लिजेंस। क्रिमिनल नेग्लिजेंस सिविल नेग्लिजेंस। तुम रोड पे चला रहे हो गाड़ी और किसी का एक्सीडेंट हो जाता है देन criminal negligence. You get the idea, right? Not much important here. Done. फिर आते हैं डेफेमेशन पे. ठीक है. अब देखो डेफेमेशन समझने के लिए तुम्हें थोड़ा दिमाग लगाना पड़ेगा, ध्यान से दिमाग लगाना. इज डन. फर्स्ट थिंग्स फर्स्ट, देर आर टू टाइप्स ऑफ डेफेमेशन. यू गॉट स्लैंडर एंड लिबल. ठीक है. मैं थोड़ा नीचे लिख देता हूँ. ठीक है. यू हैव स्लैंडर एंड लिबल. ये ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है. व्हाट इज इंपॉर्टेंट इज द थ्री थिंग्स फॉर डेफेमेशन, राइट? सो यू गॉट first, the statement made must be defamatory. Second, the statement made must be referred or referring. I will explain to you, don't worry. ठीक है. Third and the most important is the statement must be published. तो पहली चीज है, जो स्टेटमेंट बोली गई है, एक तो उसको डेफेमेटरी होनी चाहिए, कि वो स्टेटमेंट सुन के वही डिफेम हो. दूसरी चीज है, वो स्टेटमेंट सुन के पता लगना चाहिए कि तुम उसी बंदे की बात करो. अगर मैं इन जनरल मोटा बोल दूं, ठीक है, अगर मैं बोल दूं वांतारा वाला मोटा, तुम्हें पता है मैं किसकी बात कर रहा हूँ, राइट? तो ये होता है कि एक तो तुम जो बोलो डेफेमेटरी हो. अब जैसे मैंने मोटा बोला, मोटा क्या डेफेमेटरी है? हाँ. दूसरा है कि तुम्हें पता चले मैं किसके बारे में बोल रहा हूं. जब मैं वांतारा वाला मोटा बोलता हूं, सबको पता है अंबानी के बेटे की बात हो रही है. डन. और तीसरी चीज होती है वेदर इट इज पब्लिश्ड. अब देखो, पब्लिश्ड में एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट केस आता है, इधर ध्यान देना जरूरी है. लेट्स से फॉर एग्जांपल, मैं अंबानी जी के बेटे को बहुत तगड़ी गालियां देते चिट्ठी लिखता हूं कि भाई तू इतना मोटा क्यों है. बहुत गंदी चिट्ठी लिखता हूँ, निहायती भद्दे घटिया मोटे. तो लिखते गया लिखते गया लिखते गया लिखते गया, गालियां गालियां देखी. अब वो अंबानी का बेटा है, अब सारे मेल खुद तो पढ़ता नहीं है, तो उसके मेल पहले उसकी सेक्रेटरी पढ़ती है. अब अंबानी के सेक्रेटरी ने मेल पढ़ा और उसने अंबानी को फॉरवर्ड किया. क्या सेक्रेटरी का मेल पढ़ना पब्लिकेशन है? हाँ या ना? वेरी गुड. सेक्रेटरी का भी मेल पढ़ना. पब्लिकेशन सिंपली मीन्स इफ इट इज नोन टू एनीबडी आउटसाइड द फेलो डिफेम. दैट्स इट. दैट्स हाउ यू वांट टू रिमेंबर इट. आर वी क्लियर? पक्का? डन. सो देन यूर गुड विद डेफ. अब देखो डेफेमेशन क्या है, ये तीन चीजें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट. डेफेमेशन की ना तीन वो है एक्सेप्शंस. पहली तो है ट्रूथ, कि तुम सच कह रहे हो. अब जैसे मैं बोला मानता रहा वाला मोटा है यार, मोटा वो अब क्या कर सकते हैं उसका, है ना? तो सच है, पहली बात तो सच. दूसरी चीज है कि फेयर कमेंट. फेयर कमेंट इज बेसिकली कमेंट्स मेड फॉर द, जैसे वो नहीं होता जनहित में जारी, राइट? कमेंट मेड एज फेयर क्रिटिसिज्म, फेयर कमेंट, दैट्स फेयर कमेंट. जैसे विराट कोहली की गेम है, मैं कुछ बोल दूं कि उसका गेम अच्छा नहीं चल रहा, तो दैट्स अ फेयर कमेंट, दैट्स फाइन, दैट्स नॉट मेड टू डिफेम, दैट्स अ फेयर कमेंट. थर्ड इज प्रिविलेज. प्रिविलेज क्या, अब तुमने देखा होगा स्पीकर हमारे हाउस में, रंडवा कटवा छिनार, वो इतने इतनी गालियां दी उन्होंने एक दूसरे को, राइट? एंड दीज वर्ड्स आर डेफेमेटरी एंड दे रेफर टू पीपल, बट दे आर नॉट हेल्ड लायबल. व्हाई? बिकॉज दे आर कवर्ड अंडर प्रिविलेज. क्लियर? प्रिविलेज पे सवाल आता है, ये स्टार मार्क करना. प्रिविलेज पे सवाल आता है. आर वी क्लियर? टेस्ट पास का तो तुम्हें पता ही है. अनरीजनेबल एंड अनलॉफुल इंटरफेरेंस विद एनीबॉडीज राइट टू एंजॉयमेंट ऑफ लैंड, क्लियर, और प्रॉपर्टी, क्लियर. डीओसी ड्यूटी ऑफ केयर, बीडीओसी ब्रीच ऑफ ड्यूटी ऑफ केयर. डन. अब आते हैं बैटरी और ट्रेसपास पे. ये बहुत सिंपल है, इधर जानने के लिए ज्यादा कुछ है नहीं. मुद्दा सिर्फ इतना है, बैटरी और असॉल्ट में फर्क कितना है कि जब तुम बैटरी करते हो, राइट, इन अ वे बैटरी इज लेवल टू ऑफ असॉल्ट. ठीक है. असॉल्ट क्या है? यू पुट समबडी अंडर रीजनेबल फियर ऑफ इंजरी. अगर मैं बंदूक ले लूं तुम्हारे सर पे दिखा दूं, दैट्स असॉल्ट. ठीक है. डन. अगर मैं ठोक दूं, दैट्स बैटरी, राइट? एक बहुत लेजेंडरी सवाल आता है, पहले तो लिख लो. असॉल्ट इज रीजनेबल एप्रीहेंशन ऑफ डेंजर. लिख लो. ठीक है. जहां पे आगे वाले बंदे को जेन्यूनली लगता है कि डेंजर है, ये असॉल्ट हुआ. बैटरी क्या होती है? वेयर देर इज एक्चुअली यूज ऑफ फोर्स. अब एक सवाल आता है कि एक्स कुर्सी पे बैठा है, वाई ने कुर्सी खींच दी, इज देयर बैटरी? इज देयर बैटरी? यस। यूज ऑफ फोर्स डजंट नीड टू बी डायरेक्ट, इट कैन बी इनडायरेक्ट ऑल्सो। डन? क्लियर है हम इधर तक? किसी को कोई डाउट है? पक्का बहुत आसान है इधर तक? सब क्लियर है एकदम? वेरी गुड। आगे बढ़ते हुए फॉल्स सिंपल, अब देखो फॉल्स इम्प्रिजनमेंट थोड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट होता है, राइट? एक होता है, एक होती है रिस्ट्रिक्शन, एक होती है इम्प्रिजनमेंट। ठीक है? इम्प्रिजन में क्या होता है, दो चीजें याद रखनी है आपको। सबसे पहली चीज आपको याद रखनी है कंप्लीट रिस्ट्रेंट। मतलब लेफ्ट राइट सेंटर ऊपर नीचे कुछ भी नहीं, कहीं पे भी नहीं। ठीक है? डन, पहली बात तो ये। दूसरी चीज, नो लीगल जस्टिफिकेशन ऑब्वियसली। अब देखो इसमें समझने वाली बात बच्चे ये है कि फॉल्स imprisonment में it is not necessary that the fellow being imprisoned is aware of the imprisonment in all its detail. I'll explain. Let's say for example एक घर है, उसमें एक कमरा है जिसकी खिड़की है। डन? अब खिड़की खुलती है और खिड़की के बाहर रास्ता है निकलने का। डन? अब जो बंदा है, जो कमरे में है, उसका हमने बाहर से दरवाजा बंद कर दिया है। अब उसको लग रहा है वो इम्प्रिजन है, वो बाहर जा ही नहीं सकता, बट हमें पता है खिड़की खुली है। इज दिस इम्प्रिजनमेंट और नॉट? इट्स नॉट इम्प्रिजनमेंट बिकॉज देर इज अ वे ऑफ एस्केप। कूल। अनदर एग्जाम्पल इज, लेट अस से जो जिस बंदे को हमने बंद किया, अब इस एग्जाम्पल में विंडो नहीं है, बट जो बच्चा हमने इम्प्रिजन किया वो सो रहा था, तो हमने उसको इम्प्रिजन किया। And when we come back, right, we open the door, and when we open the door, he wakes up. Is there imprisonment here? Yes. It does not matter. The fellow imprisonment knows, does not know. What matters is whether there is a whether there is a route of escape, and whether there is complete restraint or not. If there is complete restraint and there is a route of escape, not imprisonment. If there is complete restraint and there is no route of escape, imprisonment. Are we clear? And for imprisonment, what you need is legal justification. You can be like, मेरा बच्चा गुम हो जाता है इसलिए मैंने 18 साल के बच्चे को बंद कर दिया, ये बकचोदी नहीं चलती। ठीक है? डन। आर वी क्लियर टिल हियर? एनी डाउट्स? एनी डाउट्स? डन। न्यूआंस तो तुम सबको पता ही है, न्यूआंस तो तुम्हें सीखने के लिए, सिखाने के लिए कुछ है नहीं। अनरीजनेबल इंटरफेरेंस, ठीक है, विद एंजॉयमेंट ऑफ लैंड। न्यूआंस दो तरीके की होती है, पब्लिक और प्राइवेट। ये इंपॉर्टेंट है, प्लीज ये एक बार लिख लेना। ये सवाल आया है जहाँ पे मैंने गलती की थी बहुत पहले मेरे क्लैट प्रिपरेशन के टाइम पे, कि एक कॉलोनी है, उस कॉलोनी में 400 फैमिलीज रहती हैं। उस कॉलोनी के एकदम गेट के बाहर किसी ने बहुत कचरा डाल दिया है। ये पब्लिक न्यूसेंस है, न्यूसेंस है, प्राइवेट न्यूसेंस है? तुम सब चूते हो, ये प्राइवेट न्यूसेंस है, क्योंकि दिस इज अ डैमेज दैट इज स्पेसिफिकली टू दैट वन कॉलोनी मेंबर्स, राइट? तो दिस इज व्हाट आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट। पब्लिक मींस रोड्स, कॉलेजेस, स्कूल्स। जब तुम पब्लिक चीजों को, पब्लिक पब्लिक इंस्टीट्यूट्स में जब आप न्यूसेंस क्रिएट करते हो, देन पब्लिक। अब एक प्राइवेट कॉलोनी के बाहर करोगे तो प्राइवेट न्यूसेंस। तो पब्लिक प्राइवेट हैज नथिंग टू डू विद द साइज, इट्स गॉट टू डू विद द नेचर ऑफ द इंस्टीट्यूशन। आर वी क्लियर? एवरीबडी क्लियर? एनी डाउट्स? Any doubts, guys? Any doubts? Can we move on? शाबाश। अब डिफेंसेस पे आते हैं। डिफेंसेस बच्चे बहुत सिंपल है, ये मैं 2 मिनट में खत्म करूंगा, प्लीज पे अटेंशन। पहली डिफेंस, वॉलंटरी नॉन पेड इंजुरिया। जब तुम वॉलंटरीली, यू आर लाइक, ओके फाइन, आई एम नाउ going to consent to this happening. The best example for this is you go to a cricket stadium, ball comes, hits you on your head. You did it voluntarily, right? You can't be like, hey, मेरे को ऐसा मारा नहीं। You go to watch a car race, the car comes, falls on you. These are, expected things. Are we clear till here? What you need to remember in voluntary non-pet injury is that the other party should also remember to take reasonable duty of care and no negligence. As long as the other party has not taken reasonable duty of care or has been negligent, then you can still hold them accountable. Clear? क्लियर, ये चीज याद रखनी जरूरी है. आर वी क्लियर? ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट, यहाँ से सवाल आ सकता है, लिख लो. तुम्हारे क्लैट में यहाँ से सवाल आ सकता है. अब जैसे रोप वाला केस है, वहां पे वॉलंटरी नॉन फिट इंजर अप्लाई नहीं करेगा क्योंकि नेग्लिजेंस था. क्लियर है हम? प्लेंटिफ द रॉन्ग डूअर. लेट्स से फॉर एग्जांपल तुम गाड़ी बहुत तेज चला रहे हो, सामने से बंदा रॉन्ग रूट पे आ रहा है और ठुक गया. गलती किसकी है? तुम्हारी भी तेज चलाने की है, उसकी भी गलत रॉन्ग रूट पे आने की है. सो इन दिस केस यू कैन प्लीज द डिफेंस ऑफ प्लेंटिफ द रॉन्ग डूअर. डन? डन? क्लियर? डन. एक्ट ऑफ गॉड, यू नीड टू रिमेंबर टू थिंग्स. अब तुम सबको पता है सुनामी, और सर सुसु ब्रेक दे दो इसके बाद. चुप ओए भोसड़ी के देव भास्कर, तू ना, तू थोड़ा हलकट ही इंसान है यार, मतलब. लव यू यार. You've got natural disasters. What you need to remember is you've also got pandemics and you've got war. War is considered a act of God. ठीक है? Heavy rain, rainstorm, thunderstorm, these are not called act of gods. War is an act of God. ठीक है? Famines are act of God. Stuff like this. ठीक है? Thing with act of God is act of God has a implicit clause in it. तुम्हारा CLAT 2023 में या 2024 में पहला passage came from act of God only. ठीक है? Storm is not an act of God, right? Are we clear till act of God? Anybody, any doubts? VNFI यार, वॉलंटरी नॉन फिट इंजरी. जब तुम वॉलंटरीली डैमेज, VNFI बहुत सिंपल है. प्लीज मेरे को फिर से VNFI मत कराओ, तुम बहुत बड़े बच्चे हो गए हो. वेर यू वॉलंटरीली कंसेंट टू अ सर्टेन डैमेज हैपनिंग, राइट? दैट्स VNFI. Where you have the knowledge that certain risk is involved and you still go on to take it, then VNFI protects the defendant, right? War is an act of God, yes. Clear? See, if storm is an act of God, then you will also write rain, traffic, flood. These things aren't act of God. They are meant to be extremely extreme because they completely disable liability, right? Sir, how is war an act of God? I do not know, but it is in law considered an act of God. That's all you need to know. Got it? Are we all clear till here? Jaydev Singh, clear? तो हाथ उठा रखा है. Just drop your hands. Then I'll think you guys have doubts. Yeah, Priyani.
Sorry, when you said that one example about the car speeding and then one person coming wrong side से, वो तो contributory negligence भी होता है ना?
In that case, the defense you can still go for is plaintiff is the wrongdoer. Because you going fast, right or wrong, you still don't know. You're going fine. The whole idea is that the fellow is coming wrong. Imagine this single lane road.
What if someone is drinking and driving and then the other person is
If
coming
someone is
wrong?
drinking and driving, then you are anyways, going to be liable for it. You're not about drinking and driving. We're saying somebody is driving on the road, someone comes on the wrong way, right?
Okay,
Drinking and driving contribute to negligence. That is not a defense. That is the crime,
okay.
right? Yeah. Clear? Done. Private defense, there are two things you need to understand. Private defense is important because people like private defense or examiners like private defense. What you need to note down here is number one, the danger must be imminent, right? And your reaction must be proportionate. Sir, you just threw two words at us. Number one, the danger must be imminent and your reaction must be proportionate. Under private defense, you are allowed to kill somebody. You are allowed to kill somebody, but that danger must be imminent, right? And that grave, that proportional, right? So, for example, let's say a robber breaks into your house और वो robber भाग रहा है. Can you shoot that fellow? Can you kill him? No, you can't. Let us say I tell you that आज रात मैं तेरे घर आऊंगा और तेरा सर फोड़ने वाला हूँ और मैं तुम्हारे खानदान में सबको मार डालूंगा. Can you kill me then? Can you even restrain me then? No, because the danger is not imminent. Understand? Always remember, the students make so many mistakes here. For private defense, the danger must be imminent and your reaction must be proportionate. Are we clear? Right? अगर तुम्हारी in that moment गांड लगने वाली है, only then you can resort to private defense. Otherwise the explanation here is, अगर तुम्हें पता है कि कुछ गलत होने वाला है, ठीक है, you should have gone to the police. Private defense is allowed where you can exercise no other means, and that is only possible when it is in that moment. So two things: whatever wrong is going to happen to you, whatever danger that is going to happen to you, must be imminent. But in that moment it should be happening. Second thing is your reaction must be proportionate. Are we clear? Are we clear? That's private defense से सवाल आ सकता है. Defenses में थोड़ी ही defenses important है. सबसे important I will say is VNFI. Then you've got private defense. Act of God they already asked during pandemic. ठीक है? So this time private defense, if they ask you a question, most likely private defense से VNFI से आएगा. Right? Okay. State authority, you all know. I am not going to get into state authority. Let's talk about necessity, mistake, and inevitable. A lot of students get confused with this. ठीक है? Quickly open Discord again and check your legal. अभी अभी. Necessity, inevitable, and mistake. I will not be wasting time with this either, because there is a simple chart that I have made long ago. I'll just send you that chart. ठीक है? For those that are watching the recording, chart जो है तुम्हारे Discord server पे डाल दूंगा मैं, उसका link मैं नीचे छोड़ दूंगा. ठीक है? Hmm. Yeah, open Discord. I have sent you that as well. Take a look. Got it? That's a written thing between yeah, I got it. Yeah, perfect. Necessity, inevitable, and mistake. Then ये एक पढ़ लेना आप, ठीक है? Because very simple, right? There's it has gone on the battleground server और किस server पे? Are we clear? Now I actually want to take some time explaining the following topic. इसके बाद तुम्हारा टॉट्स खत्म है, ठीक है? Done. इसके बाद तुम्हारा टॉट्स खत्म है. Okay भाई? Last topic, but I want you to pay attention, right? Can we kill someone using necessity? बच्चा necessity is, let's say कोई डूब रहा है और तुम उसको बचाने जाओ, राइट? और वो बंदा जब डूब के बाहर आता है वो कहता है तुमने मुझे ग्रोप कर दिया, ठीक है? देन यू लाइक इट वाज नेसेसरी टू ग्रैब यू टू पुल यू आउट ऑफ द लेक. दैट इज नेसेसिटी. सो नेसेसिटी को किसी को मार सकते हैं क्या? नहीं मार सकते बच्चे, नहीं मार सकते. आर वी क्लियर? रोड में बच्चा चल रहा था, तुमने बच्चे को बचाने के लिए किसी के घर में गाड़ी ठोक दी. नेसेसिटी. गॉट इट? डू यू अंडरस्टैंड? ओके. नाउ कमिंग टू लायबिलिटी. ठीक है? पहली बात आई नीड यू टू अंडरस्टैंड दिस. देयर आर थ्री टाइप्स वी आर गोइंग टू डिस्कस टुडे. सबसे पहले, राइट, वी गॉट vicarious liability, then we've got strict, then we've got absolute. ठीक है? Let's talk about vicarious liability. Vicarious liability is simple, right? Where one person can be held liable because of another, right? Vicarious. Does anybody know what vicarious pleasure is? Where you see somebody else having pleasure and you feel pleasure out of it. Vicarious sadism, where you see somebody else getting hurt and then you start feeling, क्या कहते हैं, सैडिस्टिक, मतलब यू स्टार्ट फीलिंग गुड लुकिंग एट. जो जैसे हम बिग बिग बॉस देखते हैं, किसी की माँ चुद रही होती है, तुम्हें मजा आ रहा होता है. वाइकैरियस. ठीक है? हो किसी और को रहा है, मजे तुम ले रहे हो. दैट्स द मैटर हियर, राइट? सो इन वाइकैरियस लायबिलिटी, गांड कोई और मारता है, मरती बट आपकी है। समझ आ गया आपको? लेट्स से फॉर एग्जांपल यू आर द ओनर ऑफ अ स्कूल, डन, and your bus driver goes rams into somebody, then you will be held liable. Did you ram into somebody? No, but you will be held liable. In a partnership, let's say you're four partners, one of the partners does something wrong. The other three have no idea about it. All four of you will be held liable. Did the three people do anything wrong? No. But will they be held liable? Yes. Clear? समझ आ रहा है सबको? Are we all clear? What you need to remember for vicarious liability is this one sentence called, if you will make a mistake, you will make a mistake out of this. Sir, what do you mean by due course? Let me ask you a question. Let's say, for example, Ravi works at a post office. Done. And since Ravi works at a post office, he knows that there is some gold that has come in one of the letters. रात को 12 बजे Ravi breaks into the office and steals the letters. Can the post office company be held liable? Yes or no? Very good. But now let's say Ravi in the morning when he goes to his office during his working hours steals the sheets. Can now Ravi be held liable? Yes or no? Beautiful. Right? So due course of employment means in the course of employment, if something wrong happens, then the company will be held liable. If it is out of course of employment, it is out of the vicarious liability ambit. Clear है अपन इधर तक? Very good. Very good. Clear? Done everybody? Pakka? Proud of you. Proud of you. Now coming to strict liability, please make a note. This is important. For strict liability ना, you just need to remember these two things. ठीक है? सबसे पहली चीज, right? There must be dangerous or unnatural use. Then there must be escape, and then there must be damages. So if you have anything dangerous or unnatural, for example, you have the Rylands case, I think, yeah, जहाँ पे एक बंदे ने डैम बना दिया था. अब डैम इज अननेचुरल यूज ऑफ लैंड. डन. सो यू हैव डेंजरस. अब जैसे हमारा कुत्ता था, रायलेंस वर्सेस फ्लेचर केस था हमारा, ठीक है, यू कैन लुक दैट केस अप. बट कमिंग टू अवर कुत्ता वाला एग्जांपल, अब जैसे संदीप रेड्डी वांगा था. अब संदीप रेड्डी वांगा पागल कुत्ता था, राइट? सो इट्स डेंजरस, ऑब्वियसली. नाउ इन द केस where रणबीर was outside the compound, Sandeep Reddy Vanga went out of the premises, right? So he basically escaped. After that, it doesn't matter what happens or why the entire event took place. I will only be liable for damages as Sandeep Reddy Vanga's owner. Makes sense? Simply because there was something dangerous that escaped, I'll be held liable. Don't look at the logic. If Ranbir knew that the stick is not muddled properly, also, even then, if the dangerous dog escapes, I will be held liable. That is strict liability. What you need to remember for absolute liability, and the difference is absolute liability is level 50 of strict liability. Absolute liability is also an Indian concept. It was developed in India after which case? Very good. Which case? Bhopal gas strategy, right? All right. In this I need you, अब देखो जैसे जैसे strict liability में act of God is still वो, ठीक है. Your defenses in general do apply, but the thing is the three things here should be satisfied. For absolute, you will add two conditions. Number one, the scale की जो damages है और unnatural use है उसका scale क्या है, और number two, commercial use. The emphasis really, according to your CLAT history, is on commercial use. If you have anything dangerous on your compound that you have been using for commercial gains, then it will fall under absolute liability. Absolute liability has no exceptions, and to a certain extent, it doesn't need to escape also. Even if someone within the premises dies, the company should still be held absolutely liable. Are we clear? Are we clear? Any doubts? देव भास्कर, व्हाट डाउट्स? कितने देव भास्कर है क्लास में? एक ही है ना? एक ही तो है। अभी तो बोला डाउट है तेरे को। बोल क्या डाउट है। जल्दी जल्दी वेट कर रहा हूं मैं, जल्दी डालो। देव भास्कर नहीं है तो दले हाँ क्यों बोलता है तू? ये है ना कीबोर्ड वॉरियर्स। बड़ी गलत बात है। वेरी बैड। लव यू यार देव, लव यू यार। ऐसे गांड मार रहा हूं मैं प्यार से, डोंट वरी, रिलैक्स। आर वी क्लियर टिल हियर? एनीबडी, एनी डाउट्स? Cool. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we can wrap our thoughts up. Now, for the fellows that have their hands raised, I'm going to get to you. Everybody else can take a 5 minute break. ठीक है? मैं कितना एग्जैक्ट टाइम पे चल रहा हूँ? 25, 25, 25. ग्रेट ब्रो। या सुहानी, यस।
Okay, I have two doubts. Firstly, vicarious liability. If somebody does something using an office laptop but outside of their work hours,
If it's
if
outside of
that's
their work hours, it's out of their course of employment. So then it becomes as good as somebody else using an office good. Right? So it needs to be within the course of employment.
okay, so and for false imprisonment, the window example that you gave, um, if instead of the window there was another route of escape, but a reasonable person would have not known that route of escape, is that still false
For example,
imprisonment? Huh?
for example,
Yeah, for example, if somebody gets locked in a bank and there is a route of escape, but that person does not know that there is that route of escape
inner
in a bank,
हाँ, so what kind of route of escape are we talking about?
another door, like another exit, but it's
Another
not.
door. If there's
Yeah,
another door, then there's no imprisonment.
even if like the person would
See, the
not
thing
know.
is, for false imprisonment, it's not based on the victim, it's based on the perpetuator, right? So, since you, when locking him, did not know that, you're imprisoning him, you can't really be like there was false imprisonment. Okay? So, the knowledge of the fellow inside the room doesn't really matter that much. Okay? Just give me one moment, right? So, the thing is, there must be intentional confinement, na, bacha? So, if when you are aware that there is a escape, then you're not confining him in the first place. There can't be any intentional confinement. One second.
No, if I am aware that there's an escape route, but he is not aware,
He who?
the person who's confined.
Then there is false imprisonment,
Okay.
right? But again, see, the thing is, no, then also there will not be false imprisonment. Let me just get to that. One second. There are three essentials. Number one, intentional confinement. Number two, complete restraint. Hmm? If the fellow that is confining you is aware that there is an escape, there is no intentional confinement, right? If the fellow that is confining you thinks there is no escape, but there is an escape, right? Then there is no complete restraint. So you will need to check both ways, right? So there must be intentional confinement and there also must be complete restraint. That is what leads to false imprisonment. Got it. Ahana Grover, yes.
एक तो वो ड्रीम 11 वाला केस बता दो जो आप कह रहे थे, उसमें आ सकता है
Acha,
कंटिंजेंट का
very good. So the Dream 11 case is based on a nuance with the wagering and contingent description only. ठीक है? But that I have sent a one pager. You will have to take a look. It's a little complicated. I don't think it will show up in your paper, but that
नहीं,
one pager I'll
वो
make
भी
and
तो
I'll
आया
send.
कोई बिल, तो उससे रिलेटेड कुछ।
हाँ, तो that might be that because they basically पहले क्या होता था Dream 11 they called it a game of skill. That's the understanding. So now they have done away with that. ठीक है?
और
I'll
एक
send
वो
it to you.
फुटबॉल वाला केस भी जो आप गेम ऑफ स्किल वाला बता रहे थे,
कौन सा?
फुटबॉल वाला केस
कौन सा वाला केस?
आपने कहा था वो भी गेम ऑफ स्किल में नहीं आएगा, आएगा मतलब सर। उस दिन हम क्वेश्चन डिस्कस कर रहे थे ना उसमें।
वो दिन कौन सा दिन?
मतलब जिसमें फुटबॉल को वो गेम ऑफ स्किल है या नहीं, वो वाला वो बता दो।
फुटबॉल तो गेम ऑफ स्किल है, बेटिंग ऑन फुटबॉल गेम ऑफ स्किल नहीं है।
ठीक है, और एक पब्लिक और प्राइवेट न्यूसेंस में वो
हम्म।
नेचर ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूशन वाला एग्जांपल एक बार दोबारा समझा
यार
दो।
क्या है ना, नेचर ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूशन का, अब लेट्स से फॉर एग्जांपल प्राइवेट कॉलोनी है। अब अगर प्राइवेट कॉलोनी के मेंबर्स के साथ न्यूसेंस हो रहा है तो प्राइवेट न्यूसेंस है। बट अगर तुमने कोई पब्लिक रोड ब्लॉक कर दी तो पब्लिक न्यूसेंस है। तो तुम्हें ये देखना है वेदर इट अफेक्ट्स पब्लिक एट लार्ज। गलती क्या करता है, हमें लगता है पब्लिक ज्यादा जनता है और प्राइवेट कम जनता है। अगर प्राइवेट कॉलोनी में लेट से 10 लोग रहते तो क्या तुम बोलते कि पब्लिक न्यूसेंस है? नहीं। अब मैंने जब 5,000 बोला तब तुम्हें लगा पब्लिक न्यूसेंस है। तो ये जो प्राइवेट पब्लिक का रिश्ता है, ये अमाउंट ऑफ मतलब जनता से के वॉल्यूम से नहीं बट नेचर से डिसाइड होता है। ठीक है? अगर 10 लोगों को भी हिंड्रेंस पहुंच रही है बट एक पब्लिक रोड पे पहुंच रही है तो पब्लिक न्यूसेंस है। अगर 5,000 बच्चों को भी हिंड्रेंस पहुंच रही है बट एक प्राइवेट इंस्टीट्यूशन पे पहुंच रही है तो प्राइवेट न्यूसेंस है। दैट्स द सिस्टम या। सानवी
सेम।
शर्मा।
Yeah, so let's say a driver is hired by company A, trained by company B, and supervised daily by company C. If he injures a pedestrian, which company becomes viscously liable? The one who pays, the one who trains, or the one who
The fellow
supervises?
that trains has nothing to do with him, right? The first liability will be on the fellow that has hired him at the core of it, right? Because it's not a training problem. That way, everybody that has a driver's license is considered trained. They are considered that they're fit to drive. Make sense? Right? So that way, you can't be like he's not trained. If he has a driver's license, he's trained. If he doesn't have a driver's license, he should not be on road. You understand? Cool. So trainer is completely absolved of liability. Now coming to the question of whether it is the fellow that has hired or the fellow that is supposed to supervise, you will initially sue the fellow that has hired him, right? The fellow that has hired him can later on sue the fellow that has supervised. So initial vicarious liability will lie with the fellow that has hired him. Got it? Because supervising somebody has nothing to do with liability being vicarious. You get it? समझ आ रहा है आपको? अब जैसे I'll give you an example that will be easy for you to understand. ये देव भास्कर पागल हो गया है क्या? बेटा तू ठीक है? आर यू ओके मानसिक संतुलन वाइज भास्कर जी? लेट्स से फॉर एग्जांपल यू आर अ स्टूडेंट। ठीक है? आप पढ़ रहे हो एंड आई हैव हायर्ड अ मेंटर टू टीच यू। डन। एंड आई हैव हायर्ड अनदर मेंटर टू सुपरवाइज हिम। आई एम द ओनर ऑफ द इंस्टीट्यूट ऑब्वियसली, राइट? सो लेट्स से दिस स्टूडेंट नाउ दिस मेंटर मिसबिहेव्स विद यू। ठीक है? विल यू sue the supervisor or me? The supervisor is also working for me, right? If the supervisor comes from another company also, I am still the fellow that has hired him. So you will sue me. I will be held vicariously liable. Based on my arrangement with the supervising company, I will take that up. But vicarious liability will lie with the company that has hired him. Because if I wouldn't have hired him, there would be no due course of employment. Right? So the core is the due course of employment itself. Got it, Sanvi?
Yes, sir.
Good. Anya Sharma. Yeah.
Like, sir, if a wife uses her husband's laptop to
सर
commit a
थोड़ा
crime
जोर से
during
प्लीज,
his
आवाज
working
नहीं आ रही,
hours,
थोड़ा जोर से प्लीज, आवाज नहीं आ रही।
like if a wife uses her husband's laptop during his working hours to commit a crime, then can the company be held liable?
Yeah, during the working hours his laptop should not be with the wife. So the point is during the working hours he was negligent with his laptop, therefore there was a loss. So yeah. So think of it from the way from the perspective of a driver. Let's say X is hired by company A to drive school children. Okay? One day X can't go, so X sends his wife. Will the company be held liable? Same thing, right? Make sense? Huh. So whenever you have
Um,
cases like these, na, just a small thing I wanted to add. When you have cases like these, for example, Anya gave a very good example now. She said during working hours, if a wife uses the husband's laptop. In that case, it's hard to actually identify whether something wrong has happened or not. Everybody agrees. But the second you make it a bus and driver, it becomes easy to do it, right? So what you have to remember is, even in your CLAT exam, a lot of questions come just like Anya's question. The easiest way to solve them is by actually creating an analogy. So in now my case, X is the driver, the bus gets into an accident, but on that day X asks his wife to drive. Will you still hold the school liable? Obviously. You get the idea? Anya got it?
Yes, sir. One more, sir. Like if a student uses a school's computer to commit a crime during the school's hours,
That is not in
then
this course of employment. Because the student is not employed only, no. Student to studies there. It's like, got it? Done. रेहान राजा बेटा तू ही है जिसने मेरे को टेक्स्ट किया है व्हाट्सएप पे
Yes, sir. Sorry for that. I mean, not sorry for that, but sorry for that.
क्या है ये
I have something to ask you in person. I mean, in personal.
you know I was in class right so how would I check your chat if I was in class
I
टांग
was
टांग टांग
hoping.
8 नोटिफिकेशन आए मेरे को मैं कहा क्या हो गया इसको पागल है ये? बोल बच्चे व्हाट्सएप
Yes, sir. So I've got two doubts. The first one is the point that you mentioned about that illegal mining. Tort की तुम starting में आपने बताया था illegal mining.
जी
So
जी
how
आई
is that
रिमेम्बर आई
illegal?
रिमेम्बर
How is that illegal? क्योंकि वो तो मुझे bother नहीं कर रहा ना, वो तो मेरा neighbor कर रहा है.
नहीं बच्चे वो तो डस्ट निकली है ना उससे डस्ट की वजह से आपकी क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ कम हुई है
But वो quality of life सिर्फ एक दिन के लिए खराब हुई है. तो would that be a tort?
100% कितने अगर 1 सेकंड के लिए भी खराब हुए दैट्स एन इन्फ्रिंजमेंट ऑफ योर लीगल राइट
Okay. ठीक है. And the second point was the one that you recently you mentioned about the complete restrainment वाला कि if I am restraining someone and I'm not aware कि वहां पे और एक रास्ता है निकलने का तो फिर वो complete restrainment ही होगा ना.
नहीं नहीं देखो अगर देखो देर आर 2 कंडीशंस बच्चा ठीक है पहली है कि इंटेंशनल कन्फाइनमेंट हो कि आपको पता है कि वो रिस्ट्रेंट हो रहा है कंप्लीटली दूसरी है कि वो एक्चुअली कंप्लीटली रिस्ट्रेंट हो भी राइट
ओके.
हाँ
सो
तो
अगर
अगर
मुझे
कोई
नहीं पता
रास्ता है निकलने का अगर कोई रास्ता है निकलने का और उस लड़के को पता है रास्ता निकलने का, तो कंप्लीट रिस्ट्रेंट नहीं है गॉट इट
लेकिन वो फॉल्स इम्प्रिजनमेंट भी नहीं होगा फिर.
हाँ ऑब्वियसली अगर कंप्लीट रिस्ट्रेंट नहीं है तो फॉल्स इम्प्रिजनमेंट नहीं है जी लैविश मित्तल यस साहू गुड इवनिंग मेरी जान
Excuse me, sir.
यस बच्चा
So my doubt is, sir, for example, I am in a room completely empty with Mr. Ambani, and I say derogatory words about him in the room, and
नो
there is no
डेफिनेशन
one, and there is no one in the room except us two.
नो
But
डेफिनेशन
but his secretary hears our things from outside the
डेफिनेशन
room, which I
डेफिनेशन
am not.
डेफिनेशन
Defamation.
गॉट इट
Yes.
यस साहू यस हम्म
नमस्ते सर।
गुड मॉर्निंग लौंडे बताओ
सर मेरा डाउट थोड़ा अलग है, मतलब सर है मैंने एज्यूम किया था कि एक बंदा है, उसने M5 गाड़ी ली नई नई, और वो बिल्कुल बिल्कुल सब कुछ उसको लीगल तरीके से चला रहा है गाड़ी, और उसकी स्पीड जो है वो 15 या 20 की है। और सामने से एक बच्चा आता है, और वो बच्चा अचानक आता है, उसके कारण वो गाड़ी मोड़ता है, उसके कारण उसे हड़बड़ाहट में उससे एक्सीडेंट लगता है, और गाड़ी जो थी सामने दो बुड्ढा बुड्ढी बैठे थे उनकी वो ठुकती है, और वो निपट जाते हैं सर। और बाद में क्या होगा सर, मतलब कौन लायबल होगा? नेग्लिजेंस का केस होगा या फिर वो बंदा लायबल होगा?
ये तो इनएविटेबली तो एक्सीडेंट हुआ यार नेग्लिजेंस तो नहीं है इट्स एन इनएविटेबल एक्सीडेंट नो नेग्लिजेंस हियर
हम्म।
because there is no negligence right so this is just an accident nothing else see by definition an accident doesn't require someone to be negligent in India sadly the case is that it's that way but by definition an accident is an accident कृष्णा सर चल रहे हैं चलते चलते फिसल के गिर गए एक्सीडेंट कोई गलती है नहीं ठीक है अब जैसे हमारे रोड्स हैं हमारे देश में एक्सीडेंट्स आर वेरी कॉमन राइट सो इट डजंट एन एक्सीडेंट डजंट नीड टू हैव सम लीगल बैकिंग टू इट सो इन दिस केस एटलीस्ट यू आर नॉट नेग्लिजेंट फॉर श्योर अब नेसेसिटी थी या इनएविटेबल था दैट वी विल लुक आंसर बेस्ड ऑन द प्रिंसिपल इन द पैसेज बट द फंडामेंटल कोर इज देयर वाज नो नेग्लिजेंस राइट बिकॉज तुम ये तो नहीं कह सकते लीगली कि बच्चे को ठोक देना चाहिए था यार क्या बात होगी ऐसा तो नहीं है राइट दैट्स फाइन नो प्रॉब्लम गॉट इट रिद्धि श्रीवास्तव
यस सर सो माय डाउट वाज कि आपने बोला कि जैसे स्टॉर्म या रेनफॉल को हम एक्ट ऑफ गॉड में कंसिडर नहीं कर सकते बट सर सपोज अ फार्मर वांट हैड टू सप्लाई मी 50 kgs ऑफ wheat और
The
सर ड्यू
idea
टू
is
हेवी
storm and
रेनफॉल
rainfall. The idea is storm and rainfall is considered risks that they take in the business. So let's say I take a loan for a couple of stocks, right? Stocks too bad. I can't be like act of God, no.
ओके
Similarly, no farmer has guaranteed rain. So knowingly when they do it, it's not an act of God. That way, no farmer will ever get any loan.
सो सर दे विल बी लायबल एंड दे हैव टू पे
Like,
damages फॉर
storm and
द
this is not an act of God at all.
ओके थैंक यू सर
Welcome, Jay. Anaga Shri, yes.
So my doubt was regarding this. Okay, so like there was this one part where you talked about indemnity. You mentioned life insurance, right?
Yeah.
So you on the same thing in the contingent thing, you told that if your house burns down, then you can someone has to like.
Indemnity is a form of contingent contract.
Okay, so indemnity is a form of contingent
Yeah.
contract. So like, could you like tell in brief the difference between contingent and like wavering? Wagering,
Wagering.
sorry. Yeah.
It's very simple. Contingent is based on a future event. Wagering is also based on a future event, right? The
Okay.
only guys, just give me 2 minutes and just 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes. Yeah, sorry. Small work. I'm back. So contingent and wagering is where I was, right? So
Yeah.
contingent and wagering are both, the core understanding is they're both dependent on future events. Okay? The idea is for wagering, the only consideration is the event itself. Okay? Where there's nothing else that matters. The only contingency is whether that event occurs or not, whether you win or not. In contingent, there is some other interest vested with the event. तो किसी की जान जाती है तो उस जान को रेक्टिफाई मतलब यू ट्राइंग टू इंश्योर दैट लॉस किसी का घर जलता है यू ट्राइंग टू पे दैट लॉस ओवर दैट इज नॉट जस्ट विद घर जलना घर नहीं जलना ठीक है मेक सेंस टू यू
Kind of.
right
I
so let's say
still
for
didn't get it
example
completely.
let's say I'll tell you so let's say for example me and my father have an understanding that if the house burns if my father's house burns I will give him let's say 5 crores to build another house done this is not a bet. This is me telling my father, if the house burns, if your house burns, you incur a loss, I will give you this money. ठीक है? If me and father are sitting here and we are like, अगर हमारे पड़ोसी का घर जलता है, तो हम तुम्हें 5 करोड़ देंगे. And my father is like, अगर नहीं जलता तो हम तुम्हें 5 करोड़ देंगे. Then that is wagering, right? Where both the parties either win or lose money based on one event. Got
Okay,
it?
so wagering is like, could it be illegal?
Wagering is illegal, yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Welcome. All right. Shall we get started? Everybody clear till here? Yeah? पढ़ाई हो रही है आज काफी तगड़ी चालू करें सना सुहेल विल टेक वन डाउट एंड देन विल स्टार्ट
Sir, I had this doubt where I wanted to ask, can there be a situation where necessity leads to private defense?
private defense is driven by necessity see the thing is you have to stop looking at this as boxes in your head ठीक है a lot of these things overlap with each other ठीक है you have to understand this you will answer simply based on the principle that is given to you in the passage hmm? okay साहू जी छोटा सा डाउट पूछिए
सर जैसे आपने बताया सर जो भी आपने प्रिंसिपल बताया और मैं उसकी अच्छे से प्रैक्टिस करता हूँ और मतलब मैं बहुत अच्छे से प्रैक्टिस करता हूँ सर फिर मैं जो पेपर होता है उसमें सर मैं बिना पैसेज पढ़े बस इतना पढ़े कि ये किस टॉपिक से है कि मैं पढ़ा हुआ है सर मैं बिना पैसेज पढ़े क्वेश्चंस कर सकता हूँ
नहीं
इसी प्रिंसिपल पे
हम्म
इसी प्रिंसिपल पे अगर आता है पैसेज
नहीं
यहीं पे अपने टॉट पे या फिर कहीं
बिल्कुल
पे
नहीं नेवर always read the passage okay because you don't
अच्छा
only read the passage to get what you that's not the point reading the passage is core because if there is a change in the principle if there is a new exception they have introduced or let's say they mention something you don't know anyways, right? So these things exist. Thing is, if you know the passage, skim. Don't not read it. Skim. Run. Always read the passage. There are 3 baby steps that we follow at CLAT Community. Baby step number 1, read every word of the passage and understand every word of the passage. Baby step number 2, read every word of the question and understand every word of the question. Baby step number 3, read every word of the option and understand every word of the option. If you're able to
Okay,
do
sir.
these 3 baby steps, you will get at least 80% of the paper right. That's it.
Thank you,
Done?
sir.
Welcome. So, ladies and gentlemen, मेरे जाबाज 244 बच्चे, shall we get started with criminal law? एक चैलेंज लें सारे मिलके कि क्रिमिनल लॉ को सर कितने मिनट में खत्म कर सकते हैं, सोचो. Let's think. How many minutes can you finish criminal law in? What does जनता think? How many minutes can you finish criminal law in? Oh, 10 minute, 15 minute. Should we try for 20? Will we be able to do 20, guys? Do you think we can do 20? What does the crowd say? Can you do 20? Someone said no way. Will we be able to do 20? Yeah, 20. Shall we all grind for 20? Are we ready? 20 मिनट में खत्म करें? It's a challenge. Are we all ready to do it together? Will we be able to cover everything that is going to come from your criminal law that is important in 20 fucking minutes? Yes, no. Are we all ready to go? जयदेव सिंह, मौत आ रही है क्या तेरे को? जाग बहन के लोड़े. Are we ready to go? 20 मिनट. ऑलराइट, मैं टाइमर सेट कर रहा हूँ, फिर स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं जी. तैयार हो जाओ. तैयार हो जाओ जी. 20 मिनट से खत्म करेंगे क्रिमिनल लॉ. आज रिकॉर्ड सेट करेंगे, स्टेट रिकॉर्ड. आर यू रेडी? एंडिंग में डाउट्स के लिए अलग से टाइम, डोंट वरी. ठीक है, क्योंकि इन 3 टॉपिक्स के बाद मेरी जान, वी आर स्ट्रेट अवे गोइंग टू गो टू अवर अप्रोच टेक्निक्स विच इज काइंड ऑफ इजी टू ब्रीज थ्रू, डोंट वरी. सो आफ्टर दिस वी विल डेडिकेट अ 15 minute जस्ट फॉर टेकिंग डाउट्स. डन? आर वी ऑल रेडी टू गो? मैं स्टार्ट करूं? पहली बात, क्रिमिनल लॉ के 2 हिस्से हैं. एक है एक्टिस रियस और एक है मेंस रिया. सबको पता है इधर तक? कोई इतना दल्ला नहीं है जो आज तक आ गया है, क्लैट के 15 दिन बाकी हैं और कहता है सर मेरे को एक्टिस रियस मेंस रिया नहीं पता. वेरी गुड. एक्टिस रियस क्या होता है? आई एम लुकिंग एट द चैट बॉक्स, टेल मी जल्दी. ऑलराइट, एक्टिस रिया होता है गिल्टी एक्ट. इसमें किसी को कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं है. वेरी गुड. आई वांट टू टेक 1 minute टॉकिंग अबाउट मेंस रिया. व्हाट इज मेंस रिया? Guilty mind, right? Remember, guilty mind is determined by only one thing. Sir, what is that one thing? It is called intent. ठीक है? Question for you. Let us say, for example, your name is Ram, right? Your name is Ram, and you see Ravan kidnapping a girl. What a classic example, sir. ये आपको कैसे example मिला? You are Ram. You see Ravan kidnapping a girl. Okay. So you take a knife and stab Ravan. Okay. Ravan doesn't die. You stab him so that he leaves the child. And then you take the girl away. The girl's name is. Wow, yaar, what a Bluetooth connection. How did you guys know I was thinking about that name, guys? Crazy. So there is, you are Ram, you stab Ravan, and then you take Sita away. Did you have any guilty intent? जितने भी बच्चे मना कर रहे हैं तुम सब गलत हो, you had guilty intent. This is what you need to understand when it comes to criminal law, right? Guilty mind has nothing to do with motive. Saving Sita was the motive. The intent was to stab Ravan. This is what you need to understand. Right? To save Sita, you intended to stab Ravan. And stabbing Ravan under Indian law is a crime. Right? That's what you need to understand. That your Criminal law revolves around intent and not motive. Are we clear till here? So what you need to remember is the intended act. If X stabs Y for any reason, the point is stabbing Y. The intention to stab Y is the guilty mind. Are we clear? We should be clear with this. Then only we can proceed. इधर तक सारे clear है क्या? इंटेंट नाउ कैन अराइज फ्रॉम टू थिंग्स, प्लीज मेक अ नोट, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। क्रिमिनल लॉ में यही इंपॉर्टेंट है, इसके बाद हम सिर्फ केस पढ़ेंगे, ठीक है? जल्दी से। इंटेंट कैन कम फ्रॉम टू थिंग्स। व्हाट आर द टू थिंग्स दैट इंटेंट कैन कम फ्रॉम? नंबर वन, ऑब्वियसली इंटेंट कम फ्रॉम इंटेंशन, गॉड ब्लेस, ठीक है? इंटेंडेड एक्ट, कि तुम इंटेंडेड एक्ट से ही देख सकते हो इंटेंट क्या है। अगर मैंने किसी को चाकू घोंपा है देन माय इंटेंशन चाकू घोंपना ही है, ठीक है? सेकेंड थिंग इज नॉलेज। क्या बेटा? नॉलेज। लेट्स टेक फॉर एग्जांपल पाइनएप्पल। अब जैसे तुम्हारी देवांशी मैडम है, देवांशी मैडम को पाइनएप्पल से एलर्जी है, देवांशी मैडम पाइनएप्पल खाएंगी तो मर जाएंगी। अब फॉर एग्जांपल मैं किसी नॉर्मल इंसान को पाइनएप्पल जूस बना के दे दूं, ठीक है? वो जिंदा है। डिड आई इंटेंड टू किल हिम? नो। अब मैं अगर देवांशी मैडम को पाइनएप्पल जूस बना के दे दूं और मेरे को पता है कि वो मर जाएगी, डिड आई इंटेंड टू किल हर? यस। सो इंटेंशन कैन अराइज आउट ऑफ एक्ट like stabbing, killing, swiping, जो भी है. And it can also arise out of knowledge, where you know that this might end up killing the other person. Are we clear? So when you use knowledge to identify intent, you call construction of intent. So you use knowledge to construct intent. Everybody should be clear, and then we will move on. Are we ready to go? Are we ready to go? Yes. चालू करूं मैं? चालू करूं मैं? पक्का? पक्का? डन। अब देखो स्टेजेस ऑफ अ क्राइम। अरे बेटा 4 स्टेज है क्राइम के, ध्यान से सुनना। सबसे पहले इंटेंशन, इंटेंशन टू कमिट अ क्राइम, देन प्रेपरेशन, देन कमीशन, देन अटेम्प्ट एंड देन कमीशन। डन। इंटेंशन एंड प्रेपरेशन इज नॉट अ क्राइम unless it comes to criminal conspiracy only. Okay? Intention and preparation is not a crime only with criminal conspiracy. Then you have attempt and commission. ठीक है? Attempting a crime is a crime, commission of a crime is a crime. Are we clear till here? Any doubts? ये तो बड़ा सिंपल है यार, ये बड़ा सिंपल है, ये बेसिक मुद्दा हो गया। अब आते हैं बेटा हैवी लिफ्टिंग पे, ठीक है? टोटल अपने को कितने करने बेटा? टोटल अपने को करने सर 18 क्राइम्स। 18 के 18 क्राइम्स लिखूंगा, तुम साथ में लिखोगे? लिखोगे? लिखोगे नहीं? चलो जी, सारे साथ में लिख रहे हैं, हमारे पास टाइम नहीं है, जल्दी जल्दी लिखो। सबसे पहला क्लासिक थेफ्ट, दूसरा एक्सटॉर्शन, तीसरा रॉबरी, चौथा डेकोइटी, पांचवा क्रिमिनल मिसएप्रोप्रिएशन, छठा क्रिमिनल ब्रीच ऑफ ट्रस्ट, ठीक है? सातवां मिसचीफ, आठवां सेडिशन, नाइन्थ नेग्लिजेंस, 10th is restraint, 11th is confinement, 12 आ गया था adultery, then you have trespass, then you have conspiracy, then you have abetment, then you have culpable homicide. culpable homicide में दो चीजें आती है, अमाउंटिंग टू मर्डर एंड नॉट अमाउंटिंग टू मर्डर, ठीक है? देन यू हैव किडनैपिंग एंड देन यू हैव abduction. क्या बात है कृष्णा सर। तैयार? तैयार 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 तैयार, शैल वी गेट स्टार्टेड? आर यू रेडी? ये है 18 की 18 क्राइम्स। अब इसमें थोड़े ना बहुत तुच्छ तुच्छ क्राइम्स हैं। फॉर एग्जाम्पल सर, पांचवा क्या है? पांचवा क्या है? क्रिमिनल मिसअप्रोप्रिएशन मेरी जान, क्रिमिनल मिसअप्रोप्रिएशन। 15 है अबेटमेंट, ठीक है? ओके। विल स्टार्ट फ्रॉम द बॉटम। किडनैपिंग और अबडक्शन, बेटा बच्चे के साथ करे तो किडनैपिंग, बड़े के साथ करे तो अबडक्शन। ठीक है, 18 18 के नीचे किडनैपिंग, 18 के ऊपर अबडक्शन। किडनैपिंग हैपेंस आउट ऑफ guardians या पेरेंट्स कस्टडी, नंबर वन। नंबर टू, किडनैपिंग डजेंट मैटर इफ यू हैव कंसेंट ऑल्सो, राइट। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, एक 17 साल की लड़की और एक 18 साल का लड़का प्यार करते हैं, और 18 साल का लड़का भगा के शादी कर लेता है, तो इंडियन माँ बाप क्या करते हैं, मेरे जैसे लॉयर के पास आते हैं, और मेरा जैसा लॉयर क्या करता है, गंदा सा, नीच सा, घटिया सा, कहता है कि इस लड़के ने तो आपकी बेटी का किडनैप कर दिया है। बाय लॉ इट इज करेक्ट। Anybody under 18 cannot give consent for, cannot basically give consent because they can't enter into contracts. If they choose to leave their family's custody, even if it is out of love, it is still kidnapping. Are you clear? इस पे क्लैट में एक पैसेज आ चुका है, क्लैट आई थिंक 2024 या नहीं 2022 या 2023, where they spoke about the Delhi HC and also the Karnataka HC's statement on this, where they spoke about how POXO applies to these cases. Yeah, good. Are we clear till here? Yes, yes, no. Clear, clear, everybody. Abduction, you all anyways know already, right? That you go, you take somebody hostage and then you just leave. Abduction, the only thing is it does not come out of custody of your parents or guardians. It's like you basically kidnap an adult. Are we clear with these? Yeah? इधर तक clear है हम? Done? Yes, good. Now we come to the top. Theft, the only thing you need to remember is, the only thing you need to remember for theft is whether there was displacement with ill intention. A very famous example of mine is, I leave a watch in my house. My friend takes that watch, thinks of stealing it, but then he feels bad, so he returns the watch before I find out that the watch is left. Has theft happened in this case? Yes, theft has happened in this case. All you need to look for is whether property was displaced with ill intentions or with dishonest intentions. That is the only thing you need to remember for theft. Clear? Done. Extortion by definition is very simple. तुम किसी को धमकाते हो, और धमका के तुम उनसे या तो पैसे एक्सटॉर्ट करते हो या प्रॉपर्टी एक्सटॉर्ट करते हो। किसी को धमका के कुछ लेना उनसे इज कॉल्ड एक्सटॉर्शन। बहुत सिंपल है ये। क्लियर? डन? आर यू क्लियर? ये तो बड़ा सिंपल था। रॉबरी डेकोइटी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट, तुम्हारे पेपर में आता रहता है, इसको महाराष्ट्र पढ़ेंगे क्योंकि ये इंपॉर्टेंट है। डन। क्रिमिनल मिसअप्रोप्रिएशन, क्रिमिनल ब्रीच ऑफ ट्रस्ट। अब देखो, क्रिमिनल मिसअप्रोप्रिएशन और क्रिमिनल ब्रीच ऑफ ट्रस्ट में एक ही डिफरेंस है, लिख लेना इधर। क्रिमिनल मिसअप्रोप्रिएशन में क्या होता है, दिस हैपेंस टू मूवेबल प्रॉपर्टी, राइट। देयर इज रॉन्गफुल यूज ऑफ मूवेबल प्रॉपर्टी, राइट। मैंने किसी को, लेट्स से फॉर एग्जांपल, मेरा लैपटॉप दिया, उसका वो गलत इस्तेमाल करने का ना क्रिमिनल, लेट्स से ही वॉचेस पॉर्न ऑन माय लैपटॉप, दैट इज अ क्राइम। सो ही नाउ इज हेल्ड लायबल फॉर क्रिमिनल मिसअप्रोप्रिएशन ऑफ माय प्रॉपर्टी। क्रिमिनल ब्रीच ऑफ ट्रस्ट इज वेयर आई इंट्रस्टेड हिम विद द प्रॉपर्टी, राइट। अब लेट्स से कोई मेरा लैपटॉप चुरा के उसका, उस पे पॉर्न देख रहा है, तो दैट्स क्रिमिनल मिसअप्रोप्रिएशन। मैंने अपने दोस्त को मेरा लैपटॉप दिया है और वो उस पे फिर पॉर्न देख रहा है, देन दैट इज क्रिमिनल ब्रीच ऑफ ट्रस्ट। क्लियर? डन? ओके। अब तुम बहुत अच्छे लॉयर हो ना, तुम्हें पैशन है तुम्हें लॉ का, सेडिशन का एक्ट बता के दिखाओ। क्या है सेडिशन? बोलो, सेक्शन कौन सा है? डेफिनेशन नहीं मांगी, सबसे आसान है, एक का डबल दो, दो का डबल चार। ये सारी चीजें पता होनी चाहिए ना यार, तुम लोग लॉ स्टूडेंट्स बनने वाले हो, ये तो बेसिक्स है यार। इस सब के बिना तुम क्या कर रहे हो? आर यू ऑल अलाइव? आर यू ऑल क्लियर? सबको समझ में आ रहा है? सेडिशन 124A, ये मैं समझाऊंगा भी नहीं, ये तुम प्लीज जाके खुद ही पढ़ो। ठीक है, इंपॉर्टेंट है कि तुम एक यूट्यूब वीडियो देखो और समझो सेडिशन क्या है। सेडिशन इज अ ड्रेकोनियन लॉ, राइट? इट्स अ ड्रेकोनियन लॉ। What do you mean by draconian law? It is a law that has been coming from British time, right? Where anything that you say, use against the government, they can arrest you without much of the due diligence that they're normally expected to do. Done. Negligence हमने already पढ़ लिया है, very good. Now the confinement, I've already taught you confinement. Coming to restraint. Sir, restraint क्या है? Restraint is simple. Where you are not allowed to go into a particular direction. For example, in my crazy voter example, the fellow that was supposed to vote was not allowed to go into the voting booth. So that is restraint. You understand? Confinement is you can't move anywhere. Restraint is you are restricted from moving in one particular direction where you are allowed to. Let's say, for example, I have to go to school, right? But people don't let me come to school because maybe, let's say, for example, लेट्स से बिकॉज आई बीफ्ड विद द मैंने प्रिंसिपल को चूतिया बुला दिया असेंबली में, अब मेरे को स्कूल ही नहीं आने दे रहे, ठीक है? दैट इज कॉल्ड रिस्ट्रेंट, wrongful restraint. When you are allowed to go into any other direction except in one particular direction, that's called restraint. Confinement is you basically put him in a jail, right? Where you have completely confined him, where there is no movement scope possible. Are we all clear till here? Anybody, any doubts? Right? So restraint is particular direction. Confinement is complete confinement. Done? अब तुम सबका फेवरेट अडल्ट्री. बच्चा अडल्ट्री सिंपल है. वेर यू आर इन अ मैरिटल रिलेशनशिप बट यू स्टिल डू व्हाट? नगमा. राइट? वेर यू स्टिल डू नगमा थिंग्स. ठीक है? बिकॉज इतना वायरल हो गया ना, नगमा जाने दे नगमा, हुई है ना, क्रेजी. सो अडल्ट्री इज शैम्पी. हाँ वाह शैम्पी वाह. सो दैट्स अडल्ट्री, वेर यू आर इन अ रिलेशनशिप, in a proper legally recognized marital relationship, and then you do wah shampy wah things with somebody else, right? Both ways it works. Are we clear? इधर मैं लिख दूंगा यार मेरे नोट्स में, वाह शैम्पी वाह. Trespass, you already know, where you have, yeah, adultery is basically extramarital affairs, right? Trespass is wrongful use of somebody's land for illegal purposes. Let's say you go into somebody's land to rob them, right? You have trespassed them to rob them, which is illegal. So then there is trespass. Clear? Are you clear with this? Any doubts still here? बड़े थोड़ा ही बाकी. Are we clear? Yeah. Is everybody with me? I thought adultery is in food. Hey. Beta, adultery is simple. Marital relationship where you have a sexual intercourse or sexual relationship out of your marriage. Adultery. And adultery is grounds for breaking, adultery is grounds for divorce in India. Right? Child, you can't go to jail for adultery, but you can file for a divorce for adultery. Got it? Okay, are we clear till here? Done. Conspiracy is clear, where you conspire to, the the standard case for conspiracy is you have your, we have a senior Gandhi assassination, right? Classic case of conspiracy, right? Now, for what you need to understand for conspiracy is for an act that is thus illegal, so illegal that people come together and conspire, that conspiration itself is a crime. So today, if me and Jaydev decide कि भाई बॉम्ब फोड़ेंगे आज हैदराबाद में या रेड फोर्ट पे जाके बॉम्ब फोड़ेंगे, that itself is a crime, right? So when you conspire anything where you have the intention to conduct the act and you're conspiring, conspiration itself is a crime. So for you remember when I told you that the levels of crime: intent, preparation, attempt, and commission. Conspiration, conspiring में preparation in itself is the crime. So if you see maps or anything where we've discussed that we're going to do this attack, crime. For conspiration, robbery, dacoity, I'm going to send you 3 YouTube videos. Make sure you watch those today. They have animated examples, so देख के बहुत मजा आता है. ठीक है? Clear till here? Any doubts? Are we all clear till here? Any doubts? I need to see all hands up. Yeah, and sedition also. Clear, 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 clear. किसी ने पूछा है सर अडल्ट्री का भी वीडियो मिलेगा क्या? भोजडी के तेरे को थप्पड़ मिलेगा और अगले साल ड्रॉपर्स में सीट डिस्काउंट पे मिलेगी. ठीक है? भूतिया. ओके. सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट इज कल्पेबल होमिसाइड, अमाउंटिंग टू मर्डर एंड नॉट अमाउंटिंग टू मर्डर. दो चीजें आती हैं इसमें, एक है अमाउंटिंग टू मर्डर, एक है नॉट अमाउंटिंग टू मर्डर. ठीक है? नाउ आई विल गिव यू एन एग्जांपल। मेरा एक दोस्त है, ठीक है, उसने दारू पी और उसने दारू पी के गाड़ी ठोक दी। और उसने गाड़ी ठोक दी और गाड़ी में एक पैसेंजर मर गया। ये असली कहानी है वैसे, मेरा सही में ऐसा एक चूतिया चूतिया दोस्त है। तो अब जो भी है, दोस्त दोस्त है। तो उसने दारू पी रखी थी, उसने गाड़ी ठोक दी। He was drunk when he did this. Done, and someone died. Is it culpable homicide not amounting to murder, or culpable homicide amounting to murder? It is still culpable homicide amounting to murder, because when you are drunk driving, you should have the knowledge that you are putting the other person's life at risk and that it might end up killing them. You remember, intention can be derived through two things: knowledge and intention, right? So when you are driving recklessly, being drunk, and you have passengers, you have the knowledge that you might kill them. Therefore, it is culpable homicide amounting to murder. That's at least my understanding of it. Now, what I would like to point out is the cases you will get in your exam are slightly different. X and Y enter into a heated debate. X stabs Y in his face with a pen. Y dies. Is this culpable homicide amounting to murder or not amounting to murder? Remember, whenever your examiners write heated debate or in the moment, it is not amounting to murder, right? Because in the moment, the idea is you don't have the time to form the intent to kill. You are just reacting to the situation. ठीक है? पहली बात तो ये. दूसरी बात, if they write stuff like stabbed in the left side of the chest or sliced at the throat, then you will directly go to murder. Why? Because these things directly show intent to kill. Are we clear? What you need to remember is culpable homicide amounting to murder and not amounting to murder. In both the cases, the fellow that kills is held liable and somebody dies. What is important is whether there was an intention or the knowledge to kill and whether it was absent. That's it. If there was intent or knowledge, then culpable homicide amounting to murder. If there was no intention and no knowledge, then culpable homicide not amounting to murder. Clear? Are we clear? Any doubts still here? Yeah, I'm asking you kids. Any doubts still here whatsoever? Now coming to robbery and dacoity. This is important. I want to take some time now. Please note down the sections. You have section 34. So two things you need to understand. You need to understand what common intention is first. And what common object is. अरे object की भाई. Common intention section 34. Common object section 141 and 149. ठीक है? Okay, cool. Now common object की भाई common intention भी लिखो. Meeting of minds. कॉमन ऑब्जेक्ट में लिखो मॉब लायबिलिटी. अब जैसे डेकोइटी है, डेकोइटी इज वेयर देयर आर फाइव पीपल, फाइव और मोर देन फाइव पीपल. इफ फाइव और मोर देन फाइव पीपल गो टू रॉब अ हाउस, ठीक है, एंड इन दैट व्हाट हैपेंस, द फेलो दैट इज गार्डिंग द डोर, he's meant to call if somebody is coming. There are three, four people that are supposed to go hold the fellows, and there is one fellow that is supposed to steal. Let's say, for example, one fellow kills somebody. All five of them will be held liable for murder. ठीक है? This happens in the case of common object. So common object is where you have the same object. All of you will be held liable for as if each of you committed the same act in the same sense. This is section 141 and 149. This is mob liability. जहां पे अगर एक liable हो गया तो दूसरा अपने आप liable हो जाएगा. Dacoity is when more than five people go to commit a robbery. In this case, the difference is in robbery क्या होता है, अगर पांच से कम लोग हैं ना, तो everybody will be held liable to the extent of their crime. The second you have more than five people, it becomes dacoity where everybody will be held liable in a mob way. So अगर एक भी कोई गलती करता है, then everybody will be held liable in the same sense. Are we clear till here? Yeah, you understood the dacoity part. Common intention and common object, the difference is in common intention there is a meeting of minds, right? So you agree to do the same thing, right? We just finished 20 minutes. I will take 1 minute extra and we'll finish this, right? In common intention, you have the same intention, not the same object. The difference between intention and object is, for example, let's say the intention is to beat up Raj. To beat up Raj. Okay, you beat up Raj. If Raj dies and X is the one that kills Raj, both of you will not be held liable for killing him. ठीक है? So let's say for example, Jaydev and Jeshta. Arey, what names crazy together. Jaydev and Jeshta decide to kill me, right? They have common intent to kill me. I'm dead. Jaydev and Jeshta only want to beat me up, but now Jeshta decides to kill me. She slices my throat. Can Jaydev be liable for murder? No. Right? That is common intention. Common object is where there is the same object and the liability is done mob. This applies to number one conspiracy, very important. 149 is conspiracy, right? 149 is conspiracy only, na? Ha. Correct, no? Let me just check. I have so many sections in my head. No, it's crazy. Uh, Yeah, unlawful assembly, conspiracy, correct. So that's that. Got it? Are we clear? Any doubt whatsoever? That's criminal law for you. All of this is not important for your CLAT exam. I'm sorry. I know I just spent 20 minutes telling you criminal law में ये है वो है वो है. But what is important for your CLAT exam is this part. Right? This part. Are you clear? So yeah, definitely go through all of this. Today I will send you. Oh, abetter. Yeah, sorry. Fuck. We left one here. Abatement is simple, yeah. Where you enable a crime. ठीक है? So for abetment, there are two things that are very important. Number one, you must know that you are enabling a crime and you must have the intention to do so. Now, for example, there was a case yesterday. One of my students brought me this doubt, right? You are an army chief and you keep telling your soldiers that अगर तुमसे ये नहीं होता जाओ मर जाओ. एक बहुत फ्रेजाइल सा बच्चा था वो जाके मर गया. Is it abetment to suicide? Is it abet? अब जैसे मैं हूँ ठीक है मैं तुम्हें कह रहा हूँ अगर तुम्हारे 60 से ज्यादा नंबर नहीं आते ना जाओ पंखे पे टंग जाओ बहन चोद. अब मैंने ये बोल दिया तुम्हें ठीक है. लच्चे कोई बहुत मीठा सा नन्हा सा सादा सा सिंपल सा बच्चा है जिसको ये बात मतलब दिल पे गान पे दोनों पे बहुत जोर से लगी है और वो लिटरली जाके पंखे से टंग जाता है. वुड आई गो टू जेल फॉर अबेटमेंट ऑफ सुसाइड? Obviously I have abet. Committing suicide is the crime. You know committing suicide is a crime, right? So abatement to suicide doesn't need someone else to go commit. If the fellow commit suicide then it's suicide. कोई कह रहा है मीठा. Hmm. Yeah, but I asked you a question. Abetment to suicide. Do you think I should still be abetted? I would be liable for abetment to suicide? Yes or no? How many of you say yes? How many say yes? I'm just checking if BNS में कुछ अलग दिया है इन्होंने. मैं तो आपको फंसाने नहीं. I will not be held liable because I didn't have the intent only यार. So the thing is, if I know that if this child is fragile, then that's a whole different case. अगर मैंने generally एक statement बनाई है, then that's not abetment to suicide. Done? Are we clear? So today evening, I will send you some videos with animations. Just go through it. It's not that important, but it's better because you'll just enjoy going through it. Animated videos are fun. But are we very clear with actus reus, mens rea, motive, intention, common intention, and common object? These are important things. Child, we are not talking about attempt to suicide, we are talking about abetment to suicide. Are we clear? Yes, no. Done? Good. Now we'll take a क्या है time? 8:16 हो रहा है. We'll meet at 8:30. 14-minute break. After this, I'll finish everything in one go. Done? Because after this, we have to do approaching passages, approaching questions, approaching options. 1 घंटा बैठेंगे, 1 घंटे में खत्म करेंगे. Because हमें logical भी करना है. Done? Take 15 minutes off, take 14 minutes off. Report back at 9:30, 8:30. We'll then stop at let's say 9:30 or 10. ठीक है? 10 o'clock I'll give you another 15-minute break and then we'll directly stop at 12. Hmm? Love you. 14 मिनट है, मजे करो, चोट डालो. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, good evening. You're welcome. Punctual as fuck, guys. Military precision. Remember that shit. All cameras on. I'll give you 1 minute to get started. Let's go. Can anybody tell me what this is? आपके सामने क्या चित्र बनाया है मैंने? What is this on your screen? On 7th December, right? Yeah. On 7th December, which is how many days away now? 15 days? 16 days? I keep fucking forgetting. 15 days? Yeah. Which is 15 days away. You will see 6 of these in your CLAT exam. Hmm? This is a passage. These are your questions. And this is your options. The first thing I want to teach you is it does not matter if you know legal theory or not. Sir, we just spent what's the time? It's 8:30 now. Sir, we just spent 5 to 6, 6 to 7. We just spent 3.5 fucking hours, right? Doing legal theory, and you're saying it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'll tell you why. The whole point is in the passage, you will find principles. You apply those principles to the case given to you in the question, and based on that, you make a legal judgment, which is one of the options. You need theory to learn how to do this. But principal application also comes from something else called. Now, I taught you theory in the morning just to make it a little easy, just in case you don't have enough common sense. But it is this moment onwards that we actually start talking about and start grinding based on your CLAT exam. Are we clear? Is everybody with me? You can all put your hands down. Is everybody with me? Yes? Good. Now you need to learn how to approach a passage, how to approach questions, and how to approach options based on your CLAT exam. Okay, done. The ability to do this is what will allow you to take a mock tomorrow. आज क्या है? Friday. To take a mock day after tomorrow and see at least a 15 to 20 mark jump when you give that test. Hmm? Pay attention. This is important. Beyond this, there is nothing that you need to touch 90. What I'm about to teach you now is the most important thing for your. Can everybody hear me? The fuck with the chat box going, they can't hear me. Guys, fix headphones. The world doesn't need to know your headphones aren't working. Okay? Thank you. Coming back to the class. Your approach to legal, logical, and English can be the same. Can someone tell me why it's not the same? Because you have words in legal, you have words in logical. स्मिता धरावत अभी निकाल दूंगा तेरे को समझ आई अलग बदतमीजी है सर आई कांट हियर यू फिक्स योर फकिंग माइक ब्रो कम ऑन राइट 300 people can't wait because your fucking headphones aren't working. Sorry, but it just pisses me off. Fix your headphones. The hell, if there's 300 people in a call that are able to hear me and you are not able to hear me, I don't think it takes a legendary explanation to tell you that, guys, I think it's your problem. Then you start fucking putting it in the chat box as if it's my problem to fix your fucking headphones. Is everybody here? Do I have your attention? Yes or no? Good. Because what we're about to discuss is extremely important for your CLAT exam. And I don't want fucking distractions. I need you to lock in now. Right? I need you to actually lock in now because this is the gold part of the lecture today. Right? So I need you to sit here with full attention because this is important. This is the core of what we're going to do, and this is where your marks are going to go up. Fine. Now I need someone to answer to me, and I want to see raised hands. Why can we not have the same approach to logical, legal, and English? Hands up. Suhani, yes.
Because English needs you to focus on the passage, legal you have to focus on the question, and logic you have to focus on the
No, no, no,
options.
no, 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 no. I'll repeat the question. You get one more try. Why can we not read the passage in the same way as we do with logical, legal, and English? Or I'd rather spin it around. Why should we have different approaches to different sections, passages? Shyam, yes.
Because the intent of the questions are different. For example, in
Very good.
legal, you
Very good. Very good. Very good. Let me just take it from there.
okay.
Because the questions that are asked from these sections are different. Cool. In or logical, you are asked questions based on the author's argument. In legal, you're asked questions to apply principles. So each section asks you different types of questions. And you are not marked based on your reading of the passage. You are marked based on your ability to solve the questions quickly. Is everybody able to catch me? Yes, no. Right? So, we must train you to read passages in a way that enable you to solve questions efficiently, effectively, without wasting time and energy. Are we clear? So the first thing you need to understand is what type of questions do I get in legal? Based on that, you will construct what approach you should take with respect to the passage. Now, obviously, I don't expect you to do it. I've already done it. I just need you to simply follow me. Are we clear? Right? Now, your legal passage can be clean. It's a clean distinction. Your passage can be stripped down into 5 parts. Please write those 5 parts. You've got number one, obviously, the principle. Then you've got the examples. Then you've got the exceptions. Then you've got the descriptions. Then you've got the nuances. Now, here's what you need to understand. For your CLAT exam specifically, and this is something I have not taught on YouTube or anywhere yet, and I want you to pay attention. Principles come two types. You have two types of principles. You have number one, stated principles. Then you have fettered principles. Stated is the easy one, right? Stated is where it will actually give you, वहां लिखा होगा कि ये है principle and then it will have its explanation. Fretted is where across the passage in tits and tiny parts they will discuss the principle here and there, here and there. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So fretted is where you have the principle across the passage. So it's hard to actually bring it down into one line. So how do you deal with fretted principles? Always remember, fretted principles you will follow a checklist method. Instead of seeing whether the principle applies or not, I want you to check whether one principle doesn't apply or not. Because even if you have 10 different things you need to verify, even if one doesn't apply, the entire thing doesn't apply. Make sense? Right? If you need 10 things if you need 10 things in your computer, right? Even if one is missing, it's not your computer. Make sense to you? Can I see head nods? Yeah? Make sense to all of you? Yes? Can you nod your head? Yeah? Good, good. So when you have fretted principles, when you solve questions, what the expectation from you is check if one particular principle doesn't apply. Like that, you compare and then you check. That's the quickest way of doing it. So the lesson here is don't look for correct answers, right? Look for wrong ones. That is the quickest way to do this. So when you have fretted principles, your understanding of the passage itself should be negative. It is not what is right, it should be what is not. Are we clear? Yeah. Now coming to the principles and the distinction of the five. Always remember, principle and examples basically fills the core. If you have an exception, you get one question from there. Otherwise, you should expect all questions coming from principles and examples. Sir, why examples? Examples teach you how to apply principles. That's it. Right? So in case you have a complicated principle, example will teach you how to apply it. Description and nuances is very rare that you get questions from here. In case you do, they will be author's argument based. So these will be easy, right? It is only the principal questions that you need to deal with because they are the ones that ask you to apply to cases. Okay? They are the ones that they ask you to apply to cases. Okay? Principle, if you're able to identify that straight up three questions. Example, principles combined. Exception is one question straight. So out of five, till here, you are done with 4 on 5. Do I have everybody's attention till here? Are you all alive? Yes, 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 yes. Done, 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 done. This is the simple part. Okay. So what is important on your passage is principle, example, and exception. This is the simple part. So when you read the passage, when you're flowing through the passage, the expectation is you slow down at these intervals. So then you can stress on this more. Okay? So that you can absorb it more. Because this is what you need to apply. The most important part is here. There are three ways you can divide a question, just like we did with the passage. Fine. This is where you will make your marks. Okay. Does anybody know the three ways, fellows, that I haven't taught yet? First is facts. Second is relevancy. Third is AQ. This is it. You learn how to do this, you score a full in your CLAT exam. That's it. You just need to learn. There's some students in the waiting room. You learn how to do this, you win. You win. First, the most fundamental, most important, and the easiest thing to learn, identification of relevancy, which is also called the bone of contention. This is the singular legal question that you must answer for you to arrive at a judgment of whether something legal or something illegal has occurred or not. Right? I will repeat. This is the singular question of law you need to answer. to determine whether something illegal has happened or not. We'll repeat once more. This is the singular question of law where you determine whether something illegal has happened or not. Clear? Clear? I'll pull up a PYQ now, don't worry. I'll show you how this works. But first, I need you to understand what I'm saying. Right? I'll pull up a PYQ for you. Don't fucking worry. First, I need you to understand. Good. Then you've got this tiny part here called actual question. The entire passage you get is not your actual question. The actual question is the last line of the passage that says whether X should be held liable, whether X can sue Y, whether X will be held liable under this particular section. That is the question. So the entire passage minus facts, the only question, just that one line at the end, is called actual question. Okay. समझायला समझायला समझायला. Let's pull up a fucking paper. Let's go. Homosexual? The fuck? Bum, 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 bum. Surrogacy. This is the surrogacy passage. Okay, you wanted to see fettered principle, right? Please take a look. This is what a fettered principle is. Okay? Everything you see in yellow is the fettered principle. What you see in purple is the exception. Just take a screenshot of this. This is your fettered principle. Okay? So everything in yellow, you see, principle is not given to you in one line, it's given to you over the passage. So this is what a flatted principle looks like, and this is CLAT 2023's paper. And I also wanted to note that CLAT 2023's paper is the only paper in the last 5 years where both logical and legal were extract based passages only. Meaning, none of the passages were actually made by the consortium. And that's an extremely important thing because in 2024 and 5 there have been higher passages that have come from created passages, right? So what is the importance of extracted passages? The quality of questions goes high. So if you want to check whether you're doing well in your paper or not, pick up 2023's paper. That is ideally the best paper that there is so far, right? Done. Let me pull up a question for you. Incensed at the Divya was arrested by police. Okay, we're doing this question. Are you with me? Yeah, I want you to work with me. Put your head to this. Dia was arrested by the police and charged with having committed a murder. She she was convicted by the trial court and appealed to the High Court. She lost her appeal there and decided to appeal to the Supreme Court. By this time, she has run out of money, so she approaches NALSA and asks them to help her get an advocate who can represent her to the Supreme Court. Is Divya entitled to support from NALSA? What is the question of law here? What is the relevancy? What is the question of law? I want you to think. I want you to think. Use your brain. Use your brain. The question of law is whether a woman can get Free representation from NALSA. This is the question of law. If the answer to this is yes, then you have an answer. If the answer to this is no, then you have an answer. The ability to bring the entire question down to one question of law is the bone of contention method. Do you understand? Are you able to understand? Yes or no? We'll take one more question randomly. Hold up. Mhm. All right, let's do this. On November 10th, 2022, Palak purchases an electoral bond from a branch of the State Bank of India and hands it to the representative of the PPP. The next day, the PPP announces that it has changed its candidates for the upcoming elections in Palak state. Okay. Upset at this news, she tells a PPP representative that she would like her bond back. The representative tells her that the bond has already been deposited and that the money has been credited to the party's account. Palak claims that since the period of validity of the bond has not expired, she has the right to get her bond back from the party. Question: relevancy equals to? Question: relevancy equals to? Think. This is your literal actual CLAT paper, right? I need you to bring it down to one sentence. Take as long as you want to figure this. But you crack this, you crack CLAT. Alright? Think. What is the question of law here? Focus on that. What is the question of law here? What is the question of law here? I'm actually going to start picking people up one by one. I want raised hands now. Let's go. This is very important. I can't stress on this as much. Let's go. Riddhi Srivastava, yeah.
So that whether Palak can take the credited bond back.
Close. See, you have to consider the facts of the case also, right? That's how you come to a relevancy, right? What are the relevant facts here? Palak on this date gave a bond. All of that is lauda. We don't give a fuck. Change of party candidate, check deposited. She wants it back, right? And before what? Before her validity of bond. That's it. These are the four things that are important to us. Out of this, what is immaterial? Change of party candidate, not important, right? You change it or not, it has nothing to do with you depositing a check to the party. Cool. The contingency here is the party has deposited the check, it is still not expired. Can she ask her money back? Right? What's your question of law here?
So that whether she can ask her money back or not.
Whether she can ask for a check back, that has already been deposited. The whole problem is it's been deposited, right? So legally, can Palak ask for the check if it has already been deposited? That is the question of law. If the answer is yes, you have an answer. If the answer is no, you have an answer. Do you see how we're squeezing it down to the one important thing? Are you with me?
Yes, sir.
Are you able to understand what we just did here? We're
Yes, sir.
bringing it down to what is essential, the crux of it, the core of it. The ability to do this while reading a question directly takes you to the answer. You get this through practice. You have to practice, right? When you pick a question up, because I'll tell you what, every single bloody legal question you can reduce it to one line. You can reduce it to one question. You can reduce it to one question of law. Anything, anything. Someone saying discuss question number 70. Let's do it. Let's do question number fucking 70. Assume that in March 2021, which question is this? Since section 498 has now been changed, such a husband, why should now reference 498? Current section in the past. Yes, since the passing of the husband is illegal. No, since Ashima is only a friend and not married woman herself. क्या बकचोदी. Okay, let's read the question. Assume that in March 2021, the government changes section 498A of the IPC, which is the one where we are doing cruelty. The effect of this change is that asking a married woman to do household chores, even for their own family, by herself would be considered cruelty. Very good. And therefore, an offense under the section. Some days after this change comes into effect, Shashmita, Ashima's friend at work, tells her that her husband has been forcing her to do all the household by herself. Is this a crime? That's it. This is your relevancy. Is it a crime? Under the new act, is it a crime? Yes or no? I don't even want to read the rest of the question. Under the new act, is this a crime? Yes or no? Yes. We are going to eliminate the no's. We're left with two yeses. Yes, one. Yes, one says, has now been changed and such husband would now be an offense. It should be the answer. C says, the passing of the PMWA has resulted in such with the husband action being made illegal. The question is under 498A of the IPC. This is talking about the POWMA. That is irrelevant. We will go with A. You don't need to read the passage. You don't need to read anything else. You need two lines from the question, then that's it. Did we read the passage? Did we read half of the options? Because we don't fucking need to. You're able to identify the relevancy. You're able to solve the question. It happens like this. Happens like. Now the question someone just asked, Ananya asked me, sir, can we skip the passage or no? Now I need you to understand, right? Is there anybody here from the training program? Look alive. I need to see you. Training program, training program, training program. Did we not have Bhakti Jain in the morning? Where's Bhakti Jain? Oh, anybody randomly. Where are my training program kids? Show me. I need to see face. Okay, Anna will pick you. Anna, you have seen me solve questions during doubt solving class, right? Do we read passages?
नहीं.
Do we read half of the question?
हाँ.
And how long does it take us to answer?
Max 20 seconds हो जाता है.
Maximum. Point of this is, right, you can solve the question according to me, especially for legal, right? Only by reading the question, only by reading the options, and by reading the passage as well. Okay? I need you to work. I need you to pay attention. Why? Because in the question, if you're able to identify the question of law, exactly that is the answer, right? In the options, if you are able to identify cause and effects, you will end up at the answer. You don't even need to read the questions. For example, let's just take another fucking question. I'm not reading the question here, right? I am not reading the question here. Are you with me? I want everybody to pay attention to what we're doing here, right? Yes, you're all here. No, since Bhargesh had only been arrested and not convicted. No, since Bhargesh was under arrest. Yes, since finger impressions are included within the definition of measurements under the Act. No, since the rules have not yet been notified. Is everybody with me? Now pay attention. Option A says Bhargesh had only been arrested, not convicted. Option B says Bhargesh was under arrest. A and B mean the same thing. A and B mean the same thing. You are left with C and D. C and D are opposites. Right? So that must mean since the rules had not yet been notified, should be opposing to since finger impressions are included within the definition of measurements under the Act. Does that make sense to you? Does that make sense to you? Do you see what we're doing here? Now the question is whether finger impressions are included under the Measurements Act. Okay? Are you clear? My hunch is it should be C for Chandigarh. I haven't read jack shit. Cool? Because C and D oppose, and the opposite to no, upar, is only been arrested and not convicted. It should be C. Can someone just quickly go check if it's C? Can someone pull up the key and check if it's C? Should be either C or D, I think C. Can we just check if it's C quickly? Perfect. So there are ways you can solve questions straight up from the most difficult paper of your 5 years without reading the passage, without reading the question, without reading the passage, without reading the. But the thing is, what I want to tell you is, okay, I still tell you the most important thing is the 3 baby steps. Can everybody repeat the 3 baby steps with me? Yeah? Can you do it with me? Yeah? Yes? Baby step number 1. Read every word of the passage and understand every word. Baby step number 2. Read every word of the question and understand every word. Baby step number 3. Read every word of the option and understand every word. Okay? The day you learn how to read the passage and solve questions, how to look at the question and solve questions, how to look at just the options and solve questions, you become unbeatable. And the method of doing this is simple. For the questions, it is identifying the question of law. For options, it's cause and effect. I'm literally giving you the step-by-step process you have to follow. For questions, it is following the question of law, the relevancy. And for options, it is the cause and effect. This is very important for your CLAT exam. Now you see, how long have you been preparing for CLAT? A year and a half? 2 years at max? Yeah. I have been teaching for CLAT 3 years. I have studied for CLAT for 2 years. 5 years of my life, all I have done on a daily basis is solve questions. When you do something like that, you get something called very strong instincts. You build yourself like that. So it is now very easy for me to just look at, now for example, even in this question, if you take a look, between C and D, it's almost impossible to go with C because you will need information from the passage. Right? Only thing is I have probably solved some 600, 700 mocks. So I know by gut since C is opposing A and A says and not convicted, it should be C. So I don't do between C and D. I do similar AC then opposing D. Therefore I go with C. It's a whole different level of ball game I'm playing. The expectation is not that you reach that level. The expectation is you learn what I'm doing, take the basics and apply it into your solving. Are we clear? Did everybody understand relevancy? That's the purpose of this. Did everybody understand relevancy? What is relevancy? The question of law. the question of law. And every single time you look at a fucking legal question, bring it down to the question of law. You will never go wrong. Clear इधर तक? Is everybody with me till here? Rehan Raza, yes, one sec champion. Sub.
Yes, sir. So since he has already, I mean, it is already mentioned there that there is this new law passed according to which he has to give his fingerprints, and the police tells him about it. So how is he not kind of notified? I mean, he is notified, right?
Okay, let me just do it in step by step so that you figure it, right? Barikesh is
Yes.
arrested by the police on April 11, 2022. Okay, on suspicion of having some minor thefts. For minor thefts, can you get just a question? I'm assuming you read the passage. For minor thefts, can you be asked to give your details? Yes, no.
Yes, right. I mean, if someone is doubting us, we can.
No. First thing is that there are certain crimes that you can take details for. Second thing, during the investigation, the police find some fingerprints at the crime scenes on April 12, 2022. They tell Burgess that he must provide his finger impressions to them so that they can check whether they match the fingerprints from the crime scenes. Very good. Burgess refuses. The police tell him that he has no choice but to provide his measurements as the act had been passed by the parliament previous month. Was Burgess bound to provide finger impressions under the act? Why will he be bound?
Because the
Did you read
police
the
is
passage?
doubting him. And
Did you read the passage?
no, I have not read the passage.
Let's go through the passage. It's kind of there, straight up principle. कहाँ गया? I'll tell you. Blah 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 blah. Blah. Yeah, right here. So the police justification is that the bill has been passed, but the rules haven't been notified for the restated act. Simple. I'm proud of you. Good doubt, yeah, good doubt. But yeah, because you didn't read the passage. Coming back to what we are talking about, right? Now, let's pick this Ashima question up right here, right? This will tell you the important, like how many of you were like, sir, why not see Bancho, mind fuck ho gaya? So the thing is, relevancy will tell you to a certain extent what you need to do, right? Because that will bring it down. What is important is then the actual question. The actual question is here. Where did that shit go? Yeah. Ashima tells Shashmita that the husband action will amount to a section under 498A. Is Ashima's advice to Shashima correct? See, now that the actual question only talks about 498A, your answer by default becomes A for America. C is right. C could be right. Thing is, the question's asking me about 498A. My answer should say 498A. So your actual question, like for example, in this question, right? The actual question is here is uh, this, right? Is she right? Look at the question. Ashima again claims that Ashwin had committed an offense under 498A of the IPC. Is she right? Options. Yes, since Ashwin, as we are told, treated her cruelly. Yes, since Ashwin has been her husband. No, since Ashwin was understandably upset at Ashima's behavior. No, since she is no longer married to Ashwin. Just follow me here, okay? Follow me here. As we are told, okay? um, was understandably upset by her husband's behavior. They are not legal justifications. A and C can't be the answer by a long shot. Moreover, B and D oppose each other. So the difference between B and D is whether Ashwin was married to her or she was not married to him during the commission of this crime. Right now, look at the. You see, just with the options we've gotten the relevant fact. You get it? Two options that oppose each other. The opposition is happening on one fact, whether they were married or unmarried. You have gotten the one thing you need to find out from the entire fucking question, whether they were fucking married or not. Now, look at the question. Ashima applies for and is granted a divorce from Ashwin on November 2022. Right? And after divorce, Ashwin is very upset at this and starts treating her cruelly. Were they married? No fucking way. Chumma! Full toss, bro. And this is a legitimate PYQ from what I am telling you is one of the best papers that you've gotten in the last 5 years. Are you able to follow me? Yeah. Good. Coming back to our sheet. Fine. Facts, relevancy, actual questions. Okay. Facts, not that important. All you need to pick from your fact is the relevancy. Mm-hmm. Hmm? Hmm? What's a relevancy? What's a relevancy? The one legal question you need to take. The question of law you need to pick. Are we clear till here? Yeah. Now coming to actual question. Actual question, the last one bit sticking out of the end, it's like, okay, answer this, answer this, answer this. That's your actual question. Are we clear till here? Yes, no. Everybody. Now coming to the Jhande guard and guard part, cause and effect. Okay. Sir, can you do question number 93? 110% we can. Why can't we do 93? Where is 93? Which passage is it? Question number 93, blah, blah, blah. But striker syndrome, it is an exception in the passage, which is right here. Right? In that case, they should be allowed to do so. So, because adapted right, yeah. C for Chandigarh. Right? Did we get it? Are you clear? Did you get it? Are we clear? Yeah, alright, good. What was I saying? Repeat with me. Fall into a tempo. I said Jhande guard and Khan fard. Beautiful lines. Yeah? Think of it. Jhande guard and Khan fard. Beautiful. Right? Don't you think so? Don't you think so? I think it's great. What a line. Takes a moment, it's like the middle of all of this fucking CLAT is in 15 days. Someone just said, Jhande guard and gone fard. Wow. I mean, what a beautiful way to say it. People either say gone fard or Jhande guard. What a fucking super sex, bro. Wow. Now that I'm done, let me take you back to one of the questions we just did. I just realized it's a great question to deal with. Burgesh fellow, Lodor, this Lauda. Right. Pay attention. I think this is सर घर वाले सुन रहे हैं झंडे गाड़ गांड फाड़ इट्स ओके घर वालों को बोलो ऐसे ही होता है राइट किसी ने कहा गलत आदमी ने पढ़ाना सीख लिया चुप बहन के लौड़े दादा बोल रहा है नॉटी मादर चोद mark this question I am going to teach you cause and effect now which is for one last time we'll say it together then I'll stop okay which is झंडे गाड़ and गांड फाड़ crazy shit bro cause and effect. Now I want to bring it down to you, right? Listen to me, or pay attention. Very, 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 very interesting shit. What are they asking you to do in the question? Think of it, think of it, think of it. What are they asking you to do in a question? They give you facts, they give you a principle, right? The facts is law, the principle is a legal case. They expect you to arrive at a judgment. Does that make sense? Right? Yeah. X kills Y. Should X be held liable for murder? What are you trying to say? Yes, yes, murder, no murder. Either way, you're making a legal judgment, right? Yeah. Is everybody clear about this? That your expectation is to come up with a fucking judgment, right? Now, for a judgment, what do you need? You need a reason that because of this, I have arrived at this. Correct? Correct? Why did Kattappa kill Bahubali? Because Shivagami asked him to do it. Nah? Makes sense? So Kattappa killing Bahubali is the effect. Shivagami telling him to do so is the cause. Sir, what did you say, sir? Pay attention. Your judgment is the effect that you arrive at. Your judgment is caused by a legal justification. For example, X kills Y, X kills Y. Should X be held liable for murder? The answer is yes. Now, X being held liable for murder is the effect. Are you following me? Yes, yes. Not, yeah, yeah. Good. X being held liable for murder is the effect. The cause is because X murdered Y. Is everybody with me? Now let's keep the effect. Now, okay, look at my hands, right? X murdered Y, X killed Y, therefore he should be held liable for murder. Let us say, for example, now X did not kill Y. Can X still be held liable for murder? So this much spin, right? So अगर ये उल्टा किया तो ये भी उल्टा होना जरूरी है, हाँ या ना? हाँ या ना? Yeah. Now X hates Y and spoke about killing Y. And the very next day, Y died, therefore, X should be held liable for murder. In this case, let's say X did not talk about Y and X did not intend to kill Y. Can you conclude X did not kill Y? अब देखना, ये पलटने से ये नहीं पलट रहा. You understand? Because there is no relation between this and this anymore. Watch me. No, since Ashwin was understandably upset at Ashima's behavior. If this bastard was not upset and he still caused cruelty, that's a possibility. So let's say now he's not upset. Let's say Ashwin is very happy with Ashima. Can a happy man not cross cruelty? Is there any question? Is there any connection between this fellow being happy and Ashima getting abused? Is there any connect? The option itself is invalid. The option itself is invalid. Right? Yes, since Ashwin has, as we are told, let's say we were not told. Does us being told and not being told have anything to do with Ashima being abused? Option itself is invalid. Do you see the goated level of elimination we're at now? Are you feeling? Do you get where we are at? Yeah? We are straight up invalidating options. कि लौड़ा ये तो मेरे लिए एग्जिस्ट नहीं करता माँ चुदा तू राइट यू गेट व्हाट आई एम डूइंग लेफ्ट विद टू ऑप्शंस with one difference. Verify one fact. खेल खत्म. Now coming to theory. Right? Now coming to theory. Faima Khan is asking, how did we eliminate C? Arey meri jaan. Ashwin was understandably upset at Ashima's behavior. Let us say now is ununderstandably happy with Ashima's behavior. Does that have anything to do with Ashima being abused? No. So I hope you get it now. Now I want you to pay attention to the notes we are making. Okay. First thing you need to understand what cause and effect is. Effect is to the left side and cause is to the right. Okay. Done. Two things you need to keep in mind. First, there must be a legal effect obviously. So here wherever you see yes, 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 no, ये जो भी है इधर रहेगा, is right about Ashwin, will get compensation, will neither get compensation nor under POW. All of this is nothing but lauda lesson. This is nothing but your legal effect. And this legal effect का explanation है इधर the legal cause. Are you clear? समझ आला? आला समझ? शाबाश. चमका तो चमका. So for every legal effect, there must be a legal cause also. Write down. Shambash. For every legal effect, there must be a legal cause also. So now if your cause is not legal, you will simply leave it. Now, for example, now that you know this, look at this. इधर देखो. As we are told, he is being cruel. Is this legal in any nature? अगर legal नहीं है, तो eliminate करने का, right? Since Ashwin was understandably upset, is this a legal statement? अगर legal नहीं है, तो eliminate करने का. Got it? Got it? Good. ऊपर भी जाएंगे एक सेकंड. ऊपर आ रहे, ऊपर आ रहे, देखो. Rakesh's actions were perfectly justifiable for a man who does not get a well-cooked meal. Is this a legal justification? तो एलिमिनेट करने का ना ब्रो. नीचे. Rakesh's use of abusive language and throwing a plate at Ashima clearly amounts to cruelty. हाँ ये लीगल है रे बाबू. इसको रखेंगे. Next. Since Rakesh is not her husband nor is he related to Ashwin. Very good. This is also a statement. Legal statement. Yes, since Rakesh was staying at Ashwin and Ashwin's house at the time of the incident, does this fellow staying there or not staying there have any difference to abuse? नहीं है ब्रो लीगल स्टेटमेंट एलिमिनेट करने का. बचता बी और सी. अब देखो क्या है. यू सी दो ऑप्शन गायब करें अपन. यू गेट द पॉइंट. दिस शिट इज हैवी ब्रो. That's how we be rolling at CLAT community, bro. This shit ain't for the weak fellows. Right? My dogs be doing this, bro. Like, this is how we roll. Fucking hell. Right? We cook, bro. That's what we cook. That's what you get Gen Z motherfuckers, we cook, bro. Right? We cook. That's what we do. On a daily fucking basis. We just cook, bro. Alright. First thing, you've got the legal effect and the legal cause. Second thing you need to make sure is if reversal works or not. What works? Reversal works or not. So what that means is if you reverse the cause, the effect also must reverse. राइट कि अगर आपने इसका उल्टा कर दिया तो इसका भी उल्टा होना जरूरी है. उल्टा नहीं हुआ, अरे ये क्या डायग्राम बना दिया मैंने. अगर ये उल्टा हुआ तो इसका उल्टा होना भी जरूरी है. ओके. सिंपल. सिंपल. समझाला. हम्म. समझाला सबको. चमका. भयंकर. यस. यस नो. ये राम मेरा लैपटॉप कितना गर्म हो गया है. वेरी गुड. कमिंग बैक टू दिस क्वेश्चन. Since Rakesh's use of abusive language and throwing the plate at Ashima clearly amounts to cruelty, इसको उल्टा करे तो उधर उल्टा होता. Correct. Valid option. See, Rakesh is not her husband nor is he related to Ashwin. If he becomes her husband, उधर उल्टा होता. Correct. So B and C are valid options. Okay. Then we will check what? We only need to check. We don't even need to check option B. We only need to check if Rakesh is her husband or not. That's all. You don't need to do passage and Lauda shit, bro. Now that you have two options. If you eliminate one option, you will get one answer. To eliminate option B, all you need to find out, option C, all you need to find out if Rakesh is her husband or not. Do you need to read the passage to find out if Rakesh is her husband or not? No. What do you need to read? I'll tell you what you need to read. Watch. Ashwin's friend Rakesh visits Ashwini and Ashima's house and stays with them for a few days. Is Rakesh her husband? खत्म bro. महिला ऐसा Are we clear? Are we clear? Are we clear? Are you with me here? Like, are you? I know this is too much to absorb 15 days before your CLAT exam, but is the battlegrounds with me, right? Are you guys looking alive? Do you guys feel what I'm saying? Yeah? Fuck, after this class, if I don't see you idiots on Reddit fixing my fucking comments there, I will have a problem with you idiots. Have you seen the kind of shit there? It's insane. I found out from a very small bird that those Reddit comments have come from a particular coaching institute. And I think I should take legal action against them. But what legal action will I take? I don't know. I don't know, bro. Like, it's sad. But, anyways, the only thing I can do is you guys are here. Now that I give you the break for 15 minutes, I hope all of you can go and give one nice comment on Reddit so that slowly we fix our reputation there. Make sense? Can you do that much? Yes, Kings. Because fuck bro, क्या चल रहा है बहनचोद रेडिट पे यार मेरी थार को भी नहीं छोड़ा बहनचोद इन्होंने जानवर हैवान कहीं के anyway I'm just kidding but I would be great if you guys go put some good comments down see as a as a businessman right I feel any attention is good attention right चलता है अपने को बट मैंने कल पढ़ा एक दो फिर मेरा थोड़ा गांड फटा भाई क्या लिख रहा है ये फिर मैं कहा ठीक है भाई होता रहता है क्रेजी तो क्रेजी वाला मेरी गाड़ी को नहीं छोड़ा ब्रो कितना मेहनत करके खरीदा है वो गाड़ी कितना घिसा है ब्रो गांड ऐसा नहीं करना था मेरी गाड़ी गाड़ी के बारे में नहीं बोलना था ब्रो और कुछ भी बोलता ना ब्रो गाड़ी के बारे में नहीं बोलना था जान बचता है मेरा गाड़ी में ब्रो फकिंग इडियट्स एनीवेज अब मैं तुम्हारे को ब्रेक देता है तुम जाके कमेंट करना ठीक है एनीवेज कमिंग बैक टू पॉइंट आर वी क्लियर विद दिस इज एवरीबडी क्लियर विद व्हाट वी हैव डन सो फार सो द कोर इज you've got your passage where I only want you to do five fucking things only read five fucking things and you're good to go there's only one job you need to do with the question which is identify the question of law and there's only one thing you need to do with respect to the fucking options which is आइडेंटिफाई कॉज एंड इफेक्ट अब अगर तुम्हारा इधर तक गान फटा है ठीक है बाबू ट्रेलर इसके बाद अपन लॉजिकल स्टार्ट करेंगे और उसके बाद अपन एलिमिनेशन करेंगे वो भी बेसिक एलिमिनेशन नहीं आज अपन करेंगे एडवांस एलिमिनेशन उधर फटेगा गान ब्रो उफ एडवांस एलिमिनेशन टेक्निक्स आर द शिट ब्रो लाइक फक एनीवेज आर वी क्लियर हियर For the military precision I am all about, it's exactly 9:27, 3 minutes before I decided to wind up. Beautiful. Acha, wow, what a timing, bro. Are we clear? मजा आया हैं 15 मिनट का ब्रेक 9:30 हो रहा है 15 मिनट देगा मैं ठीक है 9:45 को स्टार्ट करेंगे ठीक है 9:45 को स्टार्ट करेंगे लॉजिकल वहां से एकदम पेलेंगे लॉजिकल एंडिंग तक 1 घंटे में डन सो लेट्स से ओके नहीं आधा घंटे का ब्रेक बहुत ज़्यादा हो जाएगा 9:45 बेटा 9:45 से 1 घंटा लेंगे ठीक है 20 दे दो यार ओ नाश्ता भी तो करना है तुम्हें यार आधे घंटे का ब्रेक बहुत ज़्यादा हो जाएगा सॉरी यार वी हैव टू कवर अ लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स टुडे 20 मिनट ठीक है 20 मिनट ठीक है डन 20 मिनट ओके सो 9:50 को स्टार्ट करेंगे डन 1 घंटा एकदम पे लेंगे ओके और उसके बाद we will get into advanced elimination techniques and after that ladies and gentlemen I am going to give you some insights into your pyqs that will blow your mind away तुम्हें लगेगा है ये पेपर है ये क्लैट का पेपर है माँ इसके लिए गांड फट रही थी मेरी मम्मा I'm telling you the pyq analysis is going to be so much fun can't wait for it ठीक है, take a 20-minute off. We're going to do logical and then we'll get to this. ठीक है, चलो. Love you all. And if you have the time, please go fix my fucking Reddit reviews. It's like a request because you see the entire battleground is for fucking free, right? It's a request. Like fee के नाम पे एक comment डाल दो यार, वहां पे बहुत गांड लग रही है मेरी. ठीक है, so people should know, right? My only thing is that those reviews should not stop a student from joining us and then they again go back to the fucking coaching trap. Whichever institute has done it, I know there are things we can do. We'll see. But as my students, I think at least you guys that have experienced CLAT community firsthand, you can help us. So please do help us. ठीक है? चलो. All love to you. Love you all. I'll see you in 20 minutes. ठीक है? And I'll keep checking the comments also for the next 20 minutes. I'll see what you guys come up with. ठीक है? All right. Love you all. 20 minutes. Bye bye. अच्छा, जो बच्चे नाश्ता नहीं खा रहे हैं, अगर तुम्हारे कोई डाउट्स हैं तो पूछ लेना. विल टेक देम अप. ठीक है जी. मैं बैठा हूँ, मैं भी वैसे थोड़ा बहुत नाश्ता खा रहा हूँ अपना. इफ यू हैव डाउट्स यू कैन आस्क मी, विल टेक देम अप. जस्ट रेज योर हैंड. रिकॉर्डिंग्स बच्चा नहीं, रिकॉर्डिंग्स तो नहीं मिलेंगी. ये एक लेक्चर की रिकॉर्डिंग मिल जाएगी क्योंकि ये वैसे भी यूट्यूब पे डलेगी, तो एक लेक्चर की मिल जाएगी. बट बाकी की बिल्कुल नहीं मिलेगी क्योंकि बच्चे क्या है ना, 8 घंटे की क्लासेस है, बड़ा मुश्किल हो जाएगा रिकॉर्डिंग्स बनाना, राइट? सो दैट्स द थिंग. सर वो पैसेज में आपने बताया था कि बच्चे कैमरा ऑन करके अनम्यूट करके पूछो. या फॉर दोज तनुज डी जैन. या
Good morning, sir.
गुड मॉर्निंग.
See, when we were just looking at the applications, I was focusing on one more point that you mentioned that the options should have a legal statement.
करेक्ट.
So before I even read even if I just skim through the whole paragraph after looking at the 5 points that you mentioned, is it important for me to actually read it? Because if I'm getting two options, usme se, don't you think I can just look at the facts from the options to the question directly?
Bro, champ, 1 second. Can you just repeat that? I'm so sorry. Just a message. I got distracted a bit. Sorry, भाई. बता देना.
Okay. Uh, so when you told that the options are supposed to have a legal statement, until now, all the questions that we've
Legal
done,
justification. Legal justification.
yeah, legal justification. Sorry. All the questions we've done till now, we always eliminated two questions or two options. So, is it required or important for me to read the whole passage? Why don't I just go to the options directly, eliminate the two don't have the legal justification, and then compare the facts from the uh, options to the
If you
question?
if you read the passage, you
Yeah,
will make mistakes, right?
yeah,
If you don't read the passage, you'll make blunders.
100%.
100%. So the thing is, all of these things are great, right?
Yeah,
100%. Like the elimination techniques, all of that, but they find their foundation in the passage itself. The
hmm,
only reason I am able to do it now is because I most likely know what the passage said. Because whatever legal is, I already know law, right? I've been studying law for
yeah,
some. So I'd know. But sometimes what your consortium fellows do is, once there was this passage on environmental law, where they spoke about feeding dolphins and shit.
yeah.
2023 sample paper 2. Shit like that, no one will know. Right? Number one. Number two, passage gives you the tone of the examiner as well.
Hmm,
So the only, when I teach students, I tell them like I will only teach you this if you use it correctly. It's like
yeah,
a super secret killing technique.
yeah.
Right?
Hmm.
It's like super secret mind control. It's cool, but you have to use it with principles. And the principles to use my techniques is always read the passage, the question, the options. Never forget the baby step. Because the
Obviously,
thing
the
is,
three steps you told.
the baby step. Never forget. Like, that's the
Yeah,
rules you are bound by to even to be in my class, to learn from me.
okay.
The only condition on which I'm teaching you all of this is that you are going to follow those rules. right? So
Okay.
there is no logical reasoning to it. It's just me telling you that trust me, that's the most important thing to do. So just trust me.
Yeah. Even when we have to find the relevancy from the question, obviously you've been doing it from so many years, so it's quite easy for you. So, for example, if I am practicing on my own, so after this class ends, I probably take a break, and then again, if I start doing it, how do I know if my relevancy is correct or not? Because over here, you obviously just tell the relevancy and it's correct because of your past experience.
No, thing is, let's say you're trying to ask a girl out.
Okay.
All right. There's certain wrong things you can say, there's certain right things you can say, and there's one perfect thing you can say.
Let me wear headphones. They were on charge. Let me on.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's say you're asking a girl out.
Yeah.
There are certain wrong things you can say, certain right things you can say, and then there's that one, Rehan, we've seen you, I'll take you next. And then there's one perfect thing you can say. Hmm?
Hmm.
Exact same thing with relevancy.
Okay.
There are certain things you can say that
Mm-hmm.
might be vaguely correct. There are certain things you can say that are wrong. Relevancy is that one perfect dialogue.
Yeah, how do I figure that
Coming
one
to that,
perfect
coming,
dialogue?
coming to that, coming to that. The idea is whatever relevancy you pick in the options that should be addressed.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. Okay.
So
Yeah. Yeah.
whatever relevancy I pick, if you notice, the option directly talks about that.
Yeah. I noticed it in the one in the 67th question
Yeah.
where the section was mentioned and your relevancy was also about the section should be mentioned in the answer. Yeah.
So the relevancy will be mentioned in the options directly, right?
Okay.
So it's one way you're just predicting the answer before you get to it.
Yeah.
Hmm?
That's what. That's
See,
what.
because
So.
the thing is, common sense. When you're trying to get to one legal answer, right,
Hmm.
based on a given case fact,
Yeah.
their legal justification also must be around that answer, no, must be around that relevancy.
Yeah. Obviously. Yeah. That's
Correct.
how you'll
So
find the answer.
it corrects itself.
Okay.
Hmm?
Yeah. Okay.
But as an effect, but just as practice, always remember relevancy is where you can establish.
Hmm.
That's the dialogue. Relevance is where you establish. So where
Yeah.
you can decide that, yeah, this that happened is illegal, or this happened and therefore it's no illegal, then that's where you decide.
Okay. Yeah.
But where is our fellow that kept raising his hand? Rehan?
Mhm.
Kado. There you are. What's up?
Yeah, all right. Thank you so much for
I
unmuting
just
again.
read your DM, all right? And
Uh,
that when Tanuj was repeating, I told you I was distracted by a DM, right? That was Rehan's DM. You know what this guy sent me? I'll tell you what this guy sent me. Hold up. Um, where did that? Rehan, did you delete that message, Rehan?
no, 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 I have not. I have
No, no
not. I
way,
have
Rehan.
not.
Did you delete it?
I have not. I have not.
Uh, so Rehan text me says, "Good morning, Bhaiya. I am that Assalamu alaikum guy." Yeah, Rehan this side, Bhaiya the Assalamu alaikum guy. Bro, that's such a legendary way of identifying yourself. Like, do you really think you're the only Muslim student in my class?
No, I mean, at least
Then
you
the fuck
recognize
you mean
it
the
today
Assalamu alaikum
in
guy? That's
today's
crazy.
morning class.
Like
In
some students like introducing me, Sir, I am Rehan the Assalamu alaikum guy. What the fuck, Rehan? Plus, do you guys know that CLAT community is like the only
secular.
institute where we've got a lot of Muslims? Like,
Oh, I wasn't aware of that.
yeah. So we do a lot of Assalamu alaikums, bro. So when you introduce yourself as Rehan the Assalamu alaikum guy, it kind of fucks you. Like, which Assalamu alaikum? It's like some Hindu kid telling me, I am Raju, the Namaste guy. The fuck do you mean Namaste guy, bro? Oh God.
See, that was entirely in relevance of today. So since you took only one class in the morning, I mean,
And bro,
after
like,
the
bro, like crazy. Listen to this. At 6:23, he says, I'm the Assalamu alaikum guy, right? At 9:30, I am in
no,
class. This guy texts me, sir, if you are free right now. What the fuck? I am
I
in
it
class,
was
and
after
just
the
one
break.
second.
It was after the break.
Just Whatever break, Rehan. It says 9:30. Can we connect? No, we can't, bro, because I'm in class, Rehan.
You have 15 minutes. I mean, we
Yeah,
both have 15
to take
minutes.
a break from the class, Rehan. Gee, bhai. All right, cool. Yeah, go ahead with your doubt.
Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum, boy.
Thank you. So the doubt that I have is basically in section 299 and 300. So I have a case. Okay, so there's this guy X who stabs a spear
Rehan, just
in
give me
this.
one moment. Just one
Sure,
moment.
sure, sure,
I think it's
sure.
9:50. Yeah, all right. Yeah, no, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's this guy X who stabs the spear in this guy Y's stomach. Okay. And then he kind of twists it and then he takes it out. And when he's taking the spear out, the intestines come out and he dies on spot. It has been established that X did not intend to kill Y. So would it be culpable homicide amounting to murder or not amounting to murder? Because the intention.
If you've established it, then not amounting to murder. But the
Okay.
question is,
Okay.
how did you establish it, bro? Like,
Because that was mentioned that he had no intention to kill the guy, and that was proved by law.
if it was proved by law, then it's not amounting to murder only.
All right.
Then
In the second doubt that I have is for the defamation part, intention is relevant, right? Or intention is not relevant because on Google it says it's relevant.
Bob, defamations are two types. You have tortious defamation and criminal defamation.
Tortious one. Tortious one.
But tortious intent doesn't fucking matter. For torts, intent only doesn't matter.
Okay. And for the criminal
So
part, it
you
does
remember
matter.
the mining example I gave you where I'm mining in my own house and dust goes into
Yeah.
somebody else's house? Do you think I
Yes.
intended for dust to go into his nose? No.
No, no, no.
Right?
Right.
But it's still torts because we infringe his right. Same thing with defamation in torts. So when it's tortious liability for defamation, then you don't look at intention. But when it's criminal defamation, then you definitely look at intention.
How
So
do we? Oh, yeah, please go ahead.
so for example, companies tend to intentionally defame people so that their stock prices can be manipulated. So if that can be proved, then it's criminal defamation. Coming to your question, sir, how can we prove it? That's not your job. You will be
Right.
given a
Okay.
case fact, so you'll be chill. You don't have to worry about that.
All right.
Yeah.
You once mentioned that the IPC sections about the sedition one, yeah, section 124A. So you said that we need to learn the sections. Is it really that important to learn the
No,
sections?
1 to 4 is important for a human on humanity grounds, not
Okay.
CLAT grounds, on being a student of law in the country grounds.
All right. And the
Right?
constitutional articles are not relevant at all, right? Like for
नहीं
Article 1
मतलब
to
देखो, I'll
51.
tell you, the whole idea of having constitutional articles, this you should know what they mean. You don't need to remember Article 21 में क्या, 14 में क्या, 15 में क्या. No, you need to know that the Constitution exists to protect the secularism, whatever that was. No one's really
Yes,
following
all
that
right.
anymore. But the point is, you need a judicial interpretation of law. So let's say, for example, you have a case where you're not able to determine if the child is 18 or above. उसका
Yeah.
birthday एकदम 12 पे आ रहा है. Then what will you pick? So if you have this understanding of constitution, or you understand that we want to remit as much as we can, so then you go with him being a child and not an adult.
Okay.
So for nuances like this, the whole idea is whatever conclusion you reach you should not basically, be a problem to right to life, right to education, right to freedom of speech. So these core things it should not contradict. And if it does, on what basis? For that, you don't need to know articles. You just need to have common sense. That's pretty much it.
Right. Thank you so much, sir. All of the
Welcome, Charlie.
completed here.
Perfect, cool. Do we have full attendance? Is all my fellows here in class? Yes, looking alive. Shall we get started with logical? Yeah. Good morning. Arey jaag gaye. People keep joining the class, bro. It's literally 9:53. The class started at 5 a.m., bro. This fellow's still joining. The fuck you guys on? क्या हो रहा है तुम्हारा यार? पागल हो गए. So this is a very historical day because today is the first time I actually had breakfast in class. What did I have for breakfast? I had epigamia yogurt, but it counts. So today's historic. I had my first breakfast in class today. I mean, obviously it's an 8-hour fucking class, so I had to eat something, but sponsor यार no, उतनी भी औकात नहीं हुई भाई कि एपिगामिया स्पॉन्सर करे. Sure. Cool. Are we ready? Everybody? Obviously, CC has merch. But CC merge is only for internal circulation. सर रुको, नहीं बच्चे, अभी भागने का टाइम है, रुकेंगे नहीं, माँ की चूत रुकने की, अपन भागेंगे अभी। ओके, सबसे पहली बात, लॉजिकल से आसान सेक्शन हो ही नहीं सकता। ओके, when I wrote my CLAT paper, I finished logical in 15 minutes and I had to give 30 questions. And mind you, I read the passage, I read the question, I read the options. I ain't kidding you. Because logical is just that easy. Question to ask all of you, right? The reason why logical is easy is because, unlike other sections, logical is logical. There has to be one right answer, right? So logical is cool, cool. Now, I have this understanding that I have really held on to. It's been 4 or 5 years that I have been teaching, and I think I have concluded confidently that for reading sections, for English, the most important thing is how you approach the passage. For legal, the most important thing is how you approach the questions. For logical, by far, the most important thing is how you eliminate the options. Hmm? And elimination works like, how do I explain it to you? Do you know how a samurai just slices people? Like all of this he'll do and then he'll put the sword back and then it all start crumbling down after that. Like a split second, we like fuck, 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 and then suddenly it's all like slicing apart, right? I don't know how many of you will catch the reference, but it's like Zoro, right? From One Piece. Cool. It's that good. It's like, right? That's the spirit. So, today we're going to do some epic Zoro shit. Done. We're going to learn how to fucking slice through options as if it was butter and how to reach that one option the fastest, quickest way possible. Clear? Yes? Done. For logical, the most important thing you need to understand. Sir, with 2023 PYQs, you want to do 2023's paper? We can do some other year's paper also. I think we just did legal from 2023. No, तुम बोर नहीं हो गए? फिर से 2023 का उठाऊं? है? ओके, फिर से 2023 का उठाते हैं. So, for logical, what you need to understand the most. Any guesses? What do we need to understand the most for logical? All of you imagine your logical section, and this is how I want you to imagine your paper in general, but more specifically your logical section. ठीक है? You know, this is you, right? This is you. Very average human being. You don't know how to do a split. You can't do a cartwheel, right? You probably eat chicken 4 days of the week. That shit's just, right? Okay. Your parents might be Modi supporters. Average Indian. Average Indian. Okay. You go inside your CLAT examination hall. Okay. And then you sit there. How will we draw somebody sitting like that? Damn, bro, that's kind of accurate as hell, bro. Cool. You're sitting there now. Cool. And then you're giving your paper. That shit's crazy. Paper को ऐसा अलग color करेंगे. टोको. And you're giving your paper. This is the paper here. Oh, bro, that's crazy. Fine. This is your CLAT paper and this is happening on which day? 7th December. Hmm? Hmm? Hmm. Now it is you. And who is there? Who is the one that has written the passages in the paper? There is an author for every passage. Correct? So there are authors for every passage. Let's say you're doing there's an author. This is author Babu here. So author Babu is the fellow whose content is on the paper. Okay. Author Babu को ऐसा अपन चश्मे बनाएंगे. Author Babu looks crazy. Done. Author Babu. A B. Okay. Author Babu and you are NPCs. Nobody gives a fuck about you and the author. Right? Do you know who we care about? There is one Dalla that nobody notices. Right? It's like that Vantara elephant in the room. Got it? Imagine if fucking Ambani's son walked into your room right now. It's that big of a problem. Okay? No one notices it. And it's called your examiner. Right there. With a belly button. Extra details. Now, what you need to understand is the passage is created by the author. You are tested on basis of the questions. Who decides the question? The examiner. So logical is all about figuring out, at least with respect to the passage, what the examiner thinks is important. Right? What the examiner thinks is important. Does everybody know my Boca Choda experiment? How many of you know the Boca Choda experiment? You don't know the Boca Choda experiment? Seriously? The fuck? Okay. We're going to do Boca Choda now. For those that know, please just stay for like 2 minutes. I'll finish Boca Choda in 2 minutes. Fine? Okay. This is person one. Okay. This is Boca. Fine. This is person one. This is Boca. Are you clear? This is person two. This is Choda. Therefore, Boca Choda. फाइन. बोका चौदा के बीच में ये डायग्राम बना दिया जाता है. राइट. नाउ बोका इज सेइंग this is 6. Choda is saying no, this is 9. Both Boka and Choda ask who? Ask Krishna sir. What is the right answer? Krishna sir's answer is you both are Boka Chodas. Get it? That's the Boka Choda experiment. The learning from this basically is the same thing can be understood in different ways. Now, let's say Choda is the examiner. क्योंकि वो चोदता है. And Boka is the student. ठीक है? For Boka, if Choda asks Boka, what is this? If Boka says 6, he's extra dumb. Because he should know Choda is thinking 9, because he's standing right there. So it is on you to figure out what the examiner is thinking. So when you are giving the paper, when you are trying to answer, when you're trying to read the passage, you are all Bokas. You have to think from Choda's perspective. You understand? Yeah. समझा. Cool. Now, we'll do the same thing we did with legal. We're going to do it in 3 parts. Part 1, passage. Part 2, questions. Part 3, options. Done? चलो साला सारे अपने पेपर में बनाओ. ये आ गया तुम्हारा passage. Next, this is your question. And these are your options. Okay, are we clear? अरे options क्या बना दिया मैंने? Clear है अभी तक? सारे? कोई doubt? No, 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 no. Fine. Now, I want you to imagine this in your head. Close your eyes. I want you to close your eyes. Everybody, close your eyes. Like eyes closed. It's for an immersive experience. Right? Close your eyes. I want you to do it with your hand so that I can see you. Bloody bastards with peeping out of your eyes. Close your eyes with your hand so I can see that your eyes are closed. Everybody. Everybody. Close them. I need to see them go. Go. Imagine a 60-year-old fat uncle sitting in front of Chat GPT. Priyanshi, aankheं band. Sitting in front of Chat GPT, trying to read a passage and come up with questions. Okay. What do you think he will do when he reads the passage? He is not able to understand words because they are too big for him. He's not able to understand how to make questions because they're too complicated of passages for him. I want you to keep this thought with you for like 2 seconds. And now open your eyes. This is exactly what happens in your CLAT exam, right? There are people that have access to passages, and their job is to make questions out of these passages. Okay? Now you don't need to figure out how it works. I'm going to tell you how it works. We don't have the time to get into why it works. Number one, most of your questions, at least 3 out of 5 questions, have always come from the first 4 lines and the last 4 lines of the passage. Take a note. Likho, 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 likho. The first 4 lines and the last 4 lines. राइट बेटा हमारे देश में दिक्कत ये है ना कि कोई अच्छा बनाता इसलिए नहीं है क्योंकि उनको लगता है कोई और बना देगा फर्स्ट 4 lines and the last 4 lines. Okay, it's called the introduction and conclusion consideration. Remember, especially for logical, this stands true because every single logical passage is basically an author bringing arguments to the page, right? Right? The author is trying to bring you arguments. He's trying to tell you that this is why I think this is wrong or this is why I think this is right. Make sense? So when you read the introduction and conclusion, it tells you the introduction of the issue the author is addressing and the conclusion of the argument the author has made. So the first 4 lines and the last 4 lines for any logical passage are extremely important. So I don't mind. The thing is, when you read the passage, when you start reading the passage, always start the first 4 lines a little slower than your normal pace. And always start the last 4 lines a little slower than your normal pace. It gives you an unimaginable advantage over everything. Are you clear with this? हल्का सा धीरे, ज्यादा धीरे नहीं, हल्का सा धीरे, ताकि तुम बहुत अच्छी तरह पढ़ पाओ कि भाई क्या चल रहा है इधर. Done. Done. Second thing that you want to write down, author's inputs. Now I don't think I want to do the entire how a passage is made with you because it's very long. ठीक है? I will give it to you in crux of it, right? The most important part of a passage is the argument. An argument is nothing but the author's opinion, which is backed by some logical reasoning. Cool. Cool. So the author's opinion, which has some kind of logical reasoning to it, is an argument. Done. Are we clear till here? Yes, no. Yes, no. Yes? Good. Every argument has two implicits. Okay? I mean, not every, but an argument can have two implicits. One is an assumption, and one is an inference. Has everybody attended my lectures on assumption and inference, or do I need to teach you this? Do I need to teach you this? I don't, right? No, right? Well, for those of you that want to learn, for those that are watching the video recording, I will leave the I button here. And for those of you that are going to be a part of the battlegrounds, I will send you the link today. Fine. It's a topic I want you to cover. It's in a one shot video. Dekh lena. I don't want to get into this now. I want to focus on the actual paper application sheet for logical at least. So you have the author's inputs. An author's input is wherever in the passage the author has given his own input, either emotional inputs or conclusive inputs. तो अगर author ने passage में बोल दिया that this is wrong, बहुत important है वो statement. That shows the author stand on an entire issue altogether. If the author has told you that this is unfair, very important statement. So wherever the author has added something on his own, whether it be a conclusion, whether it be a emotion, whether it be a statement that drives important. ठीक है? So as long as it's not facts or something related to facts in general, anywhere that the author has himself brought something to the passage, his analysis, his conclusion, his fear or his emotion is extremely important. Are we clear? Yes, no. Yes? No. Good. Then we have obviously after this the remember arguments in general you must start to map while you're reading the passage. ठीक है? You have to map while you're reading the passage. You know what? Let's just pick a passage up for you guys. Let's do it with the passage. Hold up. ऐसे तुम्हें समझ भी आएगा और तुम्हारा PYQ भी हो जाएगा. हम्म 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 हम्म. All right, can you pay attention here? Yeah? Are you all looking at this? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. I'm going to use the highlighter to first highlight wherever the author's inputs are. Done. First thing you need to know, first four lines. And the last four lines. These are the most important lines. Okay, मैंने क्या ही highlight किया. Sorry for the tutty I just did. I will fix it. One second. Sorry. Done till here. Okay. First four lines, last four lines are the most important. Done. Now for the rest. A pan-India survey of the media consumption by blah 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 found that print media remains the most trusted information. The finding is consistent with heartening surge in public, reliability newspaper, right? This is the author's input. The part where it says the finding is consistent with the heartening surge in public endorsement. Now you see, this has not come from a fact. This is what the author has himself contributed. Make sense to you? Make sense to you? This is the author's contribution. Done. An earlier survey which attempted to examine the impact of the lockdown on the reading patterns had found that the number of readers who used to spend over an hour on newspaper every day had risen up to 38%, up from 16% in the pre-lockdown period. This increased trust in newspaper is because the lockdowns coincided with decimation of crudest kinds of misinformation about the pandemic in India and around the world, which plays a pivotal role in exposing lies. This is again an author's input. Make sense? Right? So this is again something that the author has himself brought to the paper. Am I clear? Are you following me? Yeah, no. Okay. But that is where the good news ends. For the print media at least, among other things, the data collected by survey found deepening footprints of social media in rural and urban constituencies, with television continues to dominate the screen. These developments are consistent with global trends that reveal that newspaper industry is struggling to contain the again. Okay. Ironically, the word ironically is very, very important. Why am I giving you special emphasis on ironically? Because this is a strong word used by the author. It is an author's input and it's talking about an irony. The examiner gets orgasms when they see words like these. Right? Remember, very important. Then, which saw a resurgence in collective trust in newspapers, adversely affected the point media, traditional advertisers reeling under the economic fallouts of COVID-19. Cut back on advertisements. But the crisis in print precedence pandemic, blah blah blah. Spurious crisis, but also spurious source of information. Just this part then. ठीक है? Ironically के बाद जो दो lines हैं. So now you take the entire passage, right? While skimming through the passage, you must remember it in ways like these, right? First, the first ye and the second. This you should know concept wise is very important. Then you should know part 3, part 4, part 5, part 6. Okay. The ability to divide the passage into parts and take meanings in parts is what is important, right? Okay. Now let me just try doing it with questions. 112. Which of the following is the author most likely to agree with? The COVID-19 pandemic was unmitigated disaster for the news. They see the first question itself has come from this. Ironically. Get what we're here doing here, right? The first question came from the word ironically, right? Because your examiner gets orgasms looking at these words. The first question came from ironically. Are we clear? Are you with me? Going on to the next question. Which of the following, if true, would most weaken the author's arguments? Social media is reliable source of information, so highly unreliable. Please follow me here. Second question. Right? Moving on. Which of the following would be an effective way of making print media more competitive? Slowing down the process of print media production, using more expensive printing methods that achieve, okay, only publishing newspaper on alternate days, developing ways of ensuring print media can reach readers more speedily. I don't think we need to go to the passage for this. This is common sense. This is unnecessary. Doesn't need the passage only. But even if you want to go back to the passage, it would be newspapers have been outpaced by Speedia right here. Krishna sir, bro, ऐसा नहीं छोड़ते अपन. Right there, on point. Are we clear? Clear? 3 on 3, huh? Locked in. 3 on 3, locked in. Moving on. Based on the author's arguments, which of the following, if true, would happen, resulted in the weakening rather than the deepening of public trust in newspapers since the pandemic? Four on 4. Are you with me? Are you with me? Last question. Okay, last question. Oh, दो और है माँ की छूट. Which of the following would be the impact on the readership and revenues of print media if the image were not dominant over text as a cultural phenomena? Please pay attention here. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm-mm. One second. In the first passage only. Discerning erosion of publication, mass media, both traditional has both mistrust is more the hiring of falsity, thus encouraging these old guard of media acquisition. Mm. Yeah, the dominance of image text over right here. ठीक है? Slightly lower. Let's say we missed this, okay? Because I have not highlighted it. But you get it. It's from the same sect, right? You get it. But we missed it. We missed it. We missed it. Fine. By one highlight, I missed it. But okay, you got it, right? ठीक है. Done. Moving on. How does the author suggest newspapers can overcome the problem of being outpaced by speedier source of information? Cool. Fifth cue. So, okay, out of 6, we got 5. We didn't get 1. Now, I want you to pay attention to this, okay? This part and this part is literally where you got all your questions from, including the one we missed, like this, and write this here. What does this tell you about the examiner? I'm looking at the chat box. What does this tell you about the So the idea is if you are able to identify what is important, you will be fine, right? You will be fine. The point is, will you be able to identify, right? Cool. Did you understand how I did author's inputs in this passage? That's the most important part. Did you get that? Huh? Did you get how I did author's inputs in this passage? Yes. Yes, I need you to see. Yes or no. Good. Fine. So now that we have that out of the way, there are two more things I want you to keep in mind, right? First is anchors. Okay? Fourth is kids, I'm just getting one important call. I'm so sorry. It's my mom calling. Otherwise, I don't pick calls up. Just give me a minute. Just a minute, huh? Okay, yeah. Sorry guys, yeah. So then you've got tone breaks, okay? Now anchors are very simple. I'll show you anchors in this passage only, the one we just did. Okay. A pan India survey. This is an anchor. Okay. An earlier survey. This is an anchor. Okay. Cool. So an anchor is where the author actually takes some other source. Okay. Takes some other source or some other fact and draws authority from it. Okay. And draws authority from it. Done. Last and the most difficult to get, the most hard one to apply, right, is tempo breaks. Cool. Tempo breaks is anywhere in the passage where there is a flow and that flow breaks. For example, but that is where the good news ends. Tempo break. Ironically, tempo break. I want you to remember this and when you do logical passages, try implementing it. ठीक है? Are we clear? समझ आ गया सबको इधर तक पक्का? Okay. Telltale signs is the same thing as the author's inputs. ठीक है? So author's notions is what we basically call telltale signs. ठीक है? So when you have author's arguments plus author's notions that you're already looking at, you don't need to separately do telltale signs. So as long as you're doing author's inputs, that includes the author's arguments and author's notions as well. You have covered telltale signs as well. No worries there. Are we clear till here? Everybody? Hmm? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, great. That's as far as your passage is concerned. Logical question, at least, my only request to you is read properly. Because your questions are relatively very straightforward. I'll just show you. For example, you take a look at these questions. Which of the following is the author most likely to agree with? The only two things you shouldn't miss is most likely and agree. Right? So when you read in a hurry, you will read agree as disagree. Okay? You'll read most likely at least likely. So the only thing I need to, because either question में ज़्यादा कुछ है नहीं, right? All you need to do is done. Also, underlining is not allowed. Don't do that shit. Underlining is not allowed. One thing I wanted to teach you, and then we'll move on to options, and then we can call a wrap to logical in general, and then we can start our type questions one by one, and then we can get on to PYQs and elimination. When you say most likely, what does that mean? Krishna sir is the teacher I like the most. I'm hoping it's true, but as an example, Krishna teacher is the teacher I like the most. What does that mean? That there are a few more that I like, right? When you have the word most likely in a question, what should that tell you? Just using common sense, what should that tell you? That there might be more than two options that the author agrees with. And your job is finding out which one does he agree with more. Lesson here is it's not about finding the right answer. It's not. It's about finding the. I need you to write this down. It's not about finding the right answer. It's about finding the better option. Okay, makes sense. Yeah, right. I think now we can officially enter eliminations as well. Fine. Any doubts so far? Any doubts whatsoever? Pakka, are we clear? Pakka? Okay, before we get into eliminations, I want you to write this down. ठीक है, लिखो मेरे साथ. जल्दी लिखो. 1, 2, 3. These are the most frequent questions you can get out of your logical. Actually, in fact, it's not 3, it's 6 actually. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. These 6 question types are the most frequently asked question types. In fact, 70% of your paper comes from these questions itself. Some or the other form. The one more thing that they have added, which is new relatively, is अब AR की आपकी क्लास चालू होने वाली है. ठीक है. AR class you're going to have soon. So we will teach you AR, don't worry. Today we will also be focusing on these two times. Author based बहुत सालों से आ रहा है, but now it has become a little more apparent. पहले author based पहले की 3 कैटेगरीज के साथ आता था, अभी अलग आता है. और केस बेस्ड तो उन्होंने 2024 से चालू किया है और 2024 से चालू रखा है. तो मोस्ट लाइकली इस साल भी आपके पेपर में एक केस बेस्ड क्वेश्चन आएगा. ठीक है. तो वी आर गोइंग टू डू all 6 of these step by step, how to do them, what is important, what is not important, things that you need to keep in mind. This is what we're going to do after our break now. पहली बात तो ये. Second thing that I want you to remember is after this we're going to do elimination and then directly we'll do PYQ analysis. Are we all clear? पक्का? टाइम क्या हो रहा है? It's 10:30. We have like 1.5 more hour before it touches 12. We might go a little over 12 also. Are you all okay with that? Yeah? हल्का सा जा सकता है, right? I'll give you a 10-minute break now. Take a 10-minute break. We'll join at 10:40 and then we'll start. ठीक है? Cool. ज़्यादा बचा है नहीं वैसे, but I just want to explain प्यार प्यार से. Okay? 10 minutes off. God bless you all. Love you. ये कौन है यार जो टेडीज के साथ बैठा है? बेटा, क्या है बच्चे? हेलो. हाय. रूडी ओपी जी. क्या चल रहा है भाई? वाह. एक सेकंड करो अनम्यूट अपने आप को. हाय क्यूटी बॉय, व्हाट्स अप?
हेलो सर, गुड मॉर्निंग।
गुड मॉर्निंग बच्चे, कैसे चल रही है पढ़ाई?
बस बढ़िया चल रही है सर।
कितनी आ रही है बच्चे अभी आपको आपके पेपर में?
सर 80 to 90 के बीच में था लास्ट 2-3 मॉक्स में।
80 to 90. ओके. और आप हो कहाँ के? बैंगलोर?
हाँ सर, MP।
MP. Cool. So how are you planning on doing the last 4 5 days?
सर आप ही के साथ चल रही है रिवीजन।
डाल दो कृष्णा सर पे. नहीं बच्चे, मैं पूछ रहा हूँ आपका आपकी क्या प्लान? अब तो देखो 12 बजे मैं छोड़ दूंगा. 12 बजे से रात के 12 तक क्या करोगे?
पहले तो सोऊंगा क्योंकि रात में भी पढ़ ही रहा था। फिर
फिर?
आपका नोटिफिकेशन देखा तो क्लास ज्वाइन कर ली।
वेरी गुड. सुबह से तो क्लास में?
यस सर, 5 बजे थे।
प्राउड ऑफ यू. 7 बजे से?
नहीं, 5 बजे थे जब चालू
5
हुआ था
बजे
सबसे।
से. चलो ठीक है, शाबाश मेरी जान. डन डन. वो मैं देख रहा था टेडीज. वेरी क्यूट. ओके. अनघा श्री, हाउस योर प्रेप गोइंग?
Sir, it's going very well actually.
Child, did you get ready for today's class? Like, did you like?
Nay, bed is right here. I woke up, wore my best headband, and I sat.
All right. Looks like you got ready, bro. Like, that's crazy dedication. I would have given you some extra brownie points for getting ready.
Thank you. I'll do that next time.
Perfect. और अरे अगस्त्य रात अरे एटलुनारा
I'm good, sir. How are you?
all fine. How are you doing now?
I'm doing
Scores?
great.
Scores,
Right.
scores.
85 to 95 के बीच में है.
Okay, that sounds good, huh? My domicile baby boy, cutie.
Yeah. See you in
95, 95 should get you to Nalsar champion. See you there soon, yaar. Come on. Next photo we take together will be in front of Nalsar, okay?
Yes, for sure.
Okay, champion. Best of luck, huh?
Bet.
All right. Don't aim for 95, hero. Aim for 105. Don't be like, I have domicile, I'll do 95 only. Go for 105. Yeah, okay. 1 second. Yeah, aim for 105, okay? Pampichna pe,
Mute. Oh, I got it. Yeah. I'll aim for 105, then I'll be all India rank 1.
Yeah. The day you get All India rank 1, I'll be like CLAT community student, fire Agastya, and then I'll take
Sure.
what that Lauda career launcher fellows you're with.
Bro, sir, I'm telling you. So basically, there was a fight between me and that Satvik legal sir. He's telling,
Okay.
so Storm is act of God. I'm telling him it's not. He's like, no, you don't know. I'm like, okay. Then I told him it's reasonable. You can see it. He's like, no, you can't see it. When you've seen weather forecast, so it's reasonable. You can see. But he's telling you can't see. We had like 30-minute argument for that. All dumb people in career launches.
Just to tell you, like a small caveat, storm might still be considered an act of God in some cases.
But sir, okay, fine. I'll better not argue.
Right? Like depend on what storm. If you're talking about a rainstorm or a hailstorm, then no.
Yeah, it
But
was
if
a
you're talking
rainstorm.
about like a La Nina, that like a big storm, then that's still an act of God.
Oh no, it was a rainstorm, normal rainstorm.
See, the idea with the storms is if it can be reasonably predicted or prevented, then it doesn't come under act of God. Fine. A big storm, is a storm is considered act of God in general. That's the general practice. So when they say storm, you should not think of it as a chutku mutku storm. You'll think nice big storm. Okay.
Yes.
So now what your CL fellow is right. Now what did you do?
Okay, I'll take my words back.
Yeah.
But they're still dumb, sir.
No,
Waste.
you know how much I hate CL, bro. But I'm just saying, don't worry.
Yeah,
Like, in this one thing, maybe he's right.
yeah.
Otherwise, so many from people from your CL batch are like coming to my classes. Why? What happened to your branch?
Sir, see, first of all, class are not going well. Even if
Why?
they're going on, they're like,
Why are classes not going well? I'm sorry, I just need Amirpet gossip, guys. Just give me. We still have time, no? You
oh,
have
I
two
got
minutes.
gossip about you too.
And no gossip about me. We'll have gossip about Amirpet first. My gossip we'll do privately.
Sure. There's nothing much. They won't teach you main points. What they were supposed to teach in June or something like that, they're teaching now. They taught us how to analyze a mock recently, like just a week ago.
Oh, like 3 weeks before CLAT.
Yeah.
Bro, that's okay. That's
Like, and they made a toppers batch who scored 75 and
See, I
78.
think that is the worst thing that these
Yeah.
coaching institutes do. They like, I don't know why. Like, you see, guys, do you realize at career at CLAT community at least we are going for students that are scoring low. We are going for fellows that haven't prepared. Like that's literally what we are doing. Like I feel bad for you guys. At least the CL and then the LE kids. LE also has a toppers batch now. I've heard.
No,
तो यार
Elias
अगर LE से
champions
जाके
batch.
LE has.
Champions batch for all the toppers. Like
Yeah,
crazy
Ellie has
one.
a champions batch, right? So I hate it. Like I personally hate it. I'm like the fuck you guys doing. Anyways, okay. I had at least 9 people from your CL batch come to my classes.
They are already with you right now.
Yeah, no, I know there are a few in class right now, but I had 9 more that tried to join the sprint series, and I had to say no because we didn't have seats.
Oh, I tried joining, but I couldn't.
Yeah, they were like, Anna, Hyderabad ek ada Anna, Nightels kada Anna. I said, Baba, seats are not there. But they were all from your Amirpet branch only. I think out of all branches, your Amirpet branch is doing shit.
Very much.
Papa, that's okay. So you regret taking CC, right? Sorry, CL, right?
100%.
100%. See, you
I
should
wish I
just
could
keep
get the
going.
refund.
It's okay. How much did you pay? 1 lakh, huh?
135.
Bro, that's crazy. 135 is insane. The fuck?
Can't help it.
See, now it's your responsibility to tell your juniors, right?
I tried telling. I
Yeah,
tried.
you should tell all your juniors that listen.
Don't go to CL, go to CC.
No, it's not even about don't go to CL. It's only about go to CC,
Yeah.
right? It's
Yeah.
as simple as that. Like go to CC.
Yes.
Unbeatable shit. Like because we don't have the budget to do CL type of advertisement, bro. Have billboards everywhere and be like,
No,
oh
you
yeah.
stop. You have the budget. You have
The
everything.
fuck do you mean you have the budget, bro? We honestly don't. Like all the money I am getting comes from my investments and come from my other companies. CLAT Community as such doesn't make money. Bro, we're running a free course for 1,200 kids, bro. The fuck do you think the money comes from? It doesn't come from anywhere. So we don't make
Just
money.
calculated your income, so maybe
Yeah,
I'm
my
right or
income from other sources is pretty high.
yeah,
But
for
like
sure.
from CLAT Community, it's almost like I'm burning more money than I'm making.
Yeah. By the way, I have a doubt.
Hmm.
Take me in CC as your colleague when I get into Nalsir.
I'm see the now the thing is at the beginning, CC, I was in control of completely CC, right? Like
Oh,
I am still in control, but the thing is, there are some people, there are some people that also have a say. So they'll have to sit for an interview. We'll have to vet you because we maintain high standards, no? So
through recommendation.
no recommendations here, bro. Hello, anyways.
Yes,
Someone
yes.
just asked in the chat, wait, oh, what the fuck? We have like 200 messages. 1,200 फॉर जस्ट नेम बच्चे वो क्या है ना सुबह 4 बजे सिर्फ 250 उठे वही बड़ी बात है भाई अभी रात को क्लास होगी ना फिर 700 800 आ जाएंगे बच्चा सुबह 5 बजे उठना इज नॉट अ इजी थिंग स्पेशली सुबह 5 बजे उठना और 12 तक पढ़ना इज नॉट इजी एट ऑल आई एम प्राउड ऑफ एवरी वन हियर राइट आई एम genuinely proud of every single one of you guys do you realize we have been grinding since 4:30. What's the time now? It's what? It's 10:30, 5:30, 6:30, 7:30, 8:30, 9:30, 10:30. We've been going like 6 hours straight. Yeah, no joke. And I had to wake up at 4 to prepare for the class. So we've been doing crazy, bro. And we still have like at least an hour and a half, two left. Guys, you're all legends. I'm proud of each and every one of you. Right? I think you can pat yourself a little. Can you just feel good about yourself for a bit now? कि तुमने ऑलरेडी 6 घंटे की पढ़ाई कर दी और भैंचोद 12 भी नहीं बजे अब तक या दैट्स क्रेजी ऑलराइट ऑलराइट चालू करें चालू करें जल्दी खत्म करते हैं मुझे पता है थोड़े बच्चे सोने वाले हैं थोड़े बच्चे पावर नैप लेने वाले हैं थोड़े बच्चों को बस ऐसे हाँ बोल के लेटना है थोड़े बच्चों को खाना खाना है आई नो थोड़े बच्चों का बाबू सोना वेट कर रहा है सुबह से कि कब फ्री होगा बाबू सोना अरे तुम सब नॉटी हो रहे हो मेरे को पता है ओके विल गेट स्टार्टेड बट बच्चा आने वाले 15 20 दिनों तक बाबू सोना से थोड़ा दूर है ना बाबू सोना को समझा देना कि भाई क्लैट है इंपॉर्टेंट है ना इट्स इट्स अबाउट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग्स ए शाम गाली मत दे ऐसे गंदी बात अब तुझे कोई मिल गई ऐसी तो यार सबको थोड़ी मिलेगी और जो बोलता है ना शाम वही होता है बच्चे ऐसे नहीं बोलना चाहिए वेरी बैड कूल शैल वी गेट स्टार्टेड शाम गलत संगत में 100% गाली ना देने की बात तो आप गाइस देखो द रूल्स आर सिंपल राइट इन माय क्लास द ओनली फेलो अलाउड टू गिव गाली इज मी एज सिंपल एज दैट मैं गाली देता हूँ प्यार से देता हूँ मुझे देखो अगर मैं तुम्हें एकदम नफरत से प्यारी प्यारी बातें बताऊं वो गाली की तरह होती है पर अगर मैं तुम्हें प्यार से बहन का लौड़ा बुलाऊं कितनी प्यार भरी गाली है मैं प्यार से गाली देता हूँ यार माई गालीज हैव अ लॉट ऑफ लव बिहाइंड देम आई होप यू कैन फील माई लव कैन यू फील माई लव व्हेन आई गिव यू गालीज या है ना? जब मैं किसी को चूतिया बुलाता हूँ उनको कितना अच्छा लगता है यार कि वाह सर ने मुझे चूतिया बुलाया आज। दे फील लाइक वाह सर का यार। यार प्यार देने का तरीका होता है यार। अब ठीक है यार, अब मैं गाली नहीं दूंगा तो प्यार कैसे करूंगा यार? डन। आर यू रेडी टू गो? आर यू रेडी टू गो? यस, नो, या? अब मैंने अभी तक रेडिट खोला नहीं है, अब मैं क्लास के बाद रेडिट खोलूंगा। मैंने थोड़े बच्चों ने टेक्स्ट कर दिया ऑलरेडी कि सर मैंने कमेंट किया, आई विल चेक, आई विल चेक, आई विल चेक, आई विल चेक इट ऑल। डन। Hey, my love language is not abusing, right? Abusing is my love language. It's a different thing altogether. Okay, are we ready? Are we ready? Everybody, hey, move your body. Good morning. Shall we? Shall we? Okay. First, let's talk about assumptions and inferences. All right. That's the most asked question and also the easiest question to deal with. Now, what is an assumption? Give me a one-line answer. What is an assumption? I'm looking at the chat box. Okay, I'm going to give you an example now, right? Ha, 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 ha. Krishna sir, this is Krishna sir, okay? Only likes black things. Krishna sir only likes black things. And Krishna sir likes his car, right? What is the assumption here? Correct. Correct. Now, I hope you are clear with this. Very good. Now, one more example. Agastya attends CL Amirpet. ठीक है? अगस्त्य अटेंड CL Amirpet. अरे क्यों नाम बर्बाद किया? ठीक है, अगस्त्य अटेंड्स क्लैट कम्युनिटीज क्लासेस. ठीक है, ओके. He will do very good in his CLAT exam. Assumption क्या है? CC's classes is good. CC is good. Fine. This is statement 1. Okay. Now I want you to pay attention to statement 2. Agastya attends CC's classes. CC is good. Therefore, he will do very good in his CLAT exam. Assumption equal to what? Assumption equal to what? सोचो सोचो. No assumption. Very good. I am proud of everybody that says no assumption. Very good. There is no assumption. Now, the question to you is, in statement 1, this statement was not written, it becomes an assumption. When you write the same statement in statement 2, it is no longer an assumption. So, if you write an assumption down, what does it fucking become? My students, so proud of you. When you write an assumption down, it becomes an argument. So, the one-liner definition of an assumption is an unwritten argument. राइट डाउन, राइट। ये डेफिनेशन और तुम्हें कहीं नहीं मिलेगी, सिर्फ कृष्णा सर की दिमाग से निकलती है ये। assumption equals unwritten argument, राइट। अगर उसको लिख देगा तो आर्ग्यूमेंट हो जाएगा, नहीं लिखा तो assumption है, डन। एंड जस्ट लाइक एन आर्ग्यूमेंट, assumption is also made only by the author, ठीक है। Now, when you have assumption and inference questions, do you realize, all of you know what an inference is, right? You've seen the video, na? I told you to go watch it. ठीक है, तो you know which one I'm talking about. Just in case that you want me to quickly recap once. An assumption is an unwritten argument only made by the author, and there is only one assumption in the entire statement. Whereas on the same hand, an inference is a possibility allowed. An inference is also made only by the reader, and there can be infinite inferences. Now, sir, what does this mean? We'll take the car example as before, right? So, Krishna sir only likes black things. Krishna sir likes his car. Krishna sir's car equals to black is the assumption. What are the inferences? Krishna sir's car is not equals to pink. Krishna sir's car is not equals to white. Krishna sir's car is not equals to red. These are all inferences. Clear? Am I clear? Did you all get it? समझा चमका सबको? चमका? मुंडी हिलाओ. चमका? Yes? चमका सबको? Very good. Now, when you do assumption and inference questions, the first thing is the approach in itself. When you think about an assumption, you always must think from the author's perspective. That from which of the following assumption has the author made while making this argument. ठीक है, पहली बात तो ये. Now coming to your CLAT questions for assumption and inference is done. Step 1. Always remember, assumption questions will be positive, inference questions will be negative. Most likely your assumption questions will be which of the following is an assumption. For inference, it will most likely be which of the following is not an. This is the first thing I need you to understand. Second thing, the problem with assumption and inference is they can also come as a part of DIs. Okay. Now, this is where the trouble really starts. When assumption and inferences come as a part of a DI, you need to refer to the passage so that you are able to arrive at some context, right? For those of you that don't understand what a DI is, direct inference questions are those that force you to refer back to a certain part of the passage. Okay. So the idea is you will have to go back to the passage, figure out that particular context in which that statement has been told. Once you have logged in and understood the context, ठीक है, जब आपको context समझ आता है, एक सेकेंड गाइस, जी माँ जा रहे हो? ओके माँ, जी जी, लव यू। जाते जाते मेरी माँ दरवाजा बंद कर देना प्लीज, लव यू। Alright, so you figure out the context and then you take that context and then you can apply it to assumption and inference का definition. You understand? You understand? Are you clear? Yes, no? Done. Now, you will only get two types of questions in your CLAT exam. You will only get two types of questions. Or I think now we can make three. ठीक है? Type 1 is which of the following is made? Right? Which of the following is an assumption or an inference made? Okay. Type 2 is where they will cite something from the passage. They'll give you a sentence and they will identify Identify what is the assumption or the inference. This is also one type of question. Type 3. According to the passage or the author, which of the following is the assumption or inference? So these are the three types of assumption and inference questions you can get. Now, for the first type, what you need to remember is the definition. This part. Okay? You will be sorted. Just remember, for an assumption, it must be made by the author. Okay? Only by the author. There can only be one assumption. You just need to identify and move on. Right? Okay. For inferences, you just have to know possibility allowed. A small trick that you can remember for assumption and inference question is the formula I have made. 98 plus dash is equal to 100. Okay? Done. Assumption here is, what is the assumption here? Very good. Inference is dash is not equal to 100. Dash is not equal to 3. Dash is not equal to minus 100. It can keep on going like that. Okay? It can keep on going like that. Done. So an inference is nothing but a possibility that is allowed to exist. That's it. Are you clear with type 1? You just need to remember the definitions for type 1. Got it? Everybody? Yeah? Is there anybody that's doing this? Okay, perfect. Done. Type 2, you have to understand that you have to now refer to this part before. So you need to know what this means. Always remember, in this sentence itself, there would be an assumption or an inference. If there is an inference, there can be a lot that you can create. If there is an assumption, it obviously has to be made by the author. Right? So wherever you have to identify, what I would suggest you do is you go back to the passage and identify ये part आया कहाँ से है. There will be some sort of particular context to this. And then I want you to focus on that. So once you have been able to identify the context, then you attempt the question, you will be fine. Okay? Clear? Done? Then the final part. According to the passage or the author, which of the following is an assumption or an inference? For this, bacha, trust me, you usually have to end up playing with the options. Right? So this is where you will use the what we call notional elimination. This I will come to. ठीक है? ये मैं तुम्हें सिखा दूंगा. Done. But what you need to remember at the crux of it is the most important part is that you are able that you understand and appreciate this definition. Assumption is an unwritten argument made by the only made by the author, and there can only be one assumption. Inference is a possibility allowed. It is deduced by the reader, and there can be infinite inferences. Just remember this part. Whenever you have an assumption question, if you can recite this once in your head, and whenever you have an inference question, if you can recite this once in your head, 99% you will never make a mistake. It's all about conceptual clarity. Got it? Clear? Clear? Both of these have one core similarity that I want to talk about, right? Now, let's say, for example, what will Krishna like or what will Krishna not like? Very standard question. No? Krishna can like so many things, Krishna cannot like so many things. Fine. Okay. Similarly, give it some thought. In a passage, all right, or in a strengthening, weakening, agree, disagree question, what can you strengthen? What can you weaken? What can you agree with? And what can you disagree with? Think about that for a minute. So, what can you strengthen? What do you think the answer? What can you strengthen? Yeah. What can you strengthen, my guys? Can you strengthen an inference? No. Can you strengthen an assumption? No. What can you strengthen? What can you weaken? Talk to me. You can strengthen an argument 100%. All right, but an argument is just the author's opinion, right? Correct. So how will you strengthen the argument? You cannot strengthen it directly. Come on, mother chud, think, jaldi socho. I need to see the chat box filling up. I'm waiting for the answer. Cool. Let's do a quick recap of how your fucking passage is made, and then we will be fine, good to go. Right? Pay attention. First, the author takes premises, which is nothing but facts. Right? On those premises, the author applies something called logical reasoning, which is nothing but his own brain. Right? Based off of that, he gets an opinion. Now, an opinion that is based on facts and logical reasoning is called what? An argument. Very good. We should all be clear with this. 110%. Beautiful. So we can strike this shit off and simply write argument. Beautiful. Argument. That's an argument. Now, at each argument, you have two implicits. What are these implicits, sir? You have implicit number one, which is nothing but your assumption. Implicit number two, which is nothing but your inference. ब्यूटीफुल ब्यूटीफुल. अब ये एक आर्ग्यूमेंट है. ऐसे अगर तुम एक साथ 15-20 आर्ग्यूमेंट पेल दो तो ये बन जाता है तुम्हारा क्या? लॉजिकल पैसेज. अब इस लॉजिकल पैसेज में तुम मेजॉरिटी आर्ग्यूमेंट्स उठाओ तो वो बन जाता है तुम्हारा मेन आइडिया और मेन आर्ग्यूमेंट. ठीक है, ये तुम्हारा रैप अप था. ये तुम्हारा रैप अप था. समझ आया सबको? या अब मेरी बात सुनो. तुम क्या मेन आइडिया स्ट्रेंथन कर सकते हो? Main idea is what? Think of it. Main idea is nothing but accumulation of the argument. Very good. तुम क्या inference strengthen कर सकते हो? Inference is what? Inference is an impression from the argument. तुम क्या assumption strengthen कर सकते हो? Assumption is what? An implicit from the argument. ठीक है. Facts को तो तुम strengthen कर नहीं सकते. Logical reasoning is what? Is something that leads to the argument. Everything comes down to do I need to circle it more times? I hope you get the emphasis, right? Correct. So anything you want to strengthen in the passage, it can happen only through one means. Logical reasoning to argument. Okay. Logical reasoning to argument. Repeat. Logical reasoning to argument. Logical reasoning to. Now there are ways you can do this. And that is where it becomes complicated. Now I'll give you all the ways you can do it. Agree, disagree, strengthening, weakening. Note it down and then you're good to go. Fine. First things first. If you write an assumption or an inference, it strengthens. Right? Now, assumption and inferences are not written in the passage. Right? If the question is which of the following is a strengthening statement, and whose question may they have written down an assumption or they have written down an inference, then that statement is strengthening. Did you get it? Write this shit down, it's important. I will not be repeating this. Right? Writing an assumption or an inference strengthens the passage. Right? Denying the assumption or an inference weakens the passage. So if you write what is given in the assumption or the inference, then you strengthen it. If you write opposite to the assumption and the inference, then you weaken it. Number one. Okay. सर प्लीज एडमिट दो आर्यन को. ये क्या है यार, तुम दल्ले. बड़ा गुस्सा आ रहा है मेरे को. 5 बजे की क्लास है, 11 बजे आर्यन आ रहा है और ये कह रहा है कोई आर्यन को आने दो. क्या आर्यन ने गांड ले रखी है क्या तेरी भाई? क्या कर रहा है? ओके, आर यू क्लियर टिल हियर? दिस इज द फर्स्ट थिंग. सबने लिख लिया? दूसरी चीज, लॉजिकल रीजनिंग अप्लाइज टू एन आर्ग्यूमेंट. अगर इस सेम एप्लीकेशन की आपको एनालॉजी मिल जाए, राइट? फॉर एग्जाम्पल कृष्णा सर likes black, therefore Krishna sir likes his car. Krishna's car is equal to black. ठीक है? Now, which of the following is a strengthening statement? Krishna sir likes his black cat. It's black. It follows the logic given in the passage, so therefore it is strengthening. Make sense to you? Right? So the exact way in which the logic in our case applies to the argument. If the statement has applied it somewhere else, then that is also strengthening statement or an agree statement or a disagree statement. In the same way, if the logical reasoning has been applied in the ulta way, as our author has done, that's a weakening statement or a disagree statement. Did you understand? First is on the basis of assumption and inferences, where if you write them, it strengthens them. If you write against them, it weakens them. Second is on the basis of logical application. If you follow the same mode of application, then that is strengthening. If you follow the ulta mode of application, then that is weakening. Clear till here? Yes? Yeah? देखो दल्लो, मुझे पता है तुम 7 घंटों से बैठे हो, पर तुम्हारा पेपर 15 दिन में है। अगर अभी गांड में बम्बू डाल के तुम नहीं जागे ना, तो बहुत मुश्किल हो जाएगा। और बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज पढ़ा रहा हूं मैं, जागो। जागो। मैं भी बैठा हूं ना 4 बजे से। क्या है, बैठा हूं नहीं बैठा हूं, देखो मुद्दा पता है क्या है? ठीक है, 1 मिनट की बातें करेंगे, डन। सुनो, तुम्हारा पेपर 15 दिन में आने वाला है ना? अब 15 दिन में तुम जितना कर सकते हो उतना करना तुम्हारा धर्म बनता है, ठीक है? और आपकी इस जंग में सुबह 4 बजे से मैं भी तो मरवा रहा हूँ। अब अगर मैं क्लास में ऐसे पढ़ाऊँ, हाँ तो बच्चों, अभी होने वाली है अगली टॉपिक, हम करने वाले हैं assumption inferences आर्ग्यूमेंट। तो तुम्हें यार घंटा कुछ समझ आएगा बहनचोद? तो यार देखो, रेड बुल चढ़ा के बैठे हैं ना हम, है ना? क्योंकि हम पे टाइम नहीं है और कंटेंट बहुत ज्यादा है। तो मेरी बात सुनो, जागो, एक दूसरे को थप्पड़ मारो, ठीक है? गियर आगे बढ़ाओ, स्विच करो, थोड़ा बैठो, क्योंकि 11 बज चुके हैं, 1 घंटा बाकी है। 7 घंटे एकदम अच्छी तरह बैठ के 1 घंटे में अगर तुम ऐसे धीरे हो जाओगे ना, क्या फायदा, मजा ही नहीं आएगा फिर, है ना? जागे हैं सारे? यस? हिलाओ मुंडी, दिखे मेरे को जागे हैं। शाबाश। ठीक है, आई लव यू गाइस यार। मुझे कोई दिक्कत नहीं, मैं कल भी सुबह 4 बजे उठ के पढ़ा दूंगा, मुझे कोई दिक्कत नहीं, तुम्हारी मदद होनी जरूरी है। क्या है ना, मुझे पता है, आई नो, गलती मेरी है। 12 घंटे की क्लास लेना एक साथ इज डिफिकल्ट, मुझे पता है, क्योंकि तुम इंस्टाग्राम के चौधे हो, है ना? तुम्हारी अटेंशन स्पैन इतनी है, मेरे को पता है। अब मैंने खींच के 12 घंटे बिठा दिया, आई अंडरस्टैंड दिक्कत है। बट पता है दिक्कत क्या है? टाइम नहीं है हमारे पास, है ना? तुम लेट आए हो, तुम्हारा अभी स्टार्ट हुआ, तो टाइम नहीं है। तो इसलिए आई एम ट्राइंग टू मेक अप फॉर इट, आई एक्सपेक्ट यू ऑल्सो टू मेक अप फॉर इट। डन? ओके, 1 घंटा हो रहा है। सोती शक्ल लिखी तो मैं क्लास रैप अप करके निकल जाऊंगा, मेरे को अच्छा नहीं लगता फिर। बच्चा पढ़े जोश जोश में यार, है ना? जागे हो सारे? हैं जी? पक्का? शाबाश। अभी तक 2 चीजें कवर की हैं, एक तो अजम्पशन और इन्फ्रेंस, और एक तो लॉजिक कैसे अप्लाई होता है। डन? डन। तीसरी और आखिरी चीज है आर्ग्यूमेंट को इंप्रूव करना या डिस्प्रूव करना। अगर तुम आर्ग्यूमेंट को ही डिस्प्रूव कर देते हो, खत्म। ये बड़ी सिंपल सी चीज थी। पता मुद्दा क्या है? अगर तुम अजम्पशन को डिस्प्रूव करते हो ना, अजम्पशन आर्ग्यूमेंट पे बेस्ड होता है, तो आर्ग्यूमेंट भी डिस्प्रूव हो जाता है। अगर तुम इन्फ्रेंस को डिस्प्रूव करते हो, इन्फ्रेंस भी आर्ग्यूमेंट पे बेस्ड है, तो वो भी डिस्प्रूव हो जाता है। अगर तुम एलआर को अप्लाई करते हो सीधा, राइट, और तुमने अगर एप्लीकेशन ही गलत कर दी, तो आर्ग्यूमेंट गलत हो जाता है। So these are the three things that are directly connected to the argument. So any changes ऊपर नीचे here will directly affect the legitimacy of the argument also, right? It's like that Porsche case. अब उसके बेटे ने गाड़ी ठोक दी, हमने क्या लगा, बाप छूतिया है। किसी ने बोला नहीं, बट सबने सोचा कि क्या छूतिया बाप है यार, ऐसा वैसा बेटा पैदा करके रखा है बहन चोद, है ना? यू अंडरस्टैंड? यू गेट इट? ठीक है। अब जैसे अगस्त्या है, अब जैसे है ये दल्ला क्लास में बैठा हुआ उधर, डन, उसके नंबर नहीं आ रहे। उसने क्या बोला, यार क्या छूतिया कोचिंग में था यार मैं, है ना? सो इफ उसके नंबर आते, तो कोचिंग लेजिटिमाइज हो जाता। अब नंबर नहीं आ रहे, तो कोचिंग डीलेजिटिमाइज हो गया। मेक सेंस? सो दीज थिंग्स आर कनेक्टेड। सेम थिंग, द ओनली 3 कनेक्शन यू नीड टू पे अटेंशन टू, कनेक्शन नंबर 1, कनेक्शन नंबर 2, कनेक्शन नंबर 3, all of them flow from the same circuit called argument. Are we clear? Are we clear? Done. शाबाश। अब देखो एजेंडा की बात, वी हैव डन अनदर 30 मिनट्स, हियर्स द थिंग, ओके? पीवाईक्यू के लिए एक और क्लास वैसे भी है, वी कैन डू पीवाईक्यूज देयर। आई विल गिव यू अ 10 मिनट ब्रेक नाउ, and in our next and last slot we will do elimination techniques. Okay, 10 minutes you can take 15 minutes because elimination बहुत छोटा सा टॉपिक है. उसके बाद doubts and then we'll wrap up. Done? ठीक है? Done. So take 15 minutes. Let's say it's 11:10 now. 11:25 को start करते हैं. I will teach you elimination in the next 25 minutes. We'll finish that and then we'll wrap the class up. Okay? Chalo. Love you all. Take 15 minutes. I need your attention for another 25 minutes. So when you come back after 15 minutes, come with 25 minutes of concentration. उसके बाद we can do घपला शपला. No problem. Okay? Chalo. 15 minutes off. God bless. गाइस मैंने क्या कहा था कब स्टार्ट करेंगे मैं थोड़ा भूल गया. 20 मिनट का ब्रेक दिया था, 10 मिनट का ब्रेक दिया था. हैं जी? 15 ना. ओ 15 का दिया था. ओके कूल. स्टार्ट कब तक करना है भाई? 11:20 या 11:30? 11:25. अच्छा देखा करेक्ट टाइम पे याद है भाई. मेरे को क्या कुछ अजीब अजीब नहीं हो गया था और लंबा ब्रेक नहीं दे दिया मैंने. ये तो नहीं है भाई. ओके जी. आखिरी पड़ाव पे पहुंच के कैसा लग रहा है आपको आज की क्लास के अंतिम इम्तिहान पे? गुड मॉर्निंग, गुड मॉर्निंग. थक गए हो क्या? कितने थक गए भाई? नहीं जोश लगा तुम पे? कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन लॉ नहीं बच्चे जरूरी नहीं है बच्चा वो. डोंट वरी. आपके जो बेसिक्स कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल के हैं, वो एक आधे पैसेज में आ जाएंगे. मैं आधा पैसेज भेज दूंगा, वो करते बैठो. आज या कल. हाँ बच्चे आपके पेपर से पहले तो एडमिट कार्ड रिलीज होगा ही ना. अभी होगा कभी ना कभी, तो आप कर लेना उसका डाउनलोड वगैरह वगैरह. ठीक है. सर आप कल कौन सी क्लास है? लेट मी जस्ट चेक एक बार. सोनिए हाँ, जस्ट होल्ड अप लौंडे. क्लैट ने आपकी बार सैम्पल पेपर ही नहीं निकाला. मैं यार इस बार थोड़ा टेढ़ा ही लग रहा है तुम्हारा क्लैट कंसोर्शियम. काफी काफी बकचोदियां हुई हैं. एक तो तुम्हारी एलिट और क्लैट का डेट वो हो गया. हमने उस पर कितना बड़ा धरना झाड़ दिया था इंस्टा पे, है ना. वी गॉट सम आई थिंक 15,000 साइन अप्स. क्लैट देते 60-70 हज़ार लोग हैं, 15,000 लोगों ने साइन अप कर दिया हुआ है. तो ठीक है. इट्स बिन फन. ओके गाइस, चालू करें. आशीष शर्मा बच्चे गाली मत दिया करो प्लीज. कितनी बार बोला है? सिर्फ मैं गाली देता है. मतलब कुछ तूने उल्टा सीधा नहीं बोला, बट अवॉइड द गाली प्लीज है. कूल. चालू करें. अच्छा तुम सबको पता है ना, मैंने कल सुनाया था जिनका भी एनएलएसआई और एनएलएसआई और नालसार होता है, तुम सबको मेरी तरफ से पार्टी है. मैं तो नालसार में होता हूँ. जो जिनका एनएलएसआई होता है मैं बस भेजूंगा. ठीक है, वहां से यहाँ तक रोड ट्रिप. रोड ट्रिप पे मजे उड़े. फिर नालसार आओगे 2 दिन. 2 दिन पागलों की तरह पार्टी करोगे. एक दिन मेरे घर पे, एक दिन नालसार पे नालसार वालों के साथ. ठीक है. खत्म. ये खत्म हुआ फिर बस. फिर अगले दिन पैकअप बैक टू बैंगलोर. ओके. और जिनका नालसार होता है भाई उनकी तो डेली ही पार्टी होगी. डोंट वरी. तुम्हें तो भाई नीचे से ऊपर हिला देंगे पूरा एक सेमेस्टर. तुम्हें पता भी नहीं चलेगा कहाँ गायब हो गया. पार्टी. ठीक है. डन. वील हैव फन. डोंट वरी गाइस. ठीक है. Okay, okay, okay. I'll just wait for one more minute and then we'll start. And let the world burn. Sir, my English is not good and ये क्या है इतना बड़ा पैसेज? बच्चे इतना बड़ा पढ़ने में मेरे को बड़ा आलस आ रहा है. बच्चे प्लीज वॉइस नोट भेज देना डिस्कॉर्ड पे. मैं भी ना थोड़ी थक सी गई हूँ. पैसेज डाल दो यार चैट बॉक्स में. क्या पागल हो गए हो क्या? आराम आराम से भाई, आराम आराम से. अब मैं पता बहुत एक्साइट हो रहा हूँ पढ़ने के लिए कि तुम लोगों ने रेडिट पे क्या क्या किया है. मैं जल्दी क्लास खत्म करो और पढ़ो कि क्या बोला है मेरे बच्चों ने. चालू करें. कैन वी स्टार्ट? आई थिंक वी शुड स्टार्ट या. मैं भी थोड़ा जल्दी रैप अप करेंगे, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है ना जी. Okay, couple of things I wanted to tell you before I wrap up today's class. Can you guys see me? No, you can't see me. Just one second, hold. Yeah. First thing I wanted to tell you all is that you will have your first mock on Sunday. Okay? And Sunday's mock is going to be a all India rankings mock. Do you know what an all India rankings mock is? So this is something that we do at CLAT Community, but I don't think they do it anywhere else in India. Just one second, one second, one second. Yeah. What was I saying? So this Sunday we're going to have your first All India Rankings mock. Now, the All India Rankings mock is something that we do only at CLAT Community. This doesn't happen anywhere else. Fine. So you give a test 2 to 4 standard slots just like your CLAT exam, but the best part is you also get a predicted college allotment, right? So you will actually get, you have been allotted this college based on PYQs, and in addition to that, you also get your All India ranking, which is a projected All India ranking. So you get your projected All India ranking along with your college allotment, and this happens on the basis of PYQs. Plus, the paper is also designed on the basis of PYQs. So whatever score you get and whatever college allotment you get, you should take that as a very serious indicator of where you will end up on your actual CLAT exam. Got it? So we're going to do 2 of these tests as a part of the battlegrounds, and the hope, no, it'll happen online. So we're going to do 2 of these sets as a part of the battlegrounds. The first one is going to happen on Sunday, and the next one will happen on the next Sunday. 2 ही Sundays हैं वैसे, उसके बाद तो तुम्हारा पेपर आ जाएगा, ठीक है? So that's that. Okay. Are we all ready to go? Manasvi, yes.
If you remember, I was a junior in Oval Ready.
You were in which class when I was in 12th? You were in 10th, is it?
No, 9.
So you were in Amuda's class.
Yeah,
All right. You know Amuda then, right?
yeah, I know her.
Then, okay, fine. That it's
So
just
how is
bad
she
that
doing now?
she's what?
How is she doing now?
She's doing fine.
Yeah.
She's doing just.
Uh,
She's
uh,
doing. Amuda is still in already. Where are you now?
no, I came to Sri Chaitanya, unfortunately.
Ayyo, why Sri Chaitanya?
It's just parents.
That's such a bad decision, bro. Like
I
what?
don't know.
Seriously, Sri
Yeah.
Chaitanya for CLAT? That's crazy. Anyways,
And
that's fine. Did
like
you guys? Yeah.
these days, a lot of questions which are going wrong in CLAT, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how do you deal? Like, how
Not a
do you
lot.
find
Okay,
out
so on an
that's
average,
wrong?
over the last 5 years, the maximum questions that have gone wrong is hardly 4, I guess, in 1 year. So the process is simple. The answer is you still try finding the better option. Okay? Ideally, you should not leave any questions. Even the wrong question, I'd be super proud of you if you mark and come. Right? But the what you should have is time management. Per question, each question should not take more than 35-40 seconds max. Right? If in like 50 seconds you're not able to get a question done, just leave it and move on. Right? But that doesn't mean you don't have the ability to actually do it in 50 seconds. It means on an average you should be able to do it. So if you're not able to do it in 50 seconds, then that's a problem. You can leave that for later. But you should not leave more than in what I genuinely feel is you should attempt all questions. Right? GK, QT, logical English, attempt all. If you have to leave, maybe leave 2, 3 questions, not more than that. Yeah? Yeah. Cool. Clear. But yeah, we have an already junior in class. That's crazy. That is insane. Wow. So for those of you that don't know, I was in Obaladi for my 11th and 12th. And I also during that phase, that's when I started preparing for CLAT. So that's good. Cool. Shall we get started? Yeah. Now, elimination techniques have nothing to do with high order thinking. It's basically just common sense. Hmm? So today I'm going to teach you straight up elimination techniques that you can use. We're going to do 7 in total. And once we're done with this, we'll wrap up today's class and then we'll call it a very nice class. Done? Ready? So then today we would have basically covered everything that you need to know for logical and legal for your CLAT exam. The only thing left after this will be your PYQ analysis. And I'll also send you a list of class notes and videos I want you to go through, and after that, you're good to go. Fine? Good? Good? Fine. First, there are two types of elimination. Just write elimination techniques first on your sheet. ठीक है, लिख लो. There are two types of elimination technique. Part one is what we did with our legal. You remember the approach technique, the relevancy, and then the bone of contention. These are called approach techniques. So this is one part. Now what we are going to do is straight up called Tikdam. Have you seen Sushant Singh Rajput's movie Chichore? Yeah? How many of you have? You should. I mean, at least before your CLAT exam, I think you should watch Chichore. So, right. So in Chichore, they use Tikdam to actually get through difficult tasks by doing random bakchori. So today I'm going to teach you my Tikdam. Right? They work well. I just want you to appreciate them and use them wherever you can. First, we're going to talk about the two brothers. दोनों भाई दोनों दो भाई दोनों क्या बोलो बोलो दो भाई दोनों क्या दो भाई दोनों दो भाई पहले भाई का नाम है 50% वर्ड्स दूसरे भाई का नाम है 100%. कितनों को पता है ये क्या है? प्रज्वल हाथ उठा रहा है. प्रज्वल तू 1 साल से पढ़ रहा है बेबी तेरे को ऑब्वियसली पता है यार. देखना नॉटी हो रहे हैं मेरे ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम के बच्चे. पता है. कूल. सो 50% words, 100% words. Now, the matter here, what is important here is 50% words are always right. 100% words are always wrong. Sir, how did you conclude this? Listen. Let's say, for example, somebody tells you tomorrow that, let's say I tell you, कल मैं शायद मर सकता हूं. मेरी स्टेटमेंट में कितनी सच्चाई है? If I tell you I might die tomorrow, how accurate is my statement? नहीं, पलक गुप्ता जी, it's 100% accurate. Because when you say I might die tomorrow, that also includes I might not die tomorrow. That's the power of the word might. Right? Right? When you say I might get into NLSIU, that also includes the meaning of I might not get into NLSIU. Make sense? So when you have words like might, could have, would have, may, right? Might, such words include the opposite meaning as well, right? So they are 100% accurate. So they are accurate. 100% words are words that are universal. Please note universal. Sir, what do you mean by universal words? Words like anybody, everybody, anywhere, everyone, everyone, all, ever, never. Stuff that doesn't even leave a 0.0000001% chance of anything else existing. Right? अब यार, amongst all the impossible things, there is at least a 0.1% chance of me finding love in life. Right? When you say words like never, ever, could not, that completely negates it. ठीक है? For everything in the world, there is at least this much chance to exist. I truly believe that. So when you say everyone, anywhere, never, ठीक है? Those are wrong statements. Got it? You have to be extremely careful. Then do you pick those keywords? Are we clear with both these 50% and 100% words? Yeah? So if I say nobody in this class is going to get to NLSI or NALSAR, that is 100% wrong. At least half of you will go, at least one of you will go, at least two of you will go, right? Make sense to you? So when you make a universal statement, when you make a universal statement, which has words that are universally overlapping, like they don't leave any other possibility to exist, they are always wrong. Are we clear with the first two? Yes? Come on. Yeah? Good. Going to the next. Opposites. Okay? And similar words. Now, here's what you need to understand. If you have two options that oppose each other, option A and option B that oppose each other, the answer should be one of these two options. Now, there is a question I want you to mark. Question number 75, CLAT 2023. Okay, I'll pull it up. Question number 75, CLAT 2023. Yeah. So you see in this question, A opposes B. Okay. But the answer is D. And it's important that you understand this. Why? Because even though A opposes B, logically, if one option is opposing another, okay, if one is correct, the other must be wrong. Right? That is the thesis. So if one is correct, the other must be wrong. Both of them can't be wrong or right together. Thing is, in this question, D is completely different. So basically, it is calling A and B immaterial. D addresses a whole different issue altogether. So only in cases where both the options are immaterial to the question asked, will you go with some other option. Otherwise, if the options have something to do with the question that is asked and they are material, they are important and they are not immaterial, then the answer will always be between the two opposing statements. Are you clear? This is the only exception I found till today. Are you clear? Yeah? Everybody? Cool. Now, what happens with similars is, now you see, when you have two opposites, right? When you have two opposites, one of them has to be right, the other has to be wrong. When you have two similars, they will only flow in one direction. It either has to be right or wrong. Can you have two right answers? Yes, you can. Can you have two wrong answers? Yes, you can. The idea is when you have two right answers, that's where the problem begins. Usually, when you have similars, they are wrong. When you have two similars and they are right, then you have to do something called comparative analysis. Now, comparative analysis is simple. You find out the difference and then you mark the answer. That's it. Right? Finding the difference in two similar options is hard, but there is always a difference, and that's very apparent. Once you find the difference, you simply verify and then you have your answer. Am I clear? So that's opposites and similarities. Is everybody clear? Anybody, any doubts? Yes, no, all clear? Are we clear, everybody? All right. Now coming to the important three. Done? So you've got notional elimination, you've got umbrella technique, and then you've got reverse construction. Done? Okay. Now all three of these are different than the ऊपर जो चार हैं because these three are a little complicated, but if you learn how to apply them, they make your life very easy. ठीक है? They sort it out completely. ठीक है? Now there are three types of notions. Pay attention here, okay? There are three types of notions. You have positive, negative, neutral. Specifically for logical, you will never have neutral. If you have neutral, that's a surprise. You will ideally always be around positive and negative because the author has to be positive or negative to critique something. And if you have a logic, it's usually negative. Make sense? Make sense? Okay. So how notional works is, let's say the passage is talking about agree or disagree. ठीक है? The author is negative about a certain statement. All the options that are negative, you will mark them as agree. All them that are positive, you will mark them as disagree. Right? So right off, you'll be able to eliminate two options. Just remember what I'm doing now. When we do a practical, I'll explain it. Don't worry. First, remember what we're doing. So notional elimination is where you eliminate options simply based on whether their tone is positive or negative. Clear? Clear? Okay. Now coming to umbrella. Umbrella is the most complicated technique for a lot of students, but it's very, very simple. It is when one option leads to another option. ठीक है? You have to write it down, right? A leads to B. That's literally how it works. Now, sir, what do you mean by this? Let me explain. Now, let's say, for example, there is an option called Krishna slices Rehan Raza's head, therefore kills him, so he should be held liable for murder. And another option that says Krishna has completed all the prerequisites for murder, therefore he should be held liable. What will the answer be? A or B? The answer will be B, right? Why should the answer be B? Because if I have sliced your head and I have killed you and I have murdered you, and me completing all the prerequisites for murder, this option led to this, right? So whenever you have one option that leads to the other, simply pick the broad option. Got it? This is what we call umbrella technique. Don't worry, I'll explain in practicals also later on. Fine. The last thing I want to discuss today before I let you go is called reverse construction. Now, reverse construction you will apply to a certain type of questions. For example, title, tone, main idea, majority of the argument, purpose. Stuff like this that you need to engage with the entire passage for. Now, how the reverse construction works is, what's the normal way of solving? You have a passage. Then you have a question that says title, tone, main idea, something. Then you have options. Okay? How this technique works is, now the normal way of doing it is you take the passage. If let's say the question is tone, right? You identify the tone of the passage, and based on that you will eliminate. How reverse construction works is, you start off with tone. Now, from where do you get the tone? The first four lines, the last four lines, and the type of how the passage is structured, right? The purpose, the tone. So, for each option, you make a imaginary passage. अगर ये ऑप्शन ऐसा है तो पैसेज ऐसा होना चाहिए, अगर ये टोन होता तो पैसेज ऐसा होना चाहिए, अगर ये टोन है तो पैसेज ऐसा होना चाहिए. Then you compare each by each this imaginary passage to the original passage you have. Whichever is the closest and the most similar, you will pick that as your answer. That is how reverse construction works. Was everybody able to follow me? Yes? No? Okay. We will do once more. So, let's say for example, there's a title question, right? Now, there are a few things in your mind about a title, right? So let's say, for example, a title should represent the entire passage properly. The first four lines and the last four lines, it should reflect. The purpose of the passage should reflect. Now, you know if this is the passage, you can tell what the title is, right? You may understand, right? Okay. Now, instead of doing it directly, for each option, you come up with an imaginary passage. कि अगर ये title होता, then this is the passage. अगर ये title होता, this is the passage. राइट? तुम अपने ही दिमाग में एक इमेजिनरी पैसेज क्रिएट करते हो कि अगर ये टाइटल होता फिर इसका पैसेज ऐसे होना चाहिए, अगर ये टाइटल होता फिर इसका पैसेज ऐसे होना चाहिए. डन. देन ईच ऑफ दीज पैसेजेस यू विल कंपेयर टू द एक्चुअल पैसेज. Whichever one comes closest, you will pick that and that's your answer. This is actually very simple. It takes very less time. अभी लग रहा होगा कि बहुत लंबा प्रोसेस है, बट करते करते बहुत आसान हो जाता है. But the first thing you need to understand is how they work. When I do it in practice, when we have a practical session, then you will be able to figure it out. Are we all clear till here? At least you understood the workings of it. With that, ladies and gentlemen, time क्या हो रहा है? 11:47. We have completed 8 hours straight. Congratulations to you and I. All right? मजा आया? मजा आया? All right. Proud of you. So, I will mostly have the recording out by tomorrow. इस एक क्लास की तो recording निकालूंगा मैं. और please go through your calendar. Schedule calendar पे है. Done. Love you all. I'm super proud of you. CLAT is just 15 days away. Right? I will, for the next 15 days, you will see a lot of me. After that, you will not see a lot of me. But the point is, at least for the next 15 days, is very important we work together. ठीक है? Your dream is my dream, guys. Right? Anything you need, reach out to us. Today, I will enable community chat also so you guys can start having fun. God bless you all. I'll see you in tomorrow's class. Done? Chalo. Love you. Bye bye. I will go look at my Reddit comments now. God bless you. ठीक है? चलो. All love, guys. Bye bye. Bye. But before I get into what I'm going to talk to you about, before we talk about exactly what we are going to do in the next 30 days, I just wanted to tell each and every single one of you, thank you. Tahe dil se thank you. This year, CLAT Community in the last 365 days has been able to educate more than 2,000 students completely for free. We successfully launched our master course and the NLSIU and NALSA training program, and हाल ही में हमने 2-3 हफ्ते पहले बहुत ही सक्सेसफुल सीसी स्प्रिंट सीरीज भी लॉन्च की. All of this would have been impossible without all your love, all your respect, all your, यार क्या बताऊं मैं, चाहे वो इंस्टाग्राम हो, चाहे वो टेलीग्राम हो, यूट्यूब हो, कहीं पे भी हो, all of you have given us so much love, you've given us so much respect, you've truly made CLAT community what it set out to be. एंड दैट इज अ फैमिली. तो मैं आप सबको तहे दिल से थैंक यू कहना चाहता हूं. अगर आज आपने इतना प्यार नहीं दिया होता तो क्लैट कम्युनिटी कुछ नहीं होता. दिस इंटायर थिंग इज नथिंग बट यू एंड आई. राइट नाउ, बिना कोई बकवास किए, बहुत इमोशनल बातें हो गई. योर क्लैट एग्जाम इज कमिंग इन 30 डेज. सर ऐसा क्या करने वाले हैं, सर ऐसा क्या धमाका लाए हो आप कि आप कह रहे हो कि ये सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट वीडियो होने वाली है हमारी क्लैट जर्नी की. बिना किसी बकवास के मुद्दे पे सीधा घुसते हैं. द फर्स्ट थिंग आई वॉन्ट एवरी सिंगल वन ऑफ यू टू राइट डाउन इज नथिंग एवर in the history of your CLAT examination has happened at this scale completely for free. जिनको भी लग रहा है उनको गलत सुनाई दिया, नहीं, मैंने वही बोला, completely for free. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is going to change the next 30 days of your preparation altogether. हम सब मिलके क्लैट कम्युनिटी की पूरी फैमिली, यूट्यूब, इंस्टाग्राम, टेलीग्राम, डिस्कॉर्ड, जहां पे भी हो आप, हम सब मिलके सेलिब्रेट करने वाले हैं. सर क्या सेलिब्रेट करने वाले हैं? हम अपनी प्रेपरेशन सेलिब्रेट करेंगे, हम अपना हसल सेलिब्रेट करेंगे, हम अपनी ग्राइंड सेलिब्रेट करेंगे. आने वाले 30 दिन द इंटायर फैमिली इज गोइंग टू ग्राइंड, इज गोइंग टू क्लच टुगेदर. सीसी के स्प्रिंट सीरीज में जितने भी बच्चे हैं, सुबह 5 बजे से लेकर रात के 12 बजे तक दिन रात घिसी जा रहे हैं. बट सर उन बच्चों का क्या जिन्होंने स्प्रिंट सीरीज के लिए अप्लाई नहीं किया है? सर उन बच्चों का क्या जो आपसे यूट्यूब पे पढ़ रहे हैं, जो आपसे फ्री में पढ़ रहे हैं? गाइस डोंट वरी, आप इस परिवार का हिस्सा हो, हम किसी को नहीं भूलते. एंड विद दैट, लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, आई वांट टू इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट गेम चेंजर्स फॉर द नेक्स्ट 30 डेज. लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू ऑफिशियली टू द क्लैट 2026 बैटल ग्राउंड. ये सर ने अभी बैटल ग्राउंड्स बोला, जी हां, बैटल ग्राउंड्स. तो ये लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन आपके स्क्रीन पे वो दहशत है, वो तबाही है जो हम सब मनाने वाले हैं स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम 19th. और सर ये सेलिब्रेशन कब तक होने वाला है? ऑल द वे टिल 6th, which is nothing but your CLAT D-Days Eve. मतलब सर 7th को इसका अगला दिन जो होने वाला है, मैं इधर लिख देता हूं, जो अगला दिन होने वाला है, ये होने वाला है आपका CLAT एग्जाम वाला दिन. तो स्टार्टिंग ऑन 19th all the way till 7th we are going to have a celebration. अब इस वीडियो के अगले 2 मिनट बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. अगले 2 मिनट आप कुछ भी कर रहे हो सब भूल जाओ, क्योंकि मैं समझाने वाला हूं कि ये सब क्या है. और एक बार आपने ये सब समझ लिया, आपके आने वाले 30 दिन की स्ट्रैटेजी और आपका कॉन्फिडेंस ट्रिपल होने वाला है. बिना किसी देरी के समझते हैं. बहुत सारी मजेदार चीजें हैं, बट सबसे पहले मैं चाहता हूं कि आप ये देखें कि मैं इस टाइम गैप पे लीगल को इतनी देर में, लॉजिकल को इतनी देर में और इंग्लिश को इतनी देर में, हर एक टॉपिक को इतना कूट कूट के मारूं कि बच्चों के दिमाग से डाउट भाग जाए. लॉजिकल, लीगल और इंग्लिश, इन तीनों ही सेक्शंस को मैं एक बार फिर सुबह 5 बजे स्टार्ट करूंगा और 12 बजे हम सब साथ में खत्म करेंगे। ये होने वाली है धमाकेदार वन शॉट सीरीज। डन। बट सर मजे इधर ही नहीं रुक रहे, सुनो। लीगल, लॉजिकल और आरसी, जब मैं वन शॉट कहता हूं उसका मतलब यह है तुम्हें थियरी पढ़ाऊंगा, एप्लीकेशन सिखाऊंगा, पीवाईक्यूज उठाऊंगा और सबसे इंपॉर्टेंटली तुम्हारे एक्चुअल क्लैट पेपर में आने वाले मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट मोस्ट फ्रीक्वेंट क्वेश्चंस को स्टेप बाय स्टेप सॉल्व कैसे करते हैं वो सिखाऊंगा। डन सर, ये तो हो गया। इसके बाद तुम्हें जीके की इंपॉर्टेंट टॉपिक की एक लिस्ट मिलने वाली है। सर ये इंपॉर्टेंट क्यों हो जाता है मैं समझाता हूं। पिछले साल ठीक है, क्लैट कम्युनिटी के नोट्स में से और क्लैट कम्युनिटी के कंपेंडियम में से टोटल आए थे 28 क्वेश्चंस। क्लैट कम्युनिटी के नोट्स में से आए थे 23 क्वेश्चंस। अब तुम ही समझो कि ये इंपॉर्टेंट क्यों है। और ऐसा भी नहीं कि मैंने कोई प्राइवेटली रखा है, मैं ये सब रिलीज करने वाला हूं फ्री में, ताकि हर बच्चे को पता चले कि भाई साहब इंपॉर्टेंट क्या है। 23 on 28 लाना कोई मजाक नहीं है। कंपेंडियम पिछले साल की पब्लिक है, रिलीज डेट के साथ, किसी को जाना है तो वेरीफाई कर लो। लेकिन सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है, ये हम अपने पास नहीं रख रहे, छुपा के नहीं रख रहे कि उन्हीं बच्चों को देंगे जो क्लैट कम्युनिटी के हैं। ये हम बांट रहे हैं प्रसाद की तरह, क्योंकि हर बच्चा डिजर्व करता है ये यार। ये वो वाला कंटेंट नहीं जो हम पकड़ के रखेंगे, हम छोड़ देते हैं। ये कंटेंट बेटा जनहित में जारी, हर बच्चे को देंगे, क्योंकि हर बच्चा हमारा स्टूडेंट है यार। जितने भी बच्चे इस वीडियो पे मेरे स्टूडेंट्स हो, मैं गर्व से कहता हूं कि देखो ये जो मटेरियल है ये तुम्हारे जीके के लिए बेस्ट मटेरियल है। ये जो इंपॉर्टेंट टॉपिक्स की लिस्ट है, इससे बेहतर लिस्ट तुम्हें कहीं नहीं मिलेगी। और ये लिस्ट ऐसा नहीं है कि मैंने सिर्फ अपने बच्चों के लिए रखी है, ये तुम सब के लिए छोड़ रखी है, क्योंकि तुम सब मेरे भी बच्चे हो। ठीक है, तो लॉजिकल, लीगल और इंग्लिश ये तो मैं सुबह 5 बजे स्टार्ट करके पढ़ाऊंगा। बट जीके के जो इंपॉर्टेंट टॉपिक्स है इनकी मैं तुम्हें लिस्ट दूंगा। एक लिस्ट में मिलेगी 22 को, एक लिस्ट मिलेगी तुम्हारी 29 को। इधर तक क्लियर है हम। अब आते हैं बेटा सबसे मजेदार चीज पे। सर सबसे मजेदार क्या, मैं समझाता हूं। सारे ही बच्चे मिलके 23 को और 30 को देने वाले हैं ऑल इंडिया रैंकिंग्स मॉक। नाम सुनने में जितना मजेदार है बेटा, करने में भी उतना ही मजेदार है। ऑल इंडिया रैंकिंग्स मॉक। सर इसका मतलब क्या है, मैं तुम्हें समझाऊंगा प्यार से कि ऑल इंडिया रैंकिंग मॉक मेरी जान, इसकी 2 चीजें निकलती हैं जो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। सबसे पहले ऑब्वियसली ऑल इंडिया रैंकिंग निकलेगी। जितने भी बच्चे पेपर देंगे 23 को और 30 को, इसकी एक पब्लिक रैंकिंग निकलेगी जो रिलीज होगी हमारे सोशल मीडिया पे। ऑल इंडिया रैंक 1 से लेके, ठीक है जी, ऑल इंडिया रैंक 1 से लेके 10 तक, इन सभी बच्चों को हम पब्लिकली हमारे इंस्टाग्राम सोशल मीडिया हैंडल्स पे रिलीज करेंगे, ताकि आपको फीलिंग आए कि बेटा ये एक्चुअल पेपर हुआ है। दोनों ही टेस्ट के लिए 23 को और 30 को दोनों ही दिन एक ऑल इंडिया रैंकिंग्स मॉक कंडक्ट हुआ जाएगा, और उस मॉक की रैंकिंग्स हम पब्लिकली एक पब्लिक ऑफिशियल इशू के साथ रिलीज करेंगे, ताकि पूरा देश देखे। पहली बात तो ये। और दूसरी सबसे मजेदार चीज मेरी जान, आपको मिलने वाली है प्रोजेक्टाइल लिस्ट। ठीक है सर, प्रोजेक्टाइल लिस्ट का मतलब क्या है? ये बहुत गांड-फाड़ चीज है। सर क्या है ये मैं बताता हूं। हम प्रीवियस ईयर डेटा उठाएंगे, हर एक कॉलेज की अलॉटमेंट शीट उठाएंगे, और उसी के हिसाब से हमने डिजाइन की ये दोनों मॉक्स। जो 23 को मॉक होने वाला है और जो 30 को मॉक होने वाला है, इन दोनों मॉक्स को हमने सीधा सीधा पीवाईक्यूज और सैंपल पेपर से उठाया है। तो इनमें जो आप स्कोर करोगे, उन स्कोर्स को हम कंपेयर करेंगे पिछले 6 साल के एवरेज से, और आपकी बनाएंगे क्या, हम बनाएंगे आपकी एक प्रोजेक्टाइल लिस्ट। सर ये प्रोजेक्टाइल लिस्ट इतनी इंपॉर्टेंट क्यों है? क्योंकि इस प्रोजेक्टाइल लिस्ट में आपको मिलेगा बेटा, पहली बात तो आपकी टेंटेटिव AIR क्या है, कि अगर आप ये पेपर आपका एक्चुअल क्लैट पेपर होता तब आपकी ऑल इंडिया रैंक क्या आती, और उसके साथ साथ हम आपको देंगे कि आपका कॉलेज अलॉटमेंट क्या आता। ठीक है जी, कि आपकी जो NLU अलॉटमेंट है वो क्या आएगी, और ये हम कैलकुलेट करेंगे जनरल कैटेगरी के बेसिस पे, क्योंकि मेरा मानना है कि तुम जनरल के हो नहीं हो, तुम्हें एम उसी स्कोर का करना चाहिए। ठीक है, तो ये है बेटा आपकी NLU के हिसाब से और आपकी ऑल इंडिया रैंक के हिसाब से जो पिछले 6 साल की आई है। हम तुम्हें बताएंगे कि तुम्हारी टेंटेटिव ऑल इंडिया रैंक क्या है और तुम्हारी टेंटेटिव लॉ यूनिवर्सिटी अलॉटमेंट क्या होने वाली है, और ये डेटा भी मेरी जान पब्लिकली रिलीज होने वाला है। ठीक है, तो ये आ गई बात बेटा आपकी 23 और 30 की। पहली बात 20th, 21st और 28th को सुबह 5 बजे से लेकर 12 बजे तक मैं तुम्हें हर चीज पढ़ाऊंगा, टॉप से लेकर बॉटम तक। 22nd और 29th को तुम्हें जीके की इंपॉर्टेंट टॉपिक्स की लिस्ट मिलेगी, जो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है क्योंकि हमारा ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड दुनिया जानता है। फिर आते हैं 23rd और 30th को बेटा, इन 2 दिनों होने वाली है आपकी ऑल इंडिया रैंकिंग्स मॉक, और इस मॉक से निकलेंगे तुम्हारी सबसे पहले
एक पब्लिक लिस्ट, ताकि तुम्हें देखोगे कि हाँ देश के टॉपर ये है, कॉन्फिडेंस जो भी है तुम्हारा वो देखो। फिर सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट तुम्हारी एक टेंटेटिव ऑल इंडिया रैंक आएगी, फिर तुम्हारी एक टेंटेटिव एनएलयू अलॉटमेंट आएगी। ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, ठीक है, ये सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है। ये आज तक नहीं हुआ, पता नहीं आज के बाद होगा भी नहीं, बट इस बार मैंने ठान ली थी कि ये करूंगा। जितने मर्जी रजिस्ट्रेशन आए ये हर बच्चे के लिए निकालूंगा मैं, हर बच्चा देखे और हर बच्चे को पता चले कि बेटा ये है तुम्हारी पोजीशन, ये है तुम्हारी स्टैंडिंग। आगे बढ़ते हैं सर, इससे ज्यादा है, बिल्कुल है, क्यों नहीं होगा। ये क्लियर, ये क्लियर, ये क्लियर, ये दोनों क्लियर, अब ये दोनों क्लियर। अब आते हैं बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट पे, और ये शायद सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट सेगमेंट है। ये सब करने में मजा आता है, बट इस पे फोकस करके तुम्हारे मार्क्स आएंगे, ठीक है। सर क्या है ये, सुनो ध्यान से सुनो। लीगल और लॉजिकल की पीवाईक्यू एनालिसिस और प्रेडिक्टेड क्वेश्चंस, रीडिंग कॉम्प्रिहेंशन की पीवाईक्यू एनालिसिस और प्रेडिक्टेड क्वेश्चंस, और जीके की पीवाईक्यू एनालिसिस और प्रेडिक्टेड क्वेश्चंस। December 1 से लेकर December 3 तक ये जो तुम्हारी सेगमेंट है ना, ये बेटा सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है। ये स्टार मार्क कर लो आप, ठीक है, ये डेट मार्क कर लो, ये स्टार मार्क कर लो, ये सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है। मैं लिख के देता हूं, मैं जो डिस्कशन बिठाने वाला हूं ना, अगर तुम्हारे क्लास में 120 नंबर है, 60 नंबर इधर से ही आएंगे। तुम लिख के लो, पेपर के बाद देख लेना, पकड़ लेना, जो करना है कर लो। इतना कॉन्फिडेंस मेरे को मेरे कंटेंट पे है कि मैं ये खुले खुले बोल सकता हूँ कि December 1, 2 और 3 को जो डिस्कशन होगी, उसी डिस्कशन में से एटलीस्ट 60 नंबर का तुम्हारा पेपर आएगा ही आएगा, गिव और टेक, ठीक है, डन। इधर तक क्लियर है, ठीक है। अब आगे बढ़ते हैं मेरी जान। सर और है, बिल्कुल है, और है सर, ये सब फ्री में है, बिल्कुल है, फ्री में है। क्यों है सर? क्योंकि हम तुम सबसे प्यार करते हैं, और क्योंकि तुम हम सबसे प्यार करते हो। सब एक फैमिली है यार। नाउ मूविंग ऑन टू द मोस्ट इंटरेस्टिंग पार्ट, राइट। AR वन शॉट, QT थियरी वन शॉट। सर क्या है ये, सुनो मैंने क्या बना दिया। वैसे आई थिंक शेप चेंज कर लेनी चाहिए अपने को, ठीक है। एनालिटिकल रीजनिंग, एक ऐसा भूत जो सिर्फ पिछले साल हमारी लाइफ में एंट्री करके गया है। काफ़ी बच्चे अभी भी इसमें क्लियर नहीं है। 26 को 8 PM स्टार्ट करेंगे, 12 या 1 बजे खत्म करेंगे। एनालिटिकल रीजनिंग वन शॉट में पढ़ाएंगे, ठीक है। अरिहंत नाम की एक टेक्स्ट बुक आती है। देखो यार, पहली बात तो मैं कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूट की फीलिंग नहीं लेता। अगर किसी और इंस्टीट्यूट का मटेरियल अच्छा है तो मैं बोलता हूँ खुले में अच्छा है। अरिहंत पब्लिकेशन की एक टेक्स्ट बुक आती है, उनका AR मटेरियल काफ़ी बढ़िया है, ठीक है, बहुत बढ़िया मटेरियल, हम वहाँ से उठाएंगे, ठीक है। अब देखो इस मैटर में PYQs नहीं है, बट अरिहंत की बहुत अच्छी प्रैक्टिस क्वेश्चंस हैं जो तुम्हारे क्लैट लेवल से बढ़कर हैं, हम उनको उठाएंगे और उसके साथ साथ हम तुम्हें पढ़ाएंगे। टोटल मेरी जान आते 18 टॉपिक, 18 की 18 टॉपिक स्टेप बाय स्टेप कैसे करने समझा देंगे एक क्लास में, डन। QT में काफ़ी बच्चों की अभी भी गांठ फटती है। हम इस QT क्लास में ये नहीं कवर करने वाले कि सब कुछ कैसे करना है। हम उठाएंगे तुम्हारे PYQs, और PYQs के हिसाब से सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट टॉपिक्स क्या क्या हैं, और हम तुम्हें तो सिर्फ वो पढ़ा देंगे। और तुम लिख के लो मेरी जान, PYQs से इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ कुछ होती नहीं है। मैं तुम्हें इतनी QT पढ़वा दूंगा, हमारा मेंटर है चिराग बेगवानी, वो तुम्हें इतनी QT पढ़ा देगा कि तुम कोई भी PYQ पेपर उठाओ, तुम ऐसे सॉल्व कर जाओ। तुम्हें पहले से कुछ जाने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। पूरी QT नहीं करवा रहा मैं, ठीक है, क्योंकि उसके लिए ऑनेस्टली टाइम नहीं है, बट जो भी PYQ में आया है वो सब ऐसे करवा देंगे, ठीक है, ताकि अगर PYQ के बेस्ड पेपर आए तुम ऐसे सॉल्व कर जाओगे, तुम चाट जाओगे। इधर तक क्लियर है हम? तो ये है मेरी जान, ये है। सर क्या है इसका, मैंने बहुत अच्छा नाम सेलेक्ट किया है, ठीक है। वैसे असली नाम तो इसका है क्लैट कम्युनिटी CLAT 2026 बैटल ग्राउंड्स, बट शॉर्ट में बुलाते हैं CLAT 2026 बैटल ग्राउंड्स। सर बैटल ग्राउंड्स क्यों? क्योंकि ये है बेटा, ये है असली मज़ा, जहाँ पे तुम लिटरली क्लैट के 6-7 दिन पहले कंपीट कर रहे हो देश के साथ। बहुत मज़ा आएगा, बहुत ही मज़ा आएगा। और उसके बाद आ जाती है Day 5 और Day 6, क्योंकि Day 7 तो तुम्हारा क्लैट पेपर आ जाएगा। ये यहाँ पे जो डिब्बा बनेगा ये आपके क्लैट का D-Day है। इस दिन आपका क्लैट पेपर हो जाएगा मेरी जान, ठीक है। मुझे पता है काफ़ी बच्चे डरे हैं, बट आपको एक चीज़ की बिल्कुल डर नहीं रखनी, ठीक है। क्यों? क्योंकि मैं तुम्हारे साथ हूँ, क्योंकि क्लैट कम्युनिटी तुम्हारे साथ है, ठीक है। हम नहीं छोड़ेंगे तुम्हारा हाथ, बिल्कुल नहीं छोड़ेंगे। मुझे काफ़ी बच्चों के मैसेज आ गए, मुझे पता है ये बात मतलब सच है कि इस साल फॉर सम सरप्राइजिंग रीज़न काफ़ी कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूट्स में बहुत ही ज़्यादा डेफिशिएंसीज हैं। मैंने सुना है, मैं नाम नहीं लेना चाहता, बट PL के बारे में सबसे ज़्यादा सुना है मैंने कि सर ऑफलाइन जो हमारे वो हैं, जो हमारी ऑफलाइन इंस्टीट्यूट्स हैं, मेंटर्स हमें छोड़ के चले गए हैं बीच में, वो पता नहीं अरे गहरे किसी को ले आए हैं बीच में पढ़ाने। LP के बारे में भी थोड़ी बहुत चीज़ें सुनी है, बट सबसे ज़्यादा PL के बारे में सुनी है। और उसके साथ साथ 2-3 और ऑनलाइन इंस्टीट्यूट्स हैं जिनका नाम ऑब्वियसली मैं ले नहीं सकता, बट जिनको समझना है उनको समझ आ गया है। हमारे स्प्रिंट सीरीज़ में लगभग 600 बच्चे हैं। 600 बच्चों में से 450 बच्चे हमें यही आके कहते हैं कि सर इससे पहले मैं कहीं और था, जितना मैंने आपके साथ 1.5 हफ्ते में सीखा मैं वहाँ 1.5 साल में नहीं सीख पाया, ठीक है, और ये बात उनको तब जाके रियलाइज होती है जब क्लैट उनको 30 दिन दूर मिलता है। ठीक है, मैं समझता हूँ दिक्कत है, बट दिक्कत तब भी थी जब क्लैट कम्युनिटी बना है, दिक्कत अभी भी है जब क्लैट कम्युनिटी एस्टैब्लिश हो गया है। सर, इसका हम क्या करने वाले हैं, मुझे पता है कि तुम हमसे बहुत प्यार करते हो, बट मैं आपको बस यही कहता हूं कि मैं आपसे जवाबदार हूं। जब आप हमें इतना प्यार देते हो, इतनी इज्जत देते हो, उसके साथ साथ आप हमें काफ़ी ज़्यादा रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी भी देते हो, और इस रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को हम लाइटली बिल्कुल नहीं लेते। क्लैट कम्युनिटी आज तक आपके साथ है, हर दिन आपके साथ रहेगा। ये आने वाले 30 दिन में ये जितना भी प्लान आउट है ना, सब फॉर फ्री है। बस आखिरी 2 दिन का सुन लो, फिर हम कंटिन्यू करते हैं। सबसे पहले फाइनल जो बेस्ट ऑफ लक का दिन है, हमने एक बहुत ही मेहनत से, मैं कहूँगा, एक तो 10 से 15 ऑल इंडिया रैंकर्स को बुलाया, उसके साथ साथ 2 आईएएस अफसरों को भी बुलाया है, जो आपसे बात करना चाहेंगे कि पेपर में बेटा, कि आपके पेपर में आपने ध्यान कैसे देना है और आपकी बेस्ट स्ट्रैटेजी कौन सी होनी चाहिए। तो सीधा आईएएस अफसर है, हमने बहुत कोशिश करके उनको बुलाया है, तो वो आपसे बात करना चाहेंगे। और उसके बाद जो आपकी 6th को डी डे ईव होने वाला है, इस दिन से आपकी छुट्टी, इस दिन से यू आर ऑन योर ओन। ठीक है, तो 5th को एक बहुत ही धमाकेदार मीटिंग होगी, बहुत ही एक क्या कहते हैं, औकात से बाहर गेस्ट हैं हमारे, तो बहुत ही धमाकेदार मीटिंग होगी। और उसके बाद बच्चे 6th के बाद जो डे आएगा, ये जो आपका साथ आएगा 7th, इस दिन आप जाके इतिहास रच दोगे, इस दिन आप झंडे गाड़ दोगे, इस दिन आप, मैं कह रहा हूँ, आग लगा दोगे। इतनी मेहनत के बाद, इतनी देर के बाद आप इस दिन आग लगाने वाले हो, और हम साथ में आग लगाएंगे। आप एक बात याद रखना, जब आप एग्जाम हॉल में जा रहे हो, मेरा एक हिस्सा आपके साथ जा रहा है, भगवान का एक हिस्सा आपके साथ जा रहा है, और आपकी माँ बाप की दुआ आपके साथ जा रही है। और जब आप पेपर लिखने जाओगे ना, ये सोच के मत जाना कि अच्छा नहीं गया तो नहीं, पेपर अच्छा जाएगा। ठीक है, पेपर अच्छा जाएगा। काफ़ी बच्चों को एंडिंग में लगता है कि यार मेरे से नहीं हो रहा, काफ़ी बच्चों का स्कोर अटका हुआ है। मेरी बात मानो, 30 दिन में पहाड़ टूटते हैं, 30 दिन में देश गिर जाते हैं। ठीक है, पूरा नेपाल 30 दिन के अंदर अंदर गिरा था। 30 दिन बहुत ज़्यादा टाइम होता है। और सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ जो मैं आपको 10 बार कहूँगा, कि 30 दिन, हर एक दिन मैं आपके साथ हूँ। क्लैट कम्युनिटी आपके साथ है, ये परिवार आपके साथ है। ऐसी कोई शक्ति नहीं है दुनिया की बहन जो आपको आके कहे कि आपसे नहीं होगा, मैं करके दिखाऊंगा, हम सब साथ में करेंगे। ये सब तो फ्री में हो रहा है। स्प्रिंट सीरीज के बच्चे अपने साइड बाय साइड हासिल कर ही जा रहे हैं। जिन्होंने अभी तक स्प्रिंट नहीं उठाया, उसकी भी लिंक डिस्क्रिप्शन में, उठाओ 2 दिन है उसकी, फिर उसके बाद रजिस्ट्रेशन छोड़ देंगे। इसका देखो बच्चे, 19th को स्टार्ट है। ये जो 19th को मैंने इधर वॉर रूम लिखा है ना, इसका मतलब यही है कि बेटा इस दिन से तुम्हारा स्टार्ट है। तुम्हारा मटेरियल एक्सेस, तुम्हारे मॉक्स का एक्सेस, तुम्हारी कंपेंडियम्स का एक्सेस, जो भी तुम्हें देना होगा तुम्हें 19th को मिलेगा। 20th से रगड़ना शुरू, 20th से आग लगाना शुरू। ठीक है, तो ये आप एक बार इसका स्क्रीनशॉट ले लीजिएगा। ये हम करने वाले हैं, और ये हम इतना बड़ा करेंगे कि मतलब पूरे ही क्लैट समाज में एक वो डर का माहौल होना चाहिए कि भाई ये क्या हो गया। ठीक है, जितने भी बच्चों को अभी भी अनश्योर है कि भाई 7th को क्या होगा, मैं लिख के दे रहा हूँ, मेरे से ले लो। 7th को आप आग लगाओगे, 7th को आप अपनी परिवार के इतिहास में एक नई चैप्टर रच दोगे। ठीक है, लॉ जैसा कोई खतरनाक प्रोफेशन नहीं होता। ठीक है, और अगर आप लॉ की फील्ड में नाम बनाना चाहते हैं, दबदबा बनाना चाहते हैं, तो मेरी जान, 7th इज द डे वी स्टार्ट योर जर्नी। और इस दिन तक, आज से लेके उस दिन तक मैं आपके साथ हूँ। उस दिन के बाद भी हूँ वैसे, बट उस दिन तक मैं आपका हाथ पकड़ के चलूंगा। बहुत सारे मैसेजेस आए हैं, थोड़ों ने मुझे बहुत खुश किया है, थोड़ों ने मुझे बहुत रुलाया है। मुझे पता है आप सब दिक्कत में हैं, बट हर दिक्कत में, खुशी का माहौल हो, दुख का माहौल हो, मुश्किल का माहौल है, आसान दिन चल रहा हो, हर एक पल ये पूरा परिवार आपके साथ है। सिर्फ मैं नहीं हूँ, मैं आपको दिखता हूँ, बट 20 मेंटर्स हैं और 15-20 लोग हैं जो बैक हैंड पे काम करते हैं। एक पूरी छोटी सी फौज लगी हुई है आपकी प्रिपरेशन कराने में। हर एक छोटी बारीकी हमने संभाली है। ऐसा कुछ नहीं आने देंगे जो आपको डिस्टर्ब करेगा, ऐसा कुछ नहीं आने देंगे जो पेपर में आपकी फाउंडेशन हिलाएगा। उसी के साथ साथ डार्लिंग्स, मैं आज आई विल टेक योर लीव। द रजिस्ट्रेशन फॉर दिस विच इज कंप्लीटली फ्री इज डाउन इन द डिस्क्रिप्शंस, एंड ऑल्सो फॉर द स्प्रिंट सीरीज। बट स्प्रिंट सीरीज को हम रजिस्ट्रेशन बंद करेंगे 8th को। ठीक है, आज जब मैं वीडियो रिकॉर्ड कर रहा हूँ 6th है, स्प्रिंट सीरीज की रजिस्ट्रेशन 8th को खत्म हो जाएगी। ठीक है, जिनका वो मिस हो गया कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, मिस हो गया, मेक श्योर यू रजिस्टर फॉर द फ्री थिंग। 19th को वी स्टार्ट। With that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in. Once again, I want to thank all of you because you have given us so much love, so much respect that we are obligated to do all of this for you. ऐसा बिल्कुल मत सोचना कि यार ये एक बंदा है जो फ्री में इतना करा रहा है। ऐसा बिल्कुल मत सोचना कि यार ये एक बंदा है जिसने हमारी इतनी मतलब फ्री में दिया। मैं कोई चैरिटी नहीं कर रहा, आप लोगों ने हमें इतना कुछ दिया है, ये तो कुछ नहीं है उसके सामने। ठीक है, तो डोंट टेक इट एज चैरिटी, take it with all your rights. You have your rights to this, you have your rights to CLAT community. At the end of the day, भार भी हम उन्हीं को देते जो हमारे घर वाले होते हैं, ठीक है। मैं तुम्हारा परिवार वाला हूँ, ये पूरी कम्युनिटी आपका परिवार है। जितने भी बच्चे हैं इधर, मैं जितने भी मेंटर हैं, सब के सब हम साथ में एक परिवार है, साथ में ही फोड़ेंगे, साथ में झंडे गाड़ेंगे, साथ में इतिहास रचेंगे। क्लैट कम्युनिटी, लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, नाम तो सुना ही होगा।